Undone, a novel by Karin. Introduction. I was delighted to be asked to write introductions for the first 4 Will Trent novels. While many of my characters are created organically in response to a story or theme I'm trying to explore, I wrote Will with very deliberate intentions, from his first introduction early on in Triptych, to his partnering with Faith Mitchell in Fractured, to being pulled into Sarah Linton's orbit in Genesis and deeper still in Broken. Every step Will took, every thought he had was part of a plan that was first created inside the Grant County world. Unlike Sarah or Jeffrey or even my standalone characters, Will was not created for a story. Will was the story. It's difficult to talk about the origins of Will Trent without revealing some massive spoilers about the Grant County series, if not actual plot points, then character arcs. So, reader, consider this a warning that I'm going to have an open and honest conversation about why I decided to stop writing about Grant County and why I created Will Trent. That is, as open and honest as you can expect from someone who has, for the last 17 years, made a living by telling stories. When I created Sarah, Jeffrey, and Lena in Grant County, I was fulfilling the old writer's edict that you should write what you know. I grew up in a small town, and from an early age, I understood intrinsically how small towns operated. In fact, small towns are universal whether they're in South Georgia or the south of France or South Friesland. There's always the same cast of characters, the rich families, the poor folk, the trashy people, the loose women, the hypocrites, and the criminals. To have something shockingly bad happen, like a murder or a serial rapist or a pedophile stalking children in a seemingly normal, everyday setting, was part of my overall goal to hold a mirror up to not just small-town society, but society as a whole. Crimes feel more real, more personal, and more violent when they happen in small towns. While I enjoyed writing about something I knew, small towns, I think a writer's purpose should also be to write about what they want to know. And I want to know why and how violence changes victims, families, investigators, and communities. I suppose this curiosity came from growing up in Georgia during a particularly violent time in American life. No more so than in Atlanta, where a serial killer was abducting and murdering children from 1979 until 1981. While I lived about 40 minutes away from where these crimes were happening, I was very aware that my daily existence had changed in very real ways in response to these brutal serial murders. I no longer could ride my bike on certain streets. I was forced to check in with my parents throughout the day, and even at night on television, there was no respite. Commercials were constantly announcing the time on the half hour and asking viewers, "Do you know where your children are?" Some of my earliest recollections of telling stories come from this time period. I remember quite clearly waking up in the middle of the night, sneaking into my older sister's room, holding a flashlight under my chin and whispering, "Who's killing the children?" She would start screaming, I would get scared by her screaming and start screaming myself, and then I would start crying, and then my parents would come in and punish my sister for making me so upset. Anyone who has a sibling will understand this dynamic. It's never the baby's fault. Thus, you could say from a very early age, I was encouraged to tell stories that scare people. It was this love of fear-mongering that brought me to writing crime fiction, and more specifically, writing Sarah Linton. If there was any one thing that took me down the road to Grant County, it was Sarah. She's basically everything I am not. Tall, red-headed, a medical doctor, and a bossy older sister. What we have in common is the desire to understand why people do the horrible things they do. Sarah is in a unique position to study possible answers to this question. As a pediatrician, she sees the potential of life walk through her door every single day. As a medical examiner, she witnesses firsthand the destruction wrought by violent death. I've spent the last 17 years writing about Sarah and other strong women, and one dynamic has not changed. It's incredibly difficult to write about an accomplished, smart woman without people hating her. As a society, we're wired to celebrate those characteristics in men, but we're incredibly suspect and critical of women who share the same qualities. To make Sarah feel less like a superhero and more like a woman you'd meet in the grocery store, I allowed her to make mistakes. Sometimes big mistakes that led to the bad guys, temporarily, getting away. I gave her a domineering mother and a baby sister who's always there to call her on her shit. Sarah's father loves her, but he also recognizes her faults. Lena Adams can't stand her, but that's mostly because Sarah thinks that Lena is too emotionally driven and dangerous to be trusted with Jeffrey Tolliver's life. To this day, not many give Sarah credit for being right. I remember quite clearly where I was when I decided that Jeffrey would die. I had just finished writing A Faint Cold Fear, the third Grant County novel, and it was one of those situations where my lizard brain figured out something important before my conscious brain did. I felt really hot and shaky, like I was getting the flu, and after a few hours of this, it came to me as a fully formed idea. Jeffrey had to die. I've always been the type of writer who thinks a few books ahead of the one I'm working on. Even if I don't have a firm plot, I know where the characters are going. At that point, in writing the Grant County series, I could clearly see the trajectory of Jeffrey and Sarah's relationship, and it was heading toward a happy ending. Reader, you think you want stories about people being happy, but you really don't. Happy people are boring. Either they have to keep fighting and breaking up, or they have to cheat on each other, or something awful has to happen to keep them interesting. After all they had been through, I couldn't see Jeffrey and Sarah choosing any of these false paths. Perhaps, more importantly, I did not want to end up being the Jessica Fletcher of Grant County. I mean, come on, why would anyone live in this incredibly violent, dangerous town? If I were to set stories in a large city, say Atlanta, or write about a state cop rather than a small-town chief of police, wouldn't that open up my opportunities to kill people in new and exciting places? There were 3 more novels to come in the Grant County series, so I had a chance to plot out exactly how Jeffrey would die. By the time I wrote Faithless, I had started planting clues in the plots that would indicate to the careful reader the danger lurking ahead. Before writing the last novel in the series, I wrote a book I called A Standalone about a new character named Will Trent. I say that I called it a standalone because only my editor, my agent, and I knew that it was not. A lot of times authors are asked how long it takes to write a book. To me, it's not the writing that takes the most time, it's thinking about the characters. Will Trent was a character I thought about for 3 years. I liken his formation to a grain of sand turning into a pearl inside the oyster shell of my mind. I didn't want to just write another Jeffrey and set him in Atlanta. I wanted to think about Will as a fully formed man. What are his values? What kind of cop is he? What kind of man is he? Who are his friends? What is his situation like at work? Unlike Jeffrey, who was raised by an alcoholic mother and a convict father, Will grew up in state care, where he suffered a tremendous amount of abuse. I feel like this early exposure to violence made Will very wary of physical altercations, and in fact afraid of what violence can unleash inside of him. While Jeffrey was not afraid to slap around a suspect, Will is more likely to talk to them. Jeffrey, a former college athlete, is extremely self-confident in his body. Will, on the other hand, feels a sense of shame because of the scars on his body, as well as his dyslexia. If anything, Will understands criminals better than Jeffrey because he knows what it's like to try to hide something from the rest of the world. To me, the biggest difference between the two men is how they each responded the first time they met Sarah Linton. Jeffrey saw another beautiful woman to conquer. Will saw a smart, attractive doctor who was completely out of his league. Every character has a deep, dark secret. In fact, both Will and Sarah have some events in their pasts that readers don't yet know about, and might not ever know. Will is a man who is constantly struggling against his past. He's well aware of the statistics. Young men who grew up in state care have a more than 60% chance of ending up in prison later in life. I think Will's brush with the wrong side of the law was a wake-up call for him. The fact that Amanda Wagner, whose involvement in Will's life is a slowly unwrapped mystery, has been the great Oz behind the curtain, is only part of the story. Will is stubborn and has a long history of agreeing with the women in his life, then doing whatever the hell he wants. But I think his moral compass, his desire to be a good person, is the reason why readers continue to root for him. If there is one defining trait that Will shares with Jeffrey, it is that each man experienced a moment in his life where he had to make a decision between letting his past dictate his future or dictating his future for himself. Jeffrey chose to stop being a cheating carouser and become the sort of man who deserves to be with Sarah. Will chose to be a good man because the only other option was being the kind of man Angie Pulaski admired. As with Jeffrey, Will's act of self-determination is fundamental to who he is as a man, as a cop, as a partner and friend, and as the person with whom Sarah Linton eventually falls in love. Prologue. They had been married 40 years to the day, and Judith still felt like she didn't know everything about her husband. 40 years of cooking Henry's dinner, 40 years of ironing his shirts, 40 years of sleeping in his bed, and he was still a mystery. Maybe that was why she kept doing all these things for him, with little or no complaint. There was a lot to be said for a man who, after 40 years, still managed to hold your attention. Judith rolled down the car window, letting in some of the cool spring air. Downtown Atlanta was only 30 minutes away, but out here in Conyers, you could still find areas of undeveloped land, even some small farms. It was a quiet place, and Atlanta was just far enough away so that she could appreciate the peace. Still, Judith sighed as she caught a quick glimpse of the city's skyscrapers on the distant horizon, thinking, home. She was surprised at the thought that Atlanta was now a place she considered her home. Her life until recently had been suburban, even rural. She preferred the open spaces to the concrete sidewalks of the city, even while she admitted that it was nice living in so central a location that you could walk to the corner store or a little cafe if the mood struck you. Days would pass without her even having to get into a car, the type of life she would have never dreamed of 10 years ago. She could tell Henry felt the same. His shoulders bunched up around his ears with tight resolve as he navigated the Buick down a narrow country road. After decades of driving just about every highway and interstate in the country, he instinctively knew all the back routes, the doglegs and shortcuts. Judith trusted him to get them home safely. She sat back in her seat, staring out the window, blurring her eyes so that the trees bordering the road seemed more like a thick forest. She made the trip to Conyers at least once a week, and every time she felt like she saw something new, a small house she'd never noticed, a bridge she bumped over many times but never paid attention to. Life was like that. You didn't realize what was passing you by until you slowed down a little bit to get a better look. They'd just come from an anniversary party in their honor, thrown together by their son. Well, more likely thrown together by Tom's wife, who managed his life like an executive assistant, housekeeper, babysitter, cook, and, presumably, concubine all rolled up into one. Tom had been a joyful surprise. His birth, an event doctors had said would never come about. Judith had loved every part of him on first sight, accepted him as a gift that she would cherish with every bone in her body. She had done everything for him, and now that Tom was in his 30s, he still seemed to need an awful lot of taking care of. Perhaps Judith had been too conventional a wife, too subservient a mother, so that her son had grown into the sort of man who expected, a wife to do everything for him. Judith certainly had not enslaved herself to Henry. They had married in 1969, a time when women could actually have interests other than cooking the perfect pot roast and discovering the best method to get stains out of the carpet. From the start, Judith had been determined to make her life as interesting as possible. She'd been a room mother at Tom's school. She'd volunteered at the local homeless shelter and helped start a recycling group in the neighborhood. When Tom was older, Judith took a job doing light bookkeeping for a local business and joined a running team through the church to train for marathons. This active lifestyle stood in stark contrast to that of Judith's own mother, a woman who, toward the end of her life, was so ravaged from raising 9 children, so drained from the constant physical demands of being a farmer's wife, that some days she was too depressed to even speak. Though, Judith had to admit, she had herself been a somewhat typical woman in those early years. Embarrassingly, she was one of those girls who had gone to college specifically to find a husband. She had grown up near Scranton, Pennsylvania, in a town so small it didn't merit a dot on the map. The only men available to her were farmers, and they were hardly interested in Judith. Judith could not blame them. The mirror told no lies. She was a bit too plump, a bit too buck-toothed, and a bit too much of everything else to be the sort of woman Scranton men took for a wife. And then there was her father, a stern disciplinarian whom no sane man would seek out for a father-in-law, at least not in exchange for a buck-toothed, pear-shaped girl who had no natural talent for farming. The truth was that Judith had always been the odd one in the family, the one who didn't quite fit in. She read too much. She hated farm work. Even as a young girl, she was not drawn to animals and did not want to be responsible for their care and feeding. None of her sisters and brothers had been sent away for higher education. There were 2 brothers who had dropped out of 9th grade, and an older sister who had married rather quickly and given birth to her first child 7 months later. Not that anyone bothered to do the math. Enveloped in a constant state of denial, her mother had remarked to her dying day that her first grandchild had always been big-boned, even as an infant. Thankfully, Judith's father had seen the writing on the wall, so far as his middle girl was concerned. There would be no marriage of convenience with any of the local boys, not least of all because none of them found her remotely convenient. Bible college, he decided, was not Judith's last, but her only chance. At the age of 6, Judith had been struck in the eye by a flying piece of debris as she chased after the tractor. From that moment on, she'd always worn glasses. People assumed she was cerebral because of the glasses, when in fact the opposite was true. Yes, she loved to read, but her tastes ran more toward trashy dime novel than literary. Still, the egghead label had stuck. What was it they used to say? Men don't make passes at women who wear glasses. So it was surprising, no, more like shocking, when, on Judith's first day of college in her first class, the teaching assistant had winked at her. She had thought something was in his eye. But there was no mistaking Henry Coldfield's intentions when, after class, he had pulled her aside and asked her if she'd like to go down to the drugstore and have a soda with him. The wink, apparently, was the beginning and end of his gregariousness. Henry was a very shy man in person. Strange, considering he later became the top salesman for a liquor distribution company, a job he passionately despised, even 3 years past retirement. Judith supposed Henry's ability to blend had come from being the son of an army colonel, moving around the country so often, never staying at one base more than a few years at a time. There was no passionate love at first sight. That came later. Initially, Judith had simply been attracted to the fact that Henry was attracted to her. It was a novelty for the pair from Scranton, but Judith had always been at the opposite spectrum of Marx's philosophy, Groucho, not Carl. She was more than willing to join any club that would have her as a member. Henry was a club unto himself. He was neither handsome nor ugly, forward nor reticent, with his neatly parted hair and flat accent. Average would be the best way to describe him, which Judith later did in a letter to her older sister. Rosa's response had been something along the lines of, "Well, I suppose that's the best you can hope for." In her defense, Rosa was pregnant at the time with her 3rd child, while her 2nd was still in diapers. But still, Judith had never forgiven her sister for the slight. Not against herself, but against Henry. If Rosa failed to notice how special Henry was, it was because Judith was a poor writer, Henry too nuanced a man for mere words on a page. Perhaps it was all for the best. Rosa's sour observation had given Judith a reason to break from her family and embrace this winkingly introverted, mercurial stranger. Henry's gregarious shyness was only the first of many dichotomies Judith had observed in her husband over the years. He was terrified of heights, but had earned his amateur pilot's license as a teenager. He sold alcohol, but never imbibed. He was a homebody, but he spent most of his adult life traveling through the Northwest, then the Midwest, as promotions moved them around the country, much like the Army had done when Henry was a child. His life, it seemed, was all about making himself do things he did not want to do. And yet he often told Judith that her company was the one thing that he truly enjoyed. 40 years. And so many surprises. Sadly, Judith doubted her son held any such surprises for his spouse. While Tom was growing up, Henry was on the road 3 weeks out of every 4, and his parenting came in spurts that didn't necessarily highlight his more compassionate side. Subsequently, Tom became everything his father had shown him during those growing years: strict, unbending, driven. There was something else to it as well. Judith didn't know if it was because Henry saw his sales job as a duty to his family rather than his passion, or because he hated being away from home so much, but it seemed that every interaction he had with their son held an underlying tension. Don't make the same mistakes I've made. Don't get trapped in a job you despise. Don't compromise your beliefs to put food on the table. The only positive thing he recommended to the boy was marrying a good woman. If only he had been more specific. If only he hadn't been so hard. Why was it that men were such exacting parents to their male children? Judith guessed they wanted their sons to succeed in places they had not. In those early days, when Judith was first pregnant, the thought of a daughter had spread a rapid warmth through her body, followed by a searing cold. A young girl like Judith, out there in the world, defying her mother, defying the world. It gave her an understanding of Henry's desire that Tom do better, be better, have everything that he wanted and more. Tom had certainly succeeded at his job, though his mouse of a wife was a disappointment. Every time Judith came face to face with her daughter-in-law, she itched to tell the woman to stand up straight, speak up, and for the love of God, grow a backbone. One of the volunteers at the church had said the other week that men married their mothers. Judith hadn't argued with the woman, but she'd defy anyone to find a lick of similarity she shared with her son's wife. Except for the desire to spend time with her grandchildren, Judith could never see her daughter-in-law again and be perfectly happy. The grandchildren were the sole reason they had moved to Atlanta after all. She and Henry had uprooted their retirement life in Arizona and moved almost 2,000 miles to this hot city with its smog alerts and gang killings, just so they could be close to two of the most spoiled and ungrateful little things this side of the Appalachia. Judith glanced at Henry as he tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, humming tunelessly as he drove. They never talked about their grandchildren except in glowing terms, possibly because a fit of honesty might reveal that they didn't much like them. And then where would they be? Their lives turned upside down for two small children who were on gluten-free diets, strictly regimented nap times, and tightly scheduled play dates, but only with like-minded children who shared the same goals. So far as Judith could see, the only goal her grandchildren had was to be the center of attention. She imagined you couldn't sneeze without finding a like-minded, self-centered child, but according to her daughter-in-law, it was an almost impossible task. Wasn't that the whole point of youth? To be self-centered? And wasn't it the job of the parent to drill that out of you? Certainly it was clear to all involved that it wasn't the job of the grandparents. When little Mark had spilled his unpasteurized juice on Henry's slacks, and Lily had eaten so many of the Hershey's Kisses she'd found in Judith's purse that she'd reminded Judith of a homeless woman at the shelter last month who was tweaking so badly on methamphetamines that she'd wet herself, Henry and Judith had merely smiled, chuckled even, as if these were merely wonderful little quirks that the children would soon grow out of. Soon was not coming soon enough, however, and now that they'd reached the ages of 7 and 9, Judith was starting to lose faith that one day her grandchildren would turn into polite and loving young adults who did not feel the urge to constantly interrupt adult conversation and run around the house screaming at such high decibels that animals 2 counties over started howling. Judith's only consolation was that Tom took them to church every Sunday. She, of course, wanted her grandchildren exposed to a life in Christ, but more importantly, she wanted them to learn the lessons taught in Sunday school. Honor thy mother and father. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Don't think you're going to waste your life, drop out of school, and move in with Grandma and Grandpa any time soon. Hey! Henry barked as a car in the oncoming lane shot past them so close that the Buick actually shook on its tires. Kids, he grumbled, gripping the wheel tightly in his hands. The closer he got to 70, the more Henry seemed to embrace the role of cranky old man. Sometimes this was endearing. Other times, Judith wondered how long it would be before he started shaking his fist in the air, blaming all the ills of the world on kids. The age of these kids seemed to range anywhere from 4 to 40, and his irritation ticked up exponentially when he caught them doing something that he used to do himself but now could no longer enjoy. Judith dreaded the day they took away his pilot's license, something that might come sooner rather than later, considering that his last checkup at the cardiologist had shown some irregularities. It was one of the reasons they had decided to retire to Arizona, where there was no snow to shovel or lawn to maintain. She said, "Looks like rain." Henry craned up his neck to see the clouds. "Good night to start my book." His lips curled up in a smile. Henry had given her a thick historical romance for their anniversary. Judith had given him a new cooler to take to the golf course. She squinted her eyes at the road ahead, deciding she should have her vision checked again. She was not so far from 70 herself, and her eyes seemed to be getting worse every year. Dusk was a particularly bad time for her, and her vision tended to blur on objects that were at a distance. So it was that she blinked several times before she was sure of what she was seeing, and only opened her mouth to warn Henry when the animal was right in front of them. "Jude!" Henry yelled, one arm shooting out in front of Judith's chest as he wrenched the steering wheel to the left, trying to avoid the poor creature. Judith thought, oddly, about how the movies were right. Everything slowed down, time inching by so that each second seemed to take an eternity. She felt Henry's strong arm bolt across her breasts, the seatbelt biting into her hip bones. Her head jerked, slamming into the door as the car swerved. The windshield cracked as the animal bounced against the glass, then hit the roof of the car, then the trunk. It wasn't until the car shuddered to a stop, spinning a full 180 degrees on the road, that the sounds caught up with Judith. The crack, thunk, thunk, all overlaid with a high-pitched screaming that she realized was coming from her own mouth. She must have been in shock because Henry had to yell at her several times. "Judith! Judith!" before she stopped screaming. Henry's hand was tight on her arm, sending pain up her shoulder. She rubbed the back of his hand, saying, "I'm all right. I'm all right." Her glasses were askew, her vision off-kilter. She put her fingers to the side of her head, feeling a sticky wetness. When she took away her hand, she saw blood. "It must have been a deer, or—" Henry put his hand to his mouth, stopping his words. He looked calm, but for the telltale up and down of his chest as he tried to catch his breath. The airbag had deployed. A fine, white powder covered his face. Her breath caught as she looked ahead. Blood had spattered the windshield like a sudden, violent rain. Henry pushed open the door but did not get out. Judith took off her glasses to wipe her eyes. The lenses were both broken, the bottom part of her bifocal on the right side missing. She saw that the glasses were shaking and realized that the tremor came from her own hands. Henry got out of the car, and she made herself put on her glasses and follow him. The creature was on the road, legs moving. Judith's head ached where it had smacked into the door. Blood was in her eyes. That was the only explanation she had for the fact that the animal, surely a deer, appeared to have the shapely white legs of a woman. "Oh, dear God," Henry whispered. "It's Judith, it's—" Judith heard a car behind her, wheels screeched against asphalt, doors opened and closed, two men joined them on the road, one running toward the animal. He screamed, "Call 911!" Kneeling down beside the body, Judith stepped closer, then closer yet. The legs moved again, the perfect legs of a woman. She was completely nude. Bruises blackened her inner thighs. Dark bruises. Old bruises. Dried blood caked around her legs. A burgundy film seemed to cover her torso. A rip at her side, showing white bone. Judith glanced at her face. The nose was askew. The eyes were swollen, lips chapped and split. Blood matted the woman's dark hair and pooled around her head as if in a halo. Judith stepped closer, unable to stop herself, suddenly a voyeur after a lifetime of politely looking away. Glass crunched beneath her feet, and the woman's eyes shot open in panic. She stared somewhere past Judith, a dull lifelessness to her gaze. Just as suddenly, her eyelids fluttered closed, but Judith could not suppress the shudder that went through her body. It was as if someone had walked over her grave. "Dear Lord," Henry mumbled, almost in prayer. Judith turned to find her husband gripping his hand to his chest. His knuckles were white. He stared at the woman, looking as if he might be ill. "How did this happen?" he whispered, horror twisting his face. "How in God's name did this happen?" Day 1. Chapter 1. Sarah Linton leaned back in her chair, mumbling a soft, "Yes, Mama," into her cell phone. She wondered briefly if there would ever come a point in time when this felt normal again, when a phone call with her mother brought her happiness the way it used to, instead of feeling like it was dragging a piece of her heart out of her chest. "Baby," Kathy soothed. "It's all right. You're taking care of yourself, and that's all Daddy and I need to know." Sarah felt tears sting her eyes. This would hardly be the first time she had cried in the doctor's lounge at Grady Hospital, but she was sick of crying. Sick of feeling, really. Wasn't that the reason that 2 years ago she had left her family, left her life in rural Georgia, and moved to Atlanta, so that she would no longer have the constant reminder of what had come before? "Promise me you'll try to go to church next week." Sarah mumbled something that might sound like a promise. Her mother was no fool, and they both knew that the possibility of Sarah ending up on a pew this Easter Sunday was highly unlikely. But Kathy didn't press. Sarah looked at the stack of charts in front of her. She was at the end of her shift and needed to call in her dictation. "Mama, I'm sorry, but I need to go." Kathy exacted a promise of another phone call next week, then rang off. Sarah kept her cell phone in her hand for a few minutes, looking at the faded numbers, her thumb tracing the 7 and 5, dialing out a familiar number but not sending through the call. She dropped the phone into her pocket and felt the letter brush against the back of her hand. The letter. She thought of it as its own entity. Sarah normally checked her mail after work so she didn't have to drag it around with her, but one morning, for some unknown reason, she had checked her mail as she was heading out. A cold sweat had come over her as she recognized the return address on the plain white envelope. She had tucked the unopened envelope into the pocket of her lab coat as she left for work, thinking she would read it at lunch. Lunch had come and gone, and the letter had remained unopened. Traveling back home, then out to work again the next day. Months passed, and the letter went everywhere with Sarah, sometimes in her coat, sometimes in her purse to the grocery store or on errands. It became a talisman, and often she would reach her hand in her pocket and touch it, just to remind herself that it was there. Over time, the corners of the sealed envelope had become dog-eared, and the Grant County postmark had started to fade. Every day pushed Sarah further away from opening it and discovering what the woman who had killed her husband could possibly have to say. "Dr. Linton," Mary Schroeder, one of the nurses, knocked on the door. She spoke in the practiced code of the ER. "We've got a POPTA female, 33, weak and thready." Sarah glanced at the charts, then her watch. A 33-year-old woman who had passed out prior to admission was a puzzle that would take time to solve. It was almost 7 o'clock. Sarah's shift was over in 10 minutes. "Can Krakauer take her?" Krakauer did take her, Mary countered. He ordered a CMP, then went to get coffee with the new bimbo. She was obviously perturbed by this and added, "The patient's a cop." Mary was married to a cop, hardly shocking considering she had worked in the emergency room at Grady Hospital for almost 20 years. Even without that, it was understood at every hospital in the world that anyone in law enforcement got the best and quickest treatment. Apparently, Otto Krakauer hadn't gotten the memo. Sarah relented. "How long did she lose consciousness?" "She says about a minute." Mary shook her head, because patients were hardly the most honest reporters when it came to their health. "She doesn't look right." That last part was what got Sarah out of her chair. Grady was the only Level 1 trauma center in the region, as well as one of the few remaining public hospitals in Georgia. The nurses at Grady saw car wrecks, shootings, stabbings, overdoses, and any number of crimes against humanity on an almost daily basis. They had a practiced eye for spotting serious problems, and, of course, cops usually didn't admit themselves to the hospital unless they were at death's door. Sarah skimmed the woman's chart as she walked through the emergency department. Otto Krakauer hadn't done more than take a medical history and order the usual blood work. which told Sarah that there was no obvious diagnosis. Faith Mitchell was an otherwise healthy 33-year-old woman with no previous conditions and no recent trauma. Her test results would hopefully give them a better idea about what was going on. Sarah mumbled an apology as she bumped into a gurney in the hallway. As usual, the rooms were overflowing, and patients were stacked in the halls, some in beds, some sitting in wheelchairs, all looking more miserable than they probably had when they'd first arrived for treatment. Most of them had probably come here right after work because they couldn't afford to miss a day's wages. They saw Sarah's white coat and called to her, but she ignored them as she read through the chart. Mary said, "I'll catch up with you, she's in 3, before letting herself get pulled away by an elderly woman on a stretcher. Sarah knocked on the open door of exam room 3. Privacy, another perk afforded cops. A petite blonde woman was sitting on the edge of the bed, fully dressed and clearly irritated. Mary was good at her job, but a blind person could see that Faith Mitchell was unwell. She was as pale as the sheet on the bed. Even from a distance, her skin looked clammy. Her husband did not seem to be helping matters as he paced the room. He was an attractive man, well over 6 feet, with sandy blonde hair cut close to his head. A jagged scar ran down the side of his face, probably from a childhood accident where his jaw slid across the asphalt under his bicycle or along the hard-packed dirt to home plate. He was thin and lean, probably a runner, and his 3-piece suit showed the broad chest and shoulders of someone who spent a lot of time in the gym. He stopped pacing, his gaze going from Sarah to his wife and back again. "Where's the other doctor?" "He got called away on an emergency." She walked to the sink and washed her hands, saying, "I'm Dr. Linton. Can you catch me up to speed here? What happened?" "She passed out," the man said, nervously twisting his wedding ring around his finger. He seemed to realize he was coming off as a bit frantic, and moderated his tone. "She's never passed out before." Faith Mitchell seemed aggravated by his concern. "I'm fine," she insisted, then told Sarah, "It's the same thing I said to the other doctor. I feel like I've been coming down with a cold, that's all." Sarah pressed her fingers to Faith's wrist, checking her pulse. "How are you feeling now?" She glanced at her husband. "Annoyed." Sarah smiled, shining her penlight into Faith's eyes, checking her throat, running through the usual physical exam, and finding nothing alarming. She agreed with Krakauer's initial evaluation. Faith was probably a little dehydrated. Her heart sounded good, though, and it didn't seem like she'd suffered from a seizure. "Did you hit your head when you fell?" She started to answer, but the man interjected. "It was in the parking lot. Her head hit the pavement." Sarah asked the woman, "Any other problems?" Faith answered, "Just a few headaches." She seemed to be holding something back, even as she revealed, "I haven't really eaten today. I was feeling a little sick to my stomach this morning and yesterday morning." Sarah opened one of the drawers for a neuro hammer to check reflexes, only to find nothing there. "Have you had any recent weight loss or gain?" Faith said no, just as her husband said yes. The man looked contrite, but tried, "I think it looks good on you." Faith took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Sarah studied the man again, thinking he was probably an accountant or lawyer. His head was turned toward his wife, and Sarah noticed another, lighter scar lining his upper lip. Obviously not a surgical incision. The skin had been sewn together crookedly, so that the scar running vertically between his lip and nose was slightly uneven. He had probably boxed in college, or maybe just been hit in the head one too many times because he obviously didn't seem to know that the only way out of a hole was to stop digging. "Faith, I think the extra weight looks great on you. You could stand to gain." She shut him up with a look. "All right." Sarah flipped open the chart, writing down some orders. "We'll need to do an x-ray of your skull, and I'd like to do a few more tests. Don't worry, we can use the blood samples from earlier, so there won't be any more needles for now." She scribbled a notation and checked some boxes before looking up at Faith. "I promise we'll rush this as much as we can, but you can see we've got a pretty full house today. X-rays backed up at least an hour. I'll do what I can to push it through, but you might want to get a book or magazine while you wait." Faith didn't respond, but something in her demeanor changed. She glanced at her husband, then back at Sarah. "Do you need me to sign that?" She indicated the chart. There was nothing to sign, but Sarah handed her the chart anyway. Faith wrote something on the bottom of the page and gave it back. Sarah read the words, "I'm pregnant." Sarah nodded as she crossed through the X-ray order. Obviously, Faith hadn't yet told her husband. But there was a different set of questions Sarah needed to ask now, and she couldn't do so without giving away the news. "When's the last time you had a pap smear?" Faith seemed to understand. "Last year." "Let's take care of that while you're here," Sarah told the man. "You can wait outside." "Oh." He seemed surprised, even as he nodded. "All right." He told his wife, "I'll be in the waiting room if you need me." "Okay." Faith watched him leave, her shoulders visibly slumping in relief as the door closed. She asked Sarah, "Do you mind if I lie down?" "Of course not." Sarah helped get her comfortable on the bed, thinking Faith looked younger than her 33 years. She still had the bearing of a cop, though, that no-nonsense, don't-bullshit-me squareness to her shoulders. Her lawyer husband seemed like an odd match, but Sarah had seen stranger combinations. She asked the woman, "How far along are you?" "About 9 weeks." Sarah put this in her notes as she asked, "Is that a guess, or have you seen a doctor?" "I took an over-the-counter test." She changed that. "Actually, I took 3 over-the-counter tests. I'm never late." Sarah added a pregnancy test to the orders. "What about this weight gain?" 10 pounds, Faith admitted. "I've kind of gone a little crazy with eating since I found out." In Sarah's experience, 10 pounds usually meant 15. "Do you have any other children?" "One, Jeremy, 18. She made the notation in the chart, mumbling, "Lucky you, heading into the terrible 2s. "More like terrible 20s. My son is 18 years old." Sarah did a double take, flipping back through Faith's history. "Let me do the math for you," Faith offered. "I got pregnant when I was 14. I had Jeremy when I was 15. Not much surprised Sarah anymore, but Faith Mitchell had managed to do it. "Were there any complications with your first pregnancy?" "Other than being fodder for a Lifetime movie," she shook her head. "No problems at all." "Okay," Sarah answered, putting down the chart, giving Faith her full attention. "Let's talk about what happened tonight." "I was walking to the car, I felt a little dizzy, and the next thing I know, Will's driving me here." "Dizzy like the room spinning, or dizzy as in lightheaded?" She thought about the question before replying. "Lightheaded." "Any flashes of light or unusual tastes in your mouth?" "No." "Will's your husband?" She actually guffawed. "God, no!" She choked on an incredulous laugh. "Will's my partner, Will Trent." "Is Detective Trent here so I can talk to him?" "Special agent. You already did. He just left." Sarah was sure she was missing something. "The man who was just in here is a cop." She laughed. "It's the suit. You're not the first person to think he's an undertaker." "I thought lawyer," Sarah admitted, thinking she had never met anyone who looked less like a police officer in her life. "I'll have to tell him you thought he was a lawyer. He'll be pleased you took him for an educated man." For the first time, Sarah noticed the woman was not wearing a wedding ring. "So the father is—" "In and out of the picture." Faith didn't seem embarrassed by the information, though Sarah supposed that there wasn't much that could embarrass you after having a child at 15. "I prefer Will didn't know," Faith said. "He's very—" She stopped mid-sentence. She closed her eyes, pressed her lips together. A sheen of sweat had broken out on her forehead. Sarah pressed her fingers to Faith's wrist again. "What's happening here?" Faith clenched her jaw, not answering. Sarah had been vomited on enough to know the warning signs. She went to the sink to wet a paper towel, telling Faith, "Take a deep breath and let it out slowly." Faith did as she was told, her lips trembling. "Have you been irritable lately?" Despite her condition, Faith tried for levity. "More than usual?" She put her hand to her stomach, suddenly serious. "Yes, nervous, annoyed." She swallowed. "I get a buzzing in my head like there are bees in my brain." Sarah pressed the cold paper towel to the woman's forehead. "Any nausea?" "In the mornings," Faith managed. "I thought it was morning sickness, but—" "What about the headaches?" "They're pretty bad, mostly in the afternoon." "Have you been unusually thirsty? Urinating a lot?" "Yes, no, I don't know." She managed to open her eyes, asking, "So, what is it? The flu or brain cancer or what?" Sarah sat on the edge of the bed and took the woman's hand. Oh God, is it that bad? Before Sarah could answer, she said, Doctors and cops only sit down when it's bad news. Sarah wondered how she had missed this revelation. In all her years with Jeffrey Tolliver, she thought she had figured out every one of his tics. But this one had passed her by. She told Faith, I was married to a cop for 15 years. I never noticed, but you're right. My husband always sat down when there was bad news. I've been a cop for 15 years, Faith responded. Did he cheat on you or turn into an alcoholic? Sarah felt a lump in her throat. He was killed 3.5 years ago. Oh, no, Faith gasped, putting her hand to her chest. I'm so sorry. It's all right, Sarah answered, wondering why she'd even told the woman such a personal detail. Her life over the last few years had been dedicated to not talking about Jeffrey, and here she was sharing him with a stranger. She tried to ease the tension by adding, You're right, he cheated on me too. At least he had the first time Sarah married him. I'm so sorry, Faith repeated. Was he on duty? Sarah didn't want to answer her. She felt nauseated and overwhelmed, probably a lot like Faith had felt before she'd passed out in the parking lot. Faith picked up on this. You don't have to. Thanks. I hope they got the bastard. Sarah put her hand into her pocket, her fingers wrapping around the edge of the letter. That was the question everyone wanted answered. Did they get him? Did they catch the bastard who killed your husband? As if it mattered. As if the disposition of Jeffrey's killer would somehow alleviate the pain of his death. Mercifully, Mary came into the room. Sorry, the nurse apologized. The old lady's kids just dropped her here. I had to call social services. She handed Sarah a piece of paper. CMP's back. Sarah frowned as she read the numbers on the metabolic profile. Do you have your monitor? Mary reached into her pocket and handed over her blood glucose monitor. Sarah swabbed some alcohol on the tip of Faith's finger. The CMP was incredibly accurate, but Grady was a large hospital, and it wasn't unheard of for the lab to get samples mixed up. When was the last time you had a meal? She asked Faith. We were in court all day. Faith hissed. Shit, as the lancet pierced her finger, then continued. Around noon, I ate part of a sticky bun Will got out of the vending machine. Sarah tried again. The last real meal. Around 8 o'clock last night. Sarah guessed from the guilty look on Faith's face that it had probably come out of a takeout bag. Did you have coffee this morning? Maybe half a cup? The smell was a bit too much. Cream and sugar? Black. I usually eat a good breakfast, yogurt, fruit, right after my run, Faith asked. Is something wrong with my blood sugar? We'll see, Sarah told her, squeezing some blood onto the test strip. Mary raised an eyebrow, as if to ask if Sarah wanted to place a wager on the number. Sarah shook her head. No bet. Mary persisted, using her fingers to indicate 150. I thought the test came later, Faith said, sounding unsure of herself. When they make you drink the sugary stuff? Have you ever had any problems with your blood sugar? Is there a history in your family? No, none. The monitor beeped and the number 152 flashed on the screen. Mary gave a low whistle, impressed by her own guess. Sarah had once asked the woman why she didn't go to medical school, only to be told that nurses were the ones who practiced the real medicine. Sarah told Faith, You have diabetes. Faith's mouth worked before she managed to faint. What? My guess is that you've been pre-diabetic for a while. Your cholesterol and triglycerides are extremely elevated. Your blood pressure is a little high. The pregnancy and the rapid weight gain, 10 pounds is a lot for 9 weeks. Plus your bad eating habits pushed you over the edge. My first pregnancy was fine. You're older now. Sarah gave her some tissue to press against her finger so the bleeding would stop. I want you to follow up with your regular doctor first thing in the morning. We need to make sure there's not something else going on here. Meanwhile, you have to keep your blood sugar under control. If you don't, passing out in the parking lot will be the least of your worries. Maybe it's just, I haven't been eating right, and Sarah cut her off mid-denial. Anything over 140 is a positive diagnosis for diabetes. Your number has actually inched up since the first blood test was taken. Faith took her time absorbing this. Will it last? The question was one for an endocrinologist to answer. You'll need to talk to your doctor and have him run some more tests. Sarah advised, though if she had to make an educated guess, she would say that Faith was in a precarious situation. Except for the pregnancy, she would be presenting as a full-blown diabetic. Sarah glanced at her watch. I would admit you tonight for observation, but by the time we processed you and found you a room, your doctor's office would be open, and something tells me you wouldn't stay here anyway. She had spent enough time around police officers to know that Faith would bolt the minute she got the chance. She continued, You have to promise me that you'll call your doctor first thing, and I mean that, first thing. We'll get a nurse educator in here to teach you how to test your blood and how and when to inject yourself. But you've got to follow up with him immediately. I have to give myself shots. Faith's voice went up in alarm. Oral meds aren't approved for use in pregnant women. This is why you need to talk to your doctor. There's a lot of trial and error here. Your weight and hormone levels will change as the pregnancy progresses. Your doctor's going to be your best friend for the next 8 months at least. Faith seemed embarrassed. I don't have a regular doctor. Sarah took out her prescription pad and wrote down the name of a woman she'd interned with years ago. Delia Wallace works out of Emory. She has a dual specialty in gynecology and endocrinology. I'll call her tonight so her office knows to work you in. Faith still seemed unconvinced. How can I suddenly have this? I know I've put on weight, but I'm not fat. You don't have to be fat, Sarah told her. You're older now. The baby affects your hormones, your ability to produce insulin. You haven't been eating well. The stars lined up and it triggered you. It's Will's fault, Faith mumbled. He eats like a 12-year-old. Donuts, pizza, hamburgers. He can't go into a gas station without buying nachos and a hot dog. Sarah sat down on the edge of the bed again. Faith, this isn't the end of the world. You're in good shape. You've got great insurance. You can manage this. What if I... She blanched, breaking eye contact with Sarah. What if I wasn't pregnant? We're not talking about gestational diabetes here. This is full-blown type 2. A termination won't suddenly make the problem go away, Sarah answered. Look, this is probably something you've been building up to for a while. Being pregnant brought it on faster. It will make things more complicated in the beginning, but not impossible. She didn't seem capable of finishing a sentence. Sarah patted her hand, standing. Dr. Wallace is an excellent diagnostician. I know for a fact that she takes the city insurance plan. State, Faith corrected. I'm with the GBI. Sarah assumed the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's plan was similar, but she didn't quibble. Faith was obviously having difficulty absorbing the news, and Sarah had not exactly eased her into it. You couldn't unring a bell, though. Sarah patted her arm. Mary will give you an injection. You'll be feeling better in no time. She started to leave. I mean it about calling Dr. Wallace, she added firmly. I want you on the phone with her office first thing in the morning, and you need to be eating more than sticky buns. Low-carb, low-fat, regular, healthy meals and snacks, okay? Faith nodded, still dumbstruck, and Sarah left the room feeling like an absolute heel. Her bedside manner had certainly deteriorated over the years, but this represented a new low. Wasn't that anonymity why she had come to Grady in the first place? But for a handful of homeless men and some prostitutes, she seldom saw a patient more than once. That had been the real pull for Sarah, the absolute detachment. She wasn't at a stage in her life where she wanted to make connections with people. Every new chart was an opportunity to start all over. If Sarah was lucky, and if Faith Mitchell was careful, they would probably never see each other again. Instead of going back into the doctor's lounge to finish her charts, Sarah walked past the nurse's station, through the double doors, into the overfilled waiting room, and finally found herself outside. There were a couple of respiratory therapists by the exit, smoking cigarettes, so Sarah kept walking toward the back of the building. Guilt about Faith Mitchell still hung heavy on her shoulders, and she looked up Delia Wallace's number in her cell phone before she forgot to follow up. The service took her message about Faith, and Sarah felt slightly better as she ended the call. She had run into Delia Wallace a couple of months ago when the woman had come in to see one of her wealthy patients who had been airlifted to Grady after a bad car accident. Delia and Sarah had been the only women in the top 5% of their graduating class at Emory University Medical School. At the time, it was an unwritten rule that there were two options for female doctors, gynecology or pediatrics. Delia had chosen the first, Sarah the latter. They would both turn 40 next year. Delia seemed to have everything. Sarah felt like she had nothing. Most doctors, Sarah included, were arrogant to one degree or another, but Delia had always been an avid self-promoter. While they drank their coffees in the doctor's lounge, Delia quickly offered the highlights of her life. A thriving practice with 2 offices, a stockbroker husband, and 3 overachieving kids. She'd shown Sarah pictures of them all, this perfect family of hers, who looked as if they had walked out of a Ralph Lauren advertisement. She hadn't told Delia about her own life after medical school, that she had gone back to Grant County, her home, to tend to children in rural areas. She didn't tell Delia about Jeffrey, or why she moved back to Atlanta, or why she was working at Grady when she could open her own practice and have some semblance of a normal life. Sarah had just shrugged, saying, "I ended up back here." And Delia had looked at her with both disappointment and vindication, both emotions conjured by the fact that Sarah had been ahead of Delia their entire time at Emory. Sarah tucked her hands into her pockets, pulling her thin coat closed to fight the chill. She felt the letter against the back of her hand as she walked past the loading dock. She had volunteered to cover an extra shift that morning, working straight through for nearly 16 hours so that she could have all of tomorrow off. Exhaustion hit her just as the night air did, and she stood with her hands fisted in her pockets, relishing the relatively clean air in her lungs. She caught the scent of rain under the smell of car exhaust and whatever was coming off the dumpster. Maybe she would sleep tonight. She always slept better when it rained. She looked down at the cars on the interstate. Rush hour was at its tail end, men and women going home to their families, their lives. Sarah was standing at what was called the Grady Curve, an arc in the highway that traffic reporters used as a landmark when reporting trouble on the downtown connector. All the taillights were bright red tonight as a tow truck pulled a stalled SUV from the left-hand shoulder. Police cruisers blocked the scene, blue lights spinning, casting their eerie light into the darkness. They reminded her of the night Jeffrey had died. The police swarming, the state taking over, the scene combed through by dozens of men in their white suits and booties. "Sarah!" She turned around. Mary stood with the door open, waving her back into the building. "Hurry!" Sarah jogged toward the door, Mary calling out stats as she got closer. Single car MVA with pedestrian on foot. Krakauer took the driver and passenger. Possible MI on the driver. You've got the woman who was hit by the car. Open frack on right arm and leg. LOC at the scene. Possible sexual assault and torture. Bystander happened to be an EMT. He did what he could, but it's bad. Sarah was sure she'd misunderstood. She was raped and hit by a car? Mary didn't explain. Her hand was like a vice on Sarah's arm as they jogged down the hallway. The door was open to the emergency triage room. Sarah saw the gurney, 3 medics surrounding the patient. Everyone in the room was a man, including Will Trent, who was leaning over the woman, trying to question her. "Can you tell me your name?" he asked. Sarah stopped short at the foot of the bed, Mary's hand still on her arm. The patient was lying curled on her side in a fetal position. Surgical tape held her tightly to the frame of the stretcher, pneumatic splints binding her right arm and leg. She was awake, her teeth chattering, murmuring unintelligibly. A folded jacket was under her head, a cervical collar keeping her neck in line. The side of her face was caked in dirt and blood. Electrical tape hung from her cheek, sticking to her dark hair. Her mouth was open, lips cut and bleeding. The sheet they had covered her with was pulled down, and the side of her breast gaped open in a wound so deep that bright yellow fat was showing. "Ma'am," Will asked, "are you aware of your condition?" "Move away," Sarah ordered, pushing him back harder than she intended. He flailed, momentarily losing his balance. Sarah did not care. She had seen the small digital recorder he had in his hand and did not like what he was doing. Sarah put on a pair of gloves as she knelt down, telling the woman, "I'm Dr. Linton. You're at Grady Hospital. We're going to take care of you." "Help! Help! Help!" the woman chanted, her body shivering so hard the metal gurney rattled. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, unfocused. She was painfully thin, her skin flaky and dry. "Help." Sarah stroked back her hair as gently as she could. "We've got a lot of people here and we're all going to help you. You just hang on for me, okay? You're safe now." Sarah stood, lightly resting her hand on the woman's shoulder to let her know she was not alone. 2 more nurses were in the room, awaiting orders. "Somebody give me the rundown." She had directed her request toward the uniformed emergency medical techs, but the man across from her started talking, delivering in rapid staccato the woman's vitals and the triage performed en route. He was dressed in street clothes that were covered in blood, probably the bystander who had given aid at the scene. "Penetrating wound between 11th and 12th ribs, open fractures, right arm and leg, blunt force trauma to the head. She was unconscious when we arrived, but she gained consciousness when I started working on her. We couldn't get her flat on her back," he explained, his voice filling with panic. "She kept screaming. We had to get her in the bus, so we just strapped her down. I don't know what. He gulped back a sob. His anguish was contagious. The air felt charged with adrenaline, understandably so considering the state of the victim. Sarah felt a moment of panic herself, unable to take in the damage inflicted on the body, the multiple wounds, the obvious signs of torture. More than one person in the room had tears in their eyes. Sarah made her voice as calm as possible, trying to bring the hysteria down to a manageable level. She dismissed the EMTs and the bystander by saying, "Thank you, gentlemen. You did everything you could just to get her here. Let's clear the room now so that we have space to keep helping her." She told Mary, "Start an IV and prep a central line just in case." She told another nurse, "Get portable X-ray in here, call CT and get the surgical on call," and said to another, "Blood gas, tox screen, CMP, CBC, and a coag panel." Carefully, Sarah pressed the stethoscope to the woman's back, trying not to concentrate on the burn marks and crisscrossed slices in the flesh. She listened to the woman's lungs, feeling the sharp outline of ribs against her fingers. Breath sounds were equal, but not as strong as Sarah would have liked, probably because of the massive amount of morphine they had given her in the ambulance. Panic often blurred the line between helping and hindering. Sarah knelt down again. The woman's eyes were still open, her teeth still chattering. Sarah told her, "If you have any trouble breathing, let me know and I'll help you immediately, all right? Can you do that?" There was no response, but Sarah kept talking to her anyway, announcing every step of the way what she was doing and why. "I'm checking your airway to make sure you can keep breathing," she said, gently pressing into the jaw. The woman's teeth were reddish pink, indicating blood in her mouth, but Sarah guessed that was from biting her tongue. Deep scratches marked her face, as if someone had clawed her. Sarah thought she might have to intubate her, paralyze her, but this might be the last opportunity the woman had to speak. That was why Will Trent would not leave. He had been asking the victim about her condition in order to set up the framework for a dying declaration. The victim would have to know she was dying before her last words could be admitted in court as anything other than hearsay. Even now, Trent kept his back to the wall, listening to every word being spoken in the room, bearing witness in case he was needed to testify. Sarah asked, "Ma'am, can you tell me your name?" Sarah paused as the woman's mouth moved, but no words came out. "Just a first name, all right? Let's start with something easy." Ann? Anna? The woman closed her eyes, gave a slight nod. Her breath had turned more shallow from the effort. Sarah tried, "How about a last name?" The woman did not respond. "All right, Anna, that's fine. Just stay with me." Sarah glanced at Will Trent. He nodded his thanks. She returned to the patient, checking her pupils, pressing her fingers into the skull to check for fractures. "You've got some blood in your ears, Anna. You took a hard knock to your head." Sarah took a wet swab and brushed it across the woman's face to remove some of the dried blood. "I know you're still in there, Anna. Just hang on for me." With care, Sarah traced her fingers down the neck and shoulder, feeling the clavicle move. She continued down gently, checking the shoulders front and back, then the vertebrae. The woman was painfully undernourished, the bones starkly outlined, her skeleton on display. There were tears in the skin as if barbs or hooks had been embedded under the flesh, then ripped out. Superficial cuts sliced their way up and down the body, and the long incision on the breast already smelled septic. She had been like this for days. Mary said, "IV's in, saline wide open." Sarah asked Will Trent, "See the doctor's directory by the phone?" He nodded. "Page Phil Sanderson. Tell him we need him down here immediately." He hesitated. "I'll go find him." Mary supplied, "It's faster to page him, extension 392. She taped a loop from the IV to the back of the woman's hand, asking Sarah, "You want more morphine on board?" "Let's figure out what's going on with her first." Sarah tried to examine the woman's torso, not wanting to move the body until she knew exactly what she was dealing with. There was a gaping hole in her left side, between the 11th and 12th ribs, which would explain why the woman had screamed when they tried to straighten her out. The stretching and grinding of torn muscle and cartilage would have been excruciating. The EMT had put a compression pack on her right leg and arm, along with 2 pneumatic splints, to keep the limbs stabilized. Sarah lifted the sterile dressing on the leg, seeing bright bone. The pelvis felt unstable beneath her hands. These were recent wounds. The car must have hit Anna from the right side, folding her in 2. Sarah took a pair of scissors out of her pocket and cut through the tape that kept the woman immobile on the gurney, explaining, "Anna, I'm going to roll you onto your back." She braced the woman's neck and shoulders while Mary took care of the pelvis and legs. "We'll keep your legs bent, but we need to—" "No, no, no," the woman pleaded. Please don't." They kept moving, and her mouth opened wide, her screams sending a chill up Sarah's spine. She had never heard anything more horrific in her life. "No!" the woman yelled, her voice catching. "No, please, no!" She started to violently convulse. Instantly, Sarah leaned over the stretcher, pinning Anna's body to the table so she wouldn't fall onto the floor. She could hear the woman grunt with each convulsion as every movement brought a knife of pain to her side. 5 milligrams of AnAn, she ordered, hoping to control the seizures. "Stay with me, Anna," she urged the woman. "Just stay with me." Sarah's words did not matter. The woman had lost consciousness, either from the seizure or the pain. Long after the drug should have taken effect, the muscles still spasmed through the body, legs jerking, head shaking. "Portable's here," Mary announced, motioning the X-ray technician into the room. She told Sarah, "I'll check on Sanderson and the OR." The X-ray technician put his hand to his chest. "Macon." "Sarah," she returned, "I'll help." He handed her the extra lead apron, then went about preparing the machine. Sarah kept her hand on Anna's forehead, stroking back her dark hair. The woman's muscles were still twitching when Sarah and Macon managed to roll her onto her back, legs bent to help control the pain. Sarah noticed that Will Trent was still in the room and told him, "You need to clear out while we do this." Sarah helped Macon take the X-rays, both of them moving as fast as they could. She prayed that the patient would not wake up and start screaming again. She could still hear the sound of Anna's screams, almost like an animal caught in a trap. The noise alone would set up the belief that the woman knew she was going to die. You did not scream like that unless you had given up all hope on life. Macon helped Sarah turn the woman back on her side, then went off to develop the films. Sarah took off her gloves and knelt beside the gurney again. She touched her hand to Anna's face, stroking her cheek. "I'm sorry I pushed you," she said, not to Anna but to Will Trent. She turned to find him standing at the foot of the bed, staring down at the woman's legs, the soles of her feet. His jaw was clenched, but she didn't know if that was from anger or horror or both. He said, "We've both got jobs to do." Still. Gently he reached down and stroked the sole of Anna's right foot, probably thinking there was nowhere else to touch her that wouldn't cause pain. Sarah was surprised by the gesture. It seemed almost tender. "Sarah," Phil Sanderson was in the doorway, his surgical scrubs neatly clean and pressed. She stood up, lightly resting her fingertips on Anna's shoulder as she told Phil, "We've got 2 open fractures and a crushed pelvis. There's a deep incision on the right breast and a penetrating wound on the left side. I'm not sure about the neurologic. Her pupils are non-responsive, but she was talking, making sense." Phil walked over to the body and started his examination. He didn't comment on the state of the victim, the obvious abuse. His focus was on the things he could fix, the open fractures, the shattered pelvis. "You didn't intubate her?" "Airways are clear." Phil obviously disagreed with her decision, but then orthopedic surgeons didn't generally care whether or not their patients could speak. "How's the heart?" "Strong, BP is good, she's stable." Phil's surgical team came in to prep the body for transfer. Mary returned with the x-rays and handed them to Sarah. Phil pointed out, "Just putting her under could kill her." Sarah snapped the films into the light box. "I don't think she'd be here if she wasn't a fighter." "The breast is septic. It looks like—" "I know," Sarah interrupted, putting on her glasses so she could read the x-rays. "This wound in her side is pretty clean." He stopped his team for a moment and leaned down, checking the long tear in her skin. "Was she dragged by the car? Did something metal slice her open?" Will Trent answered, "As far as I know, she was hit straight on. She was standing in the roadway." Phil asked, "Was there anything around that might have made this wound? It's pretty clean." Will hesitated, probably wondering if the man realized what the woman had been through before the car struck her. "The area was pretty wooded, mostly rural. I haven't talked to the witnesses yet. The driver had some chest complaints at the scene." Sarah turned her attention to the x-ray of the torso. Either something was wrong, or she was more exhausted than she'd realized. She counted the ribs, not quite trusting what she was seeing. Will seemed to sense her confusion. "What is it?" "Her 11th rib," Sarah told him. "It's been removed." Will asked, "Removed how?" "Not surgically." Phil barked, "Don't be ridiculous." He strode over, leaning close to the film. "It's probably—" He put up the second film of the chest, the anterior posterior, then the lateral. He leaned closer, narrowing his eyes as if that would help. "The damn thing can't just drop out of the body. Where is it?" "Look." Sarah traced her finger along the jagged shadow where cartilage had once held bone. "It's not missing," she said. "It was taken." Chapter 2. Will drove to the scene of the car accident in Faith Mitchell's Mini. His shoulders slumped, the top of his head pressed tightly against the roof of the car. He hadn't wanted to waste any time trying to get the seat adjusted, not when he had taken Faith to the hospital, and especially not now that he was driving to the scene of one of the most horrific crimes he'd ever seen. The car was holding its own on the back roads as he traveled down Route 316 at well over the posted speed limit. The Mini's wide wheelbase hugged every curve, but Will backed off the gas as he got farther away from the city. The trees thickened, the road narrowed, and he was suddenly in an area where it was not uncommon for a deer or possum to wander onto the road. He was thinking about the woman, the torn skin, the blood, the wounds on her body. From the moment he'd seen the medics wheeling her down the hospital corridor, Will had known that the injuries had been wrought by someone with a very sick mind. The woman had been tortured. Someone had spent time with her. Someone well practiced in the art of pain. The woman hadn't just appeared on the road out of thin air. The bottoms of her feet were freshly cut, still bleeding from a walk through the woods. A pine needle was embedded in the meaty flesh of her arch, dirt darkening her soles. She had been kept somewhere, then somehow managed to walk to her escape. She must have been held in a location close to the road, and Will was going to find the location if it took him the rest of his life. Will realized that he had been using she when the victim had a name, Anna, close to Angie, the name of Will's wife. Like Angie, the woman had dark hair, dark eyes. Her skin tone was olive, and she had a mole on the back of her calf just down from her knee, the same as Angie. Will wondered if this was something olive-skinned women tended to have, a mole on the back of their leg. Maybe this was some kind of marker that came in the genetic kit along with dark hair and eyes. He bet that doctor would know. He remembered Sarah Linton's words as she examined the torn skin, the fingernail scratches around the gaping hole in the victim's side. She must have been awake when the rib was removed. Will shuddered at the thought. He had seen the work of many sadists over his law enforcement career, but nothing as sick as this. His cell phone rang, and Will struggled to get his hand into his pocket without knocking the steering wheel and sending the Mini into the ditch by the road. Carefully, he opened the phone. The plastic clamshell had been cracked apart months ago, but he'd managed to put the pieces back together with superglue, duct tape, and 5 strips of twine that acted as a hinge. Still, he had to be careful, or the whole thing would fall apart in his hand. "Will Trent?" "It's Lola, baby." He felt his brow furrow. Her voice had the phlegmy rasp of a 2-pack-a-day smoker. "Who?" "You're Angie's brother, right?" "Husband," he corrected. "Who is this?" "This is Lola. I'm one of her girls." Angie was freelancing for several private detective firms now, but she had been a vice cop for over a decade. Will occasionally got calls from some of the women she had walked the streets with. They all wanted help, and they all ended up right back in jail, where they used the payphone to call him. "What do you want?" "You don't gotta be all abrupt on me, baby." "Listen, I haven't talked to Angie in 8 months. Coincidentally, their relationship had become unhinged around the same time as the phone. "I can't help you." "I'm innocent." Lola laughed at the joke, then coughed some more. "I got picked up with an unknown white substance I was just holding for a friend." These girls knew the law better than most cops, and they were especially careful on the payphone in the jail. "Get a lawyer," Will advised, speeding up to pass a car in front of him. Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating the road. "I can't help you." "I got information to exchange." "Then tell that to your lawyer." His phone beeped, and he recognized his boss's number. "I have to go." He clicked over before the woman could say anything else. "Will Trent." Amanda Wagner inhaled, and Will braced himself for a barrage of words. "What the hell are you doing leaving your partner at the hospital and going on some fool's errand for a case that we have no jurisdiction over and haven't been invited to attend? In a county, I might add, where we don't exactly have a good relationship." "We'll get asked to help," he assured her. "Your woman's intuition is not impressing me tonight, Will." "The longer we let the locals play this out, the colder the trail is going to get. This isn't our abductor's first time, Amanda. This wasn't an exhibition game." "Rockdale has this covered," she said, referring to the county that had police jurisdiction over the area where the car accident had occurred. "They know what they're doing." "Are they stopping cars and looking for stolen vehicles?" "They're not completely stupid." "Yes, they are," he insisted. "This wasn't a dump job. She was held in the area and she managed to escape." Amanda was silent for a moment, probably clearing the smoke coming out of her ears. Overhead, a flash of lightning slashed the sky, and the ensuing thunder made it hard for Will to hear what Amanda finally said. "What?" he asked. She curtly repeated, "What's the status of the victim?" Will didn't think about Anna. Instead, he recalled the look in Sarah Linton's eyes when they rolled the patient up to surgery. "It doesn't look good for her." Amanda gave another, heavier sigh. "Run it down for me." Will gave her the highlights, the way the woman had looked, the torture. "She must have walked out of the woods. There's got to be a house somewhere, a shack or something. She didn't look like she'd been out in the elements. Somebody kept her for a while, starved her, raped her, abused her." "You think some hillbilly snatched her?" "I think she was kidnapped," he replied. "She had a good haircut, her teeth were bleached white, no track marks, no signs of neglect. There were 2 small plastic surgery scars on her back, probably from lipo." "So, not a homeless woman and not a prostitute." "Her wrists and ankles were bleeding from being bound. Some of the wounds on her body were healing, others were fresh. She was thin, too thin. This took place over more than a few days. Maybe a week, 2 weeks tops." Amanda cursed under her breath. The red tape was getting pretty thick. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation was to the state, what the Federal Bureau of Investigation was to the country. The GBI coordinated with local law enforcement when crimes crossed over county lines, keeping the focus on the case rather than territorial disputes. The state had 8 crime labs as well as hundreds of crime scene techs and special agents on duty, all ready to serve whoever asked for help. The catch was that the request for help had to be formally made. There were ways to make sure it came, but favors had to be played, and for reasons not discussed in polite company, Amanda had lost her heat in Rockdale County a few months ago during a case involving an unstable father who had abducted and murdered his own children. Will tried again. "Amanda, let me make some calls." "Can the first one be to Barry Fielding?" he asked, referring to the canine expert for the GBI. I'm not even sure the locals know what they're dealing with. They haven't seen the victim or talked to the witnesses. Their detective wasn't even at the hospital when I left. She didn't respond, so he prodded some more. Barry lives in Rockdale County. A heavier sigh than the first two came down the line. Finally, she said, "All right. Just try not to piss off anyone more than usual. Report back to me when you've got something to move on." Amanda ended the call. Will closed the cell phone and tucked it into his jacket pocket just as the rumble of thunder filled the air. Lightning lit up the sky again, and he slowed the Mini, his knees pressing into the plastic dashboard. His plan had been to drive straight up Route 316 until he found the accident site, then beg his way onto the scene. Stupidly, he had not anticipated a roadblock. 2 Rockdale County police cruisers were parked nose to nose, closing both lanes, and 2 beefy uniformed officers stood in front of each. About 50 feet ahead, giant xenon work lights illuminated a Buick with a crumpled front end. Crime scene techs were all over, doing the painstaking work of collecting every piece of dirt, rock, and glass so they could take it back to the lab for analysis. One of the cops came up to the Mini. Will looked around for the button to roll down the window, forgetting that it was on the center console. By the time he got the window down, the other cop had joined his partner. Both of them were smiling. Will realized he must look comical in the tiny car, but there was nothing to be done about it now. When Faith had passed out in the parking lot of the courthouse, Will's only thought was that her car was closer than his, and it would be faster using the Mini to take her to the hospital. The second cop said, "Circus is that-a-way." He pointed his thumb back toward Atlanta. Will knew better than to attempt to pull out his wallet from his back pocket while he was still in the car. He pushed open the door and clumsily exited the vehicle. They all looked heavenward as a clap of thunder shook the air. "Special Agent Will Trent," he told the cops, showing them his identification. Both men looked wary. One of them walked away, talking into the radio mic on his shoulder, probably checking with his boss. Sometimes local cops were glad to see the GBI on their turf. Sometimes they wanted to shoot them. The man in front of him asked, "What's with the monkey suit, city boy? You just come from a funeral?" Will ignored the jab. "I was at the hospital when the victim was brought in." "We've got several victims," he answered, obviously determined to make this hard. "The woman," he clarified. "The one who was walking on the road and was hit by the Buick that was being driven by an elderly couple. We think her name is Anna." The second cop was back. "I'm going to have to ask you to get back in your car, sir. According to my boss, you don't have jurisdiction here." "Can I talk to your boss?" "He figured you'd say that." The man had a nasty smile on his face. "Said to give him a call in the morning, say around 10:30. Will looked past their cruisers to the crime scene. "Can I get his name?" The cop took his time, making a show of taking out his pad, finding his pen, putting pen to paper, printing the letters. With extreme care, he tore off the page and handed it to Will. Will stared at the scrawl over the numbers. "Is this English?" "Fiero, numbnuts, it's Italian." The man glanced at the paper, offering a defensive, "I wrote it clear." Will folded the note and put it in his vest pocket. "Thank you." He wasn't stupid enough to think the cops would politely return to their posts while he got back into the Mini. Will was in no hurry now. He leaned down and found the pump handle to lower the driver's seat, then pushed it back as far as it would go. He angled himself into the car and gave the cops a salute as he did a 3-point turn and drove away. Route 316 hadn't always been a back road. Before I-20 came along, 316 had been a main artery connecting Rockdale County and Atlanta. Today, most travelers preferred the interstate, but there were still people who used it for shortcuts and other nefarious pursuits. Back in the late 90s, Will had been involved in a sting operation to stop prostitutes from bringing Johns out here. Even then, the road was not well traveled. That 2 cars managed to be here tonight, at the same time as the woman, was wildly coincidental. That she had, at that point, managed to walk onto the road into the path of one of them was even more fantastical. Unless Anna had been waiting for them. Maybe she had stepped out in front of the Buick on purpose. Will had learned a long time ago that escape was sometimes easier than survival. He kept the Mini at a slow crawl as he looked for a side road to turn down. He had gone about a quarter of a mile before he found it. The pavement was choppy, the low-riding car feeling each and every bump. An occasional streak of lightning lit the woods for him. There were no houses that Will could see from the road, no run-down shacks or old barns, no lean-tos sheltering old stills. He kept going, using the bright lights at the crime scene as his guide so that when he stopped, he found himself parallel to the action. Will pulled up the emergency brake and allowed himself a smile. The accident site was about 200 yards away, the lights and activity making it look like a football field in the middle of the forest. Will took the small emergency flashlight out of the glove box and got out of the car. The air was changing fast, the temperature dropping. On the news this morning, the weatherman had predicted partly cloudy, but Will was thinking they were in for a deluge. He made his way on foot through the thick forest, carefully scanning the ground as he walked, searching for anything that was out of place. Anna could have come through here, or she could have been on the other side of the road. The point was that the crime scene should not just be confined to the street. They should be out in the forest, searching within at least a mile radius. The job would not be easy. The forest was dense, low-lying limbs and bushes blocking forward progress, fallen trees and sinkholes making the nighttime terrain even more dangerous. Will tried to get his bearings, wondering which direction would lead him to I-20, where the more residential areas were, but gave up after the compass in his head started spinning toward nowhere. The grade shifted, sloping downward, and though it was still far away, Will could hear the usual sounds of a crime scene, the electric hum of the generator, the buzz from the stadium lights, the pop of camera flashes, the grumblings of cops and crime scene techs, occasionally punctuated by surprised laughter. Overhead the clouds parted, sending down a sliver of moonlight that cast the ground in shadow. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a patch of leaves that looked disturbed. He crouched down, the weak beam of the light not helping him much. The leaves were darker here, but he couldn't tell if that was from blood or precipitation. Will could definitely tell that something had lain in the spot. The question was, had that something been an animal, or had it been a woman? He tried to get his bearings again. He was about halfway between Faith's car and the crumpled Buick on the road. The clouds moved again, and he was back in darkness. The flashlight in his hand chose this moment to give up the ghost, the bulb going yellowish-brown, then black. Will slapped the plastic case against his palm, trying to get some more juice out of the batteries. Suddenly, the bright beam of a mag light illuminated everything within a 5-foot radius. "You must be Agent Trent," a man said. Will put up his hand to keep his retinas from burning. The man took his time lowering the flashlight to Will's chest. In the distant glow of the crime scene lights, he appeared to be the living embodiment of a Macy's Day Parade balloon, bulbous at the top, tapering to almost a point at the bottom. The man's tiny little pinhead floated above his shoulders, the flesh of his thick neck spilling up over his shirt collar. Considering his girth, the man was light on his feet. Will hadn't heard him making his way through the forest. Detective Fierro, Will guessed. He flashed the light into his own face so Will could see him. "Call me asshole, because that's what you're going to be thinking about me the whole lonely way back to Atlanta." Will was still crouched down. He glanced toward the crime scene. "Why not let me have a peek first?" The light was back in Will's eyes. Fierro said, "Persistent little fucker, aren't you? You think she was dropped here, but she wasn't. You're a mind reader. You've got an APB for all suspicious cars in the area, and you've got your crime scene guys going over that Buick with a sieve. The APB is a code 1038, which you'd know if you were a real cop, and the closest house to here is an old geezer in a wheelchair about 2 miles up." Fierro said this with a disdain that was more than familiar to Will. "I'm not gonna have this conversation with you, pal. Leave my scene." "I saw what was done to her," Will pressed. "She wasn't put in a car and dropped. She was bleeding from everywhere. Whoever did this is smart. He wouldn't put her in a car. He wouldn't risk the trace evidence. He sure as hell wouldn't leave her alive." 2 options. Fiyero held up his pudgy fingers and counted them off for Will. Leave on your own 2 feet, or leave on your back. Will stood up, straightening his shoulders so that he was standing at his full 6'3". Pointedly, he looked down at Fiyero. Let's try to work this out. I'm here to help. I don't need your help, Gomez. Now I suggest you turn around, get back in your little girl car, and go gentle into that good night. You want to know what happens here? Read a newspaper. I think you mean Lurch, Will corrected. Gomez was the father. Fiero's brow wrinkled. Look, the victim, Anna, probably lay down here. Will pointed to the depression in the leaves. She heard the cars coming and she walked onto the road to get help. Fiyero didn't stop him, so he continued. I've got a canine unit on the way. The trail is still fresh now, but it'll be gone with the rain. As if on cue, lightning flashed, followed closely by a clap of thunder. Fiyero stepped closer. You're not hearing me, Gomez. He thrust the butt of his flashlight into Will's chest, physically pushing him away from the crime scene. He kept doing this as he spoke, punctuating each word with a sharp jab. Get your fucking GBI, 3-piece fucking Undertaker ass back into your little red toy car and get the fuck off my... Will's heel struck something solid. Both men heard it, and both men stopped. Fiyero opened his mouth, but Will indicated he should keep quiet, slowly kneeling down to the ground. Will used his hands to brush away some leaves and found the outline of a large square of plywood. 2 big rocks framed the corner, marking the spot. There was a faint sound in the air, almost a crackling. Will knelt down farther, and the noise turned into a few muffled words. Fiyero heard it too. He drew his gun, keeping the flashlight alongside the muzzle so he could see what he was going to shoot. Suddenly the detective no longer appeared to mind Will's presence. Instead, he seemed to be encouraging Will to be the one pulling back the sheet of plywood and putting his face in the line of fire. When Will looked up at him, Fiyero shrugged, as if to say, You won it on the case. Will had been in court all day. His gun was at home in the drawer by his bed. Fiyero either had a large goiter on his ankle, or he was carrying a backup piece. The man didn't offer the gun, and Will didn't ask for it. He would need both hands if he was going to pull back the plywood and get out of the way in a timely manner. Will sucked in his breath as he moved the rocks, then dug his fingers carefully into the soft ground, getting a good grip on the edge of the board. It was standard size, roughly 4 by 8 and half an inch thick. The wood felt wet under his fingers, which meant that it would be even heavier. Will glanced back at Fiyero to make sure he was ready, then, in one swift motion, pried back the sheet of plywood. Dirt and debris scattered as Will quickly backed away. "What is it?" Fiyero's voice was a hoarse whisper. "Do you see anything?" Will craned his neck to see what he had uncovered. The hole was deep and crudely dug, a 30 by 30-inch square opening going straight down into the earth. Will kept at a low crouch as he made his way toward the hole. Aware that he was again offering his head as a target, he quickly glanced inside, trying to see what they were dealing with. He couldn't see to the bottom. What he did discover was a ladder resting a few feet down from the top. A homemade deal with the rungs nailed crookedly to a pair of rotting 2x4s. Lightning cracked in the sky, showing the tableau in full glory. It was like a cartoon. The ladder to hell. "Give me the light," he whispered to Fiyero. The detective was more than accommodating now, slapping the maglite into Will's reaching hand. Will looked back at the man. Fiyero had taken a wide stance, his gun still pointed at the opening in the ground, fear widening his eyes. Will shone down the light. The cavern seemed to be L-shaped, going straight about 5 feet, then turning into what seemed to be the main area of the cave. Pieces of wood jutted out where the roof was shored up. There were supplies at the base of the ladder, cans of food, rope, chains, hooks. Will's heart jumped as he heard movement down there, rustling, and he had to force himself not to jerk back. Fiyero asked, "Is it?" Will put his finger to his lips, though he was pretty sure that the element of surprise was not on their side. Whoever was down there had seen the beam of the flashlight moving around. As if to reinforce this, Will heard a guttural sound from below, almost a moan. Was there another victim down there? He thought of the woman in the hospital, Anna. Will knew what electrical burns looked like. They stained the skin in a dark powder that never washed away. They stayed with you for a lifetime. That is, if you had a lifetime left in you. Will took off his suit jacket and tossed it behind him. He reached toward Fiyero's ankle and grabbed the revolver out of the holster. Before he could stop himself, Will swung his legs down into the hole. "Jesus Christ!" Fiyero hissed. He looked over his shoulder at the dozens of cops who were 100 feet away, no doubt realizing there was a better way to do this. Will heard the sound from below again, maybe an animal, maybe a human being. He turned off the flashlight and jammed it into the back of his pants. There was something he should have said, like, "Tell my wife I love her," but he didn't want to give Angie the burden or the satisfaction. "Hold on," Fiyero whispered. He wanted to get back up. Will ignored him, shoving the revolver into his front pocket. Carefully, he tested his weight on the wobbly ladder, the heels of his shoes on the rungs so he could face the inside of the cavern as he descended. The space was narrow, his shoulders too broad. He had to keep one arm straight above his head so that he could fit down the hole. Dirt kept falling in clumps around him, and roots scratched his face and neck. The wall of the shaft was just a few inches from his nose, bringing out a claustrophobia Will never knew he had. Every time he inhaled, he tasted mud in the back of his throat. He couldn't look down because there was nothing to see, and he was afraid that if he looked up, he might reverse direction. With each step, the smell got worse. Feces, urine, sweat, fear. Maybe the fear was coming from Will. Anna had escaped from here. Maybe she had wounded her attacker in the process. Maybe the man was down there waiting with a gun, or a razor, or a knife. Will's heart was beating so hard that he could feel it choking his throat. Sweat was pouring off him, and his knees were shaky as he took step after interminable step down. Finally, his foot hit soft earth. He felt around with the toe of his shoe, finding the rope at the base of the ladder. Hearing the chain rattle, he would have to crouch down to get inside, leaving himself completely exposed to whoever was waiting. Will could hear panting, more mumbling. Fiyero's revolver was in his hand. He wasn't sure how it had gotten there. The space was too tight for him to reach the flashlight, and it was falling down the back of his pants anyway. Will tried to make his knees bend, but his body would not comply. The panting was getting louder, and he realized it was coming from his own mouth. He looked up, seeing nothing but darkness. Sweat blurred his eyes. He held his breath, then dropped down in a squat. No gun went off. His throat was not slit. Hooks were not jammed into his eyes. He felt a breeze from the shaft, or was that something in front of his face? Was someone standing in front of him? Had someone just brushed their hand in front of his face? He heard movement again, chattering. "Don't move," Will managed. He held the gun in front of him, sweeping it back and forth like a pendulum in case someone was standing in front of him. With a shaking hand, he reached behind him for the flashlight. The panting was back, an embarrassing noise that echoed in the cave. "Never," a man murmured. Will's hand was slick with sweat, but it held steady to the grooved metal grip of the flashlight. He jammed his thumb into the button, turning on the light. Rats scattered. 3 big, black rats with plump bellies and sharp claws. 2 of them went straight for Will. Instinctively, he backed up, slamming into the ladder, his feet tangling in the rope. He covered his face with his arms and felt sharp claws dig into his skin as the rats bolted up the ladder. Will panicked, realizing he'd dropped the flashlight, and he snatched it up quickly, scanning the cave, looking for other occupants. Empty. Crap. Will exhaled, slumping to the ground. Sweat poured into his eyes. His arms throbbed where the rats had ripped the skin. He had to fight the overwhelming urge to escape up after them. He used the flashlight to take in his surroundings, sending roaches and other insects scrambling. There was no telling where the other rat had gone, and Will wasn't going to go looking for him. The main part of the cavern was sunken about 3 feet down from where Will was sitting. Whoever had designed the structure knew what they were doing. The depressed area would give a home field advantage. Will slowly lowered himself down, keeping the light trained in front of him so there wouldn't be any more surprises. The space was bigger than he had expected. It must have taken weeks to excavate the area, lifting out bucket after bucket of dirt, bringing down pieces of wood to keep the whole thing from caving in. He guessed the main area was at least 10 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The ceiling was about 6 feet overhead, tall enough for him to stand up if he kept stooped over. But he didn't trust his knees to lift him. The flashlight could not illuminate everything at once, so the space felt even more cramped than it was. Add to that the eeriness, the ungodly smells of Georgia clay mixed with blood and excrement, and everything started to feel smaller and darker. Against one wall was a low bed that had been thrown together with what looked like recycled wood. A shelf overhead held supplies, water jugs, soup cans, implements of torture Will had only seen in books. The mattress was thin, blood-stained foam sticking out of the torn black cover. There were chunks of flesh on the surface, some of it already rotting. Maggots swirled like churning waters. Strands of rope were bunched up on the floor by the bed, enough to wrap around someone head to toe, almost like a mummy. Deep scratch marks clawed into the wood on the sides of the bed. There were sewing needles, fishing hooks, matches. Blood pooled onto the dirt floor, running underneath the bed frame like a slow leak in a faucet. "Told," a voice began, only to be drowned by static. There was a small television radio sitting on a white plastic chair at the back of the cavern. Will kept down in a crouch as he moved toward the chair. He looked at the buttons, pressing a few before he managed to turn off the radio, remembering too late that he should have had his gloves on. He followed the cord of the television with his eyes, finding a large marine battery. The plug had been cut off the cord, the bare red and black wires attached to the terminals. There were other wires, their ends stripped down to the copper. They were blackened, and Will caught the familiar scent of an electrical burn. "Hey, Gomez," Fierro called. His voice was all raw nerves. "It's empty," Will told him. Fierro made a hesitating noise. "I'm serious," Will told him. He went back to the opening, craning up to see the man. "It's empty." Christ! Fierro's head disappeared from view, but not before Will saw his hand shoot up in the sign of the cross. Will was ready to do some praying himself if he didn't get out of here. He shone the light on the ladder, seeing where his own shoe prints had smeared into the bloody footprints on the rungs. Will looked down at his scuffed shoes. The dirt floor, finding more bloody footprints that he had smeared. He crammed his shoulders back into the shaft and put his foot on the rung, trying not to mess up anything else. Forensics wasn't going to be happy with him, but there was nothing he could do about it now except apologize. Will froze. Anna's feet had been cut, but the cuts were more like the nasty scrapes you get from stepping on sharp objects. Pine needles, burrs, thorny vines. That was why he had assumed she had walked in the woods. She wasn't bleeding enough to leave bloody footprints that were so pronounced he could see the ridges of the sole in the dirt. Will stood there, with his hand above him, 1 foot on the ladder, debating. He gave a bone-weary sigh, then crouched back down, skipping the light along every corner of the cave. The rope was bothering him. The way it had been wrapped around the bed, his mind flashed on the image of Anna tied down, the rope wrapped in a continuous loop over and under the bed, securing her body to the frame. He pulled one of the links out from under the bed. The end was cut clean through, as were the others. He glanced around. Where was the knife now? Probably with that last stupid rat. Will pulled back the mattress, gagging from the smell, trying not to think about what his bare hands were touching. He kept the back of his wrist pressed under his nose as he pulled away slats of wood that supported the mattress, hoping to God the rat didn't spring up and claw out his eyes. He made as much noise as he could, dropping the slats in a pile on the floor. He heard a squeaking sound behind him and turned to find the rat crouched down in the corner, its beady eyes reflecting the light. Will had a piece of wood in his hand, and he thought about hurling it at the beast, but he was worried his aim wouldn't be good enough in the narrow space. He was also worried it would piss off the rat. He laid the plank onto the pile, keeping a wary eye on the creature. Something else got his attention. There were scratch marks on the bottom of the bed slats. Deep, bloody gouges that didn't look like they were made by an animal. Will shone the light into the opening under the bed. The dirt was excavated about 6 inches below the floor, running the length and width of the bed. Will reached down and picked up a small length of rope. Like the other pieces, this had been cut too. Unlike the other pieces, there was a knot intact. Will pulled back the rest of the slats. There were 4 metal bolts underneath the bed, 1 at each corner. A piece of rope was tied through one bolt. Pink blood stained the cord. He felt the rope with his fingers. It was wet. Something sharp scraped his thumb. Will leaned in closer, straining to see what had scratched him. He picked at the cord with his fingernails, prying out the object so he could examine it more closely in the flashlight beam. Bile hit the back of his throat when he saw what he was holding. "Hey!" Fierro bellowed. "Gomez, you coming up or what?" "Get a search team out here," Will rasped. "What are you talking?" Will looked at the piece of broken tooth in his hand. "There's another victim." Chapter 3. Faith sat in the hospital cafeteria, thinking she felt the same way she'd felt the night of her junior prom, unwanted, fat, and pregnant. She looked at the wiry Rockdale County detective sitting across from her at the table. With his long nose and greasy hair hanging down over his ears, Max Galloway had the surly yet perplexed look of a Weimaraner. What's more, he was a poor sport. Every sentence he uttered to Faith alluded to the GBI taking away his case, beginning with his opening salvo when Faith asked to sit in on the interview with 2 of the witnesses. "I bet that bitch you work for is already primping her hair for the TV cameras." Faith had held her tongue, though she couldn't imagine Amanda Wagner primping anything. Sharpening her claws, maybe, but her hair was a structure that defied primping. "So," Galloway said to the 2 male witnesses, "you guys were just driving around, didn't see nothing, and then there's the Buick and the girl on the road?" Faith struggled not to roll her eyes. She had worked homicide in the Atlanta Police Department for 8 years before she had partnered with Will Trent. She knew what it was like to be the detective on the other side of that table, to have some arrogant jerk from the GBI waltz in and tell you he could run your case better than you could. She understood the anger and the frustration of being treated like an ignorant hick who couldn't detect your way out of a paper bag. But now that Faith herself was GBI, all she could think about was the pleasure she would feel when she snatched this case right out from under this particularly galling, ignorant hick. As for the paper bag, Max Galloway might as well have had one over his head. He had been interviewing Rick Ziegler and Jake Berman, the 2 men who had come upon the car accident on Route 316, for at least half an hour, and still hadn't noticed that both men were gay as handbags. Galloway addressed Rick, the emergency medical technician who had helped the woman on the scene. "You said your wife's a nurse." Rick stared at his hands. He had a rose gold wedding band around his finger, and the most beautiful, delicate hands Faith had ever seen on a man. "She works nights at Crawford Long." Faith wondered how the woman would feel knowing that her husband was out getting his knob polished while she was pulling the late shift. Galloway asked, "What movie did y'all go see?" He'd asked the 2 men this same question at least 3 times, only to be given the same answer. Faith was all for trying to trip up a suspect, but you had to have more intelligence than a russet potato to pull off that kind of thing. Sadly, this was exactly the type of acumen that Max Galloway did not possess. From where Faith was sitting, It seemed like the two witnesses had just had the misfortune of finding themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. The only positive aspect of their involvement was that the medic had been able to take care of the victim until the ambulance arrived. Rick asked Faith, "Do you think she's going to be okay?" Faith assumed the woman was still in surgery. "I don't know," she admitted. "You did everything you could to help her, though. You have to know that." "I've been in a million car accidents." Rick looked back at his hands. "I've never seen anything like that before. It was just awful." In her normal life, Faith wasn't a touchy-feely person, but as a cop, she knew when a softer approach was needed. She felt the urge to lean across the table and put her hands over Rick's, to comfort him and draw him out. But she wasn't sure how Galloway would react, and she didn't want to make herself any more of an enemy than she already was. Galloway said, "Did y'all meet at the theater, or did you take one car?" Jake, the other man, shifted in his chair. He'd been very quiet from the beginning, only speaking when he was asked a direct question. He kept glancing at his watch. "I need to go," he said. "I have to get up for work in less than 5 hours." Faith glanced at the clock on the wall. She hadn't realized it was coming up on 1 in the morning, probably because the insulin shot had given her a strange sort of second wind. Will had left 2 hours ago after giving her a quick rundown of what had happened, dashing off to the crime scene before she could offer to join him. He was persistent, and Faith knew that he would find a way to get this case. She just wished she knew what was taking him so long. Galloway pushed a pad and pen toward the men. "Give me all your phone numbers." The color drained from Rick's face. "Oh, to call my cell, please. Don't call me at work." He glanced nervously at Faith, then back at Galloway. "They don't like me to get personal calls at work. I'm out in the bus all day, all right?" "Sure." Max sat back in the chair, arms crossed over his chest, staring at Faith. "You hear that, Vulture?" Faith gave the man a tight smile. She could take outright hate, but this passive-aggressive crap was getting on her last nerve. She took out 2 business cards and handed one to each man. "Please call me if you think of anything else, even something that doesn't seem important." Rick nodded, tucking the card into his back pocket. Jake held on to his, and she imagined he was going to toss it into the first trash can he came across. Faith's impression was that the men didn't know each other very well. They had been vague about details pertaining to their friendship, but each had presented a movie ticket stub when asked. They had probably met in the theater, then decided to go somewhere more private. A cell phone began to play the battle hymn of the Republic. Faith corrected her initial assumption, thinking it was more than likely the University of Georgia fight song, as Galloway flipped open his phone, saying, "Yeah?" Jake started to stand, and Galloway nodded to him, as if permission to leave had been asked and granted. "Thank you," Faith told the 2 men. "Please call me if you think of anything else." Jake was already halfway to the door, but Rick lingered. "I'm sorry I wasn't much help. There was a lot going on, and—" Tears welled into his eyes. He was obviously still haunted by what had happened. Faith put her hand on his arm, keeping her voice low. "I really don't care about what you guys were doing out there." Rick colored. "It's none of my business. All I care about is finding out who hurt this woman." He looked away. Immediately, Faith knew that she had pushed him in exactly the wrong direction. Rick gave a tight nod, still not meeting her eye. "I'm sorry I can't be more help." Faith watched him leave, wanting to kick herself. Behind her, she heard Galloway mutter several curses. She turned as he pushed back from the table so hard that his chair clattered to the floor. "Your partner is a fucking lunatic, 100%. Faith agreed. Will was never one to do things halfway, but she never badmouthed her partner unless it was to his face. "Is that just an observation, or are you trying to tell me something?" Galloway tore off the page with the phone numbers and slapped it down on the table. "You got your case." What a surprising turn of events. Faith flashed him a smile, handing him a card. "If you could please fax all witness statements and preliminary reports to my office, numbers on the bottom." He snatched the card, bumping into the table as he walked away, grumbling, "Keep smiling, bitch." Faith leaned down and picked up the chair, feeling a bit woozy as she straightened. The nurse educator had been more of the former than the latter, and Faith was still unsure about what to do with all the diabetic instruments and supplies she had been given. She had notes, forms, a journal, and all sorts of test results and papers to give to her doctor tomorrow. None of it made sense. Or maybe she was too shocked to process it all. She had always been very good at math, but the thought of measuring her food and calculating insulin made her brain go all fuzzy. The final blow had been the result of the pregnancy test that had been kindly tagged onto all the other blood work. Faith had been clinging to the possibility that the over-the-counter tests were inaccurate, all three of them. How exact could the technology be for something that you peed on? She had vacillated daily between thinking she was pregnant and thinking that she had a stomach tumor, not exactly sure which news would be more welcome. When the nurse had happily informed her, "You're going to have a baby," Faith had felt like she was going to pass out again. There was nothing she could do about it now. She sat back down at the table, looking at Rick Sigler's and Jake Berman's phone numbers. She would have made a bet that Jake's was false, but Faith wasn't new to this game. Max Galloway had been annoyed when she had asked to see the men's driver's licenses and copied down the information in her notebook. Then again, maybe Galloway wasn't a total idiot. She'd seen him scribbling down his own copy of the phone numbers while he was on his cell. The thought of Galloway having to come ask Faith for Jake Berman's details made her smile. She checked the clock again, wondering what was keeping the Coldfields. Galloway had told Faith the couple had been instructed to come to the cafeteria for their interviews as soon as the ER cleared them, but the couple seemed to be taking their own sweet time. Faith was also curious about what Will had done to make Max Galloway call him a lunatic. She would be the first person to admit that her partner was far from conventional. He certainly had his own way of doing things, but Will Trent was the best cop Faith had ever worked with, even if he had the social skills of an awkward toddler. For instance, Faith would have liked to have found out from her own partner that they were assigned to this case, rather than hear it from an inbred Weimaraner from Rockdale County. Maybe it was for the best that she had some time before she talked to Will. She had no idea how she was going to explain why she had passed out in the parking deck at the courthouse without actually having to tell him the truth. She rifled through the plastic bag filled with diabetic supplies and pulled out the pamphlet the nurse had given her, hoping that this time she would be able to concentrate on it. Faith didn't get much further than, "So, you have diabetes," before she was telling herself once again that there had been some kind of mistake. The insulin shot had made her feel better, but maybe just lying down for a few minutes had done the trick. Did she even have a history of this in her family? She should call her mother. But she hadn't even told Evelyn that she was pregnant. Besides, the woman was on vacation in Mexico, her first holiday in years. Faith wanted to make sure her mother was close to good medical care when she told her the news. The person she should really call was her brother. Captain Zeke Mitchell was an Air Force surgeon stationed in Landstuhl, Germany. As a doctor, he would know everything about her condition, which was probably why she cringed at the thought of reaching out to him. When 14-year-old Faith announced that she was pregnant, Zeke was just hitting his senior year in high school. His mortification and humiliation had lasted 24 hours, 7 days a week. At home, he had to watch his slut of a teenage sister swell up like a blimp, and at school, he had to listen to the crude jokes his friends made about her. It was no wonder he joined the military straight out of high school. Then there was Jeremy. Faith had no idea how she would tell her son that she was pregnant. He was 18, the same age Zeke had been when she'd ruined his life. If boys did not want to know their sisters were having sex, they sure as hell didn't want to hear the news about their mothers. Faith had done most of her growing up with Jeremy, and now that he was in college, their relationship was settling into a comfortable place where they could talk to each other as adults. Sure, she sometimes had flashes of her son as a child, the blanket he used to drag around with him everywhere, the way he constantly used to ask her when he was going to get too heavy for her to carry him. But she'd finally come to terms with the fact that her little boy was now a grown man. How could she pull the rug out from under her son now that he'd finally gotten settled? And it wasn't just that she was pregnant anymore. She had a disease. She had something that could be carried in families. Jeremy could be susceptible. He had a serious girlfriend now. Faith knew that they were having sex. Jeremy's children could become diabetic because of Faith. God, she mumbled. It wasn't the diabetes, but the idea that she could end up being a grandmother before she hit 34. How are you feeling? Faith looked up to find Sarah Linton standing across from her with a tray of food. Old. Just from the pamphlet. Faith had forgotten it was in her hand. She indicated that Sarah should sit. Actually, I was questioning your medical abilities. You wouldn't be the first. She said it ruefully, and not for the first time Faith wondered what Sarah's story was. My bedside manner could have been better with you. Faith did not disagree. Back in the ER, she had wanted to hate Sarah Linton on sight for no other reason than she was the type of woman you'd want to hate on sight. Tall and thin, with great posture. Long auburn hair, and that unusual kind of beauty that made men fall all over themselves when she entered a room. It didn't help matters that the woman was obviously smart and successful, and Faith had felt the same knee-jerk dislike she'd felt in high school when the cheerleaders had bounced by. She'd like to think a new strength of character, a spurt in maturity, had allowed her to overcome the petty response. But the truth was that it was hard for Faith to hate someone who was a widow, especially the widow of a cop. Sarah asked, "Have you had anything to eat since we talked?" Faith shook her head, looking down at the doctor's food selection. A scrawny piece of baked chicken on a leaf of wilted lettuce, and something that may or may not have been a vegetable. Sarah used her plastic fork and knife to cut into the piece of chicken. At least, she tried to cut into it. In the end, it was more like a tearing. She moved the roll off her bread plate and passed Faith the chicken. Thanks, Faith managed, thinking that the fudge brownies she had spotted when she walked in were much more appetizing. Sarah asked, "Are you officially on the case?" Faith was surprised by the question, but then again, Sarah had worked on the victim. She was bound to be curious. Will managed to snag it for us. She checked the signal on her cell phone, wondering why he hadn't called yet. I'm sure the locals were very happy to step aside. Faith laughed, thinking Sarah's husband had probably been a good cop. Faith was a good cop, too, and she knew that it was 1 a.m, and Sarah had said 6 hours ago that she was at the end of her shift. Faith studied the doctor. Sarah had the unmistakable glow of an adrenaline junkie. The woman was here for information. Sarah offered, I checked on Henry Coldfield, the driver. She hadn't eaten anything yet, but then she had come into the cafeteria to find Faith, not choke down a piece of chicken that had hatched just as Nixon was resigning. The airbag bruised his chest, and the wife took a couple of stitches in her head, but they're both fine. That's actually what I'm waiting on. Faith checked the clock again. They were supposed to meet me down here. Sarah looked confused. They left at least half an hour ago with their son. What? I saw them all talking to that detective with the greasy hair. Motherfucker. No wonder Max Galloway had looked so smug when he left the cafeteria. Sorry, she told Sarah. One of the locals is smarter than I thought. He played me like a violin. Coldfield is an unusual name, Sarah said. I'm sure they're in the phone book. Faith hoped so, because she didn't want to have to go crawling back to Max Galloway and give him the satisfaction of relaying the information. Sarah offered, I could pull the address and phone number off the hospital intake form for you. Faith was surprised by the offer, which usually required a subpoena. That'd be great. It's not a problem. Faith stopped, biting her tongue to keep from telling the other woman that she would be breaking the law. She changed the subject. Will told me you worked on the victim when she came in. Anna, Sarah supplied. At least that's what I think she said. Faith tested the waters. Will hadn't given her the gritty details. What were your impressions? Sarah sat back in her chair, arms folded. She showed signs of severe malnutrition and dehydration. Her gums were white, her veins collapsed. Because of the nature of the healing and the way the blood was clotting, I would assume that the wounds were inflicted over a period of time. Her wrists and ankles showed signs of being bound. She was penetrated vaginally and anally. There were indications that a blunt object was used. I couldn't really do a rape kit before surgery, but I managed to examine her as best I could. I removed some splinters of wood from under her fingernails for your lab to look at. Not pressure-treated from the look of it, but that will have to be confirmed by your guys. She sounded like she was giving testimony in court. Every observation had supporting evidence. Every educated guess was framed as an estimation. Faith asked, "How long do you think she was kept?" "At least 4 days. Though, gauging by how malnourished she was, it might be as much as a week to 10 days. Faith didn't want to think about the woman being tortured for 10 days. "How are you so sure about the 4 days?" "The cut on the breast here," Sarah replied, indicating the side of her own breast. "It was deep, already septic, with signs of insect activity. You'd have to talk to an entomologist to pin down the pupation, the developmental stage of the insect, but considering she was still alive, that her body was relatively warm and there was a fresh blood supply to feed on, 4 days is a solid guess." She added, "I don't imagine they'll be able to save the tissue." Faith kept her lips pressed tightly together, resisting the urge to put her hand over her own breast. How many pieces of yourself could you lose and still go on? Sarah kept talking, though Faith had not prompted her. "The 11th rib here," she touched her abdomen. "That was recent, probably earlier today or late yesterday, and done with precision." "Surgical precision?" "No," she shook her head. "Confidence. There were no hesitation marks, no test cuts. The person was confident in what they were doing." Faith thought the doctor seemed pretty confident herself. "How do you think it was done?" Sarah took out her prescription pad and started drawing a bunch of curved lines that only made sense when she explained. "The ribs are numbered in pairs, starting at the top and going down, 12 each side, left and right." She tapped the lines with her pen. "Number 1 is just under the clavicle, and 12 is the last one, here." She looked up to make sure Faith was following. "Now, 11 and 12 at the bottom are considered to be floating, because they don't have an anterior connection. They only connect to the back, not the front." She drew a straight line to indicate the spine. "The top 7 ribs connect to the back and then attach to the sternum, like a big crescent. The next 3 rows connect roughly to the ribs above. They're called false ribs. All of this is very elastic so that you can breathe, and it's also why it's hard to break a rib with a direct blow. They bend quite a bit." Faith was leaning forward, hanging on her every word. "So this was done by someone with medical knowledge?" "Not necessarily. You can feel your own ribs with your fingers. You know where they are in your body. But still—" "Look." She sat up straight, raising her right arm and pressing the fingers of her left hand into her side. "You run your hand down the posterior axillary line until you feel the tip of the rib. 11 with 12 a little further back." She picked up the plastic knife. "You slice the knife into the skin and cut along the rib. The tip of the blade could even scrape along the bone as a guide. Push back the fat and muscle, disarticulate the rib from the vertebra, snap it off, whatever, then grab hold and yank it out." Faith felt queasy at the thought. Sarah put down the knife. "A hunter could do it in under a minute, but anyone could figure it out. It's not precision surgery. I'm sure you could Google up a better drawing than the one I've made." "Is it possible that the rib was never there, that she was born without it?" "A small portion of the population is born with 1 pair fewer, but the majority of us have 24. "I thought men were missing a rib." "You mean like Adam and Eve?" A smile curved Sarah's lips, and Faith got the distinct impression the woman was trying not to laugh at her. "I wouldn't believe everything they told you in Sunday school, Faith. We all have the same number of ribs." "Well, don't I feel stupid?" "It wasn't a question. But you're sure about this, that the rib was taken out?" "Ripped out. The cartilage and muscle were torn. This was a violent wrenching." "You seem to have given this a lot of thought." Sarah shrugged, as if this was just the product of natural curiosity. She picked up the knife and fork again, cutting into the chicken. Faith watched her struggle with the desiccated meat for a few seconds before she put the utensils back down. She gave a strange smile, almost embarrassed. "I was a coroner in my previous life." Faith felt her mouth open in surprise. The doctor had said it the same way you might confide a hidden acrobatic talent or youthful indiscretion. "Where?" "Grant County. It's about 4 hours from here." "Never heard of it." "It's well below the gnat line," Sarah admitted. She leaned her arms on the table, a wistful tone to her voice when she revealed, "I took the job so that I could buy out my partner in our pediatric practice. At least I thought I did. The truth was that I was bored. You can only give so many vaccinations and stick so many band-aids on skinned knees before your mind starts to go. I can imagine, Faith mumbled, though she was wondering which was more alarming, that the doctor who had just diagnosed her with diabetes was a pediatrician or that she was a coroner. I'm glad you're on this case, Sarah said. Your partner is strange. Sarah gave her an odd look. I was going to say intense. He's pretty driven, Faith agreed, thinking this was the first time since she'd met Will Trent that anyone's first impression of him had been so complimentary. He usually took a while to grow on you, like cataracts or shingles. He seemed very compassionate. Sarah held up her hand to stop any protest. Not that cops aren't compassionate, but they usually don't show it. Faith could only nod. Will seldom showed any emotions, but she knew that torture victims cut him close to the bone. He's a good cop. Sarah looked down at her tray. You can have this if you want. I'm not really hungry. I didn't think you came in here to eat. She blushed, caught. It's all right, Faith assured her. But if you're still offering the Coldfields information... Of course. Faith dug out one of her business cards. My cell number is on the back. Right. She read the number, a determined set to her mouth, and Faith saw that not only did Sarah know she was breaking the law, she obviously didn't care. Another thing? Sarah seemed to be debating whether or not to speak. Her eyes. The whites showed petechia, but there weren't any visible signs of strangulation. Her pupils wouldn't focus. It could be from the trauma or something neurological, but I'm not sure she could see anything. That might explain why she walked out in the middle of the road. Considering what she's been through, Sarah didn't finish the sentence, but Faith knew exactly what she meant. You didn't have to be a doctor to understand that a woman who'd been through that kind of hell might deliberately walk into the path of a speeding car. Sarah tucked Faith's business card into her coat pocket. I'll call you in a few minutes. Faith watched her leave, wondering how in the hell Sarah Linton had ended up working at Grady Hospital. Sarah couldn't be more than 40, but the emergency room was a young person's game, the sort of place you ran screaming from before you hit your 30s. She checked her phone again. All 6 bars were lit, meaning the signal was bright and clear. She tried to give Will the benefit of the doubt. Maybe his phone had fallen apart again. Then again, every cop on the scene would have a cell phone, so maybe he really was an asshole. It did occur to Faith as she got up from the table and made her way to the parking lot that she could call Will herself. But there was a reason Faith was pregnant and unmarried for the second time in less than 20 years. And it wasn't because she was good at communicating with the men in her life. Chapter 4. Will stood at the mouth of the cave, lowering down a set of lights on a rope so that Charlie Reed would have something better than a flashlight to help him collect evidence. Will was soaked to the bone, even though the rain had stopped half an hour ago. As dawn approached, the air had turned chillier, but he would rather stand on the deck of the Titanic than go down into that hole again. The lights hit the bottom, and he saw a pair of hands pull them into the cavern. Will scratched his arms. His white shirt showed pinpoints of blood where the rats had clawed their way over him, and he was wondering if itching was a sign of rabies. It was the kind of question he would normally ask Faith, but he didn't want to bother her. She had looked awful when he'd left the hospital, and there was nothing she could do here but stand in the rain alongside him. He would catch her up on the case in the morning, after she'd had a good night's sleep. This case wasn't going to be solved in an hour. At least one of them should be well rested as they headed into the investigation. A helicopter whirred overhead, the chopping sound vibrating in his ears. They were doing infrared sweeps, looking for the second victim. The search teams had been out for hours, carefully combing the area within a 2-mile radius. Barry Fielding had shown up with his search dogs, and the animals had gone crazy for the first half hour, then lost the scent. Uniformed patrolmen from Rockdale County were doing grid searches, looking for more underground caves, more clues that might indicate the other woman had escaped. Maybe she hadn't managed to escape. Maybe her attacker had found her before she could reach help. Maybe she had died days or even weeks ago. Or maybe she had never existed in the first place. As the search wore on, Will was getting the impression that the cops were turning against him. Some of them didn't think there was a second victim at all, Some of them thought Will was keeping them out in the freezing cold rain for no reason other than he was too stupid to see that he was wrong. There was one person who could clarify this, but she was still in surgery back at Grady Hospital, fighting for her life. The first thing you normally did in an abduction or murder case was put the victim's life under a microscope. Other than assuming her name was Anna, they knew nothing about the woman. In the morning, Will would pull all the missing persons reports in the area, but those were bound to be in the hundreds. And that was excluding the city of Atlanta, where on average, 2 people a day went missing. If the woman came from a different state, the paperwork would increase exponentially. Over 250,000 missing persons cases were reported to the FBI every year. Compounding the problem, the cases were seldom updated if the missing were found. If Anna wasn't awake by morning, Will would send over a fingerprint technician to Carter. It was a scattershot way of trying to find her identity. Unless she had committed an arrestable crime, her fingerprints would not be on file. Still, more than one case cracked open based on following procedure. Will had learned a long time ago that a slim chance was still a chance. The ladder at the mouth of the cavern shook, and Will steadied it as Charlie Reed made his way up. The clouds had passed with the rain, letting through some of the moonlight. Though the deluge had passed, there was the occasional drop, sounding like a cat smacking its lips. Everything in the forest had a strange, bluish hue to it, and there was enough light now that Will didn't need his flashlight to see Charlie. The crime scene tech's hand reached out, slapping a large evidence bag on the ground at Will's feet as he climbed to the surface.
"Shit,"
Charlie cursed. His white, clean suit was caked in mud. He unzipped it as soon as he was topside, and Will could see that he was sweating so badly his t-shirt was stuck to his chest. Will asked, "You okay?"
"Shit,"
Charlie repeated, wiping his forehead with the back of his arm.
"I can't believe. Jesus, Will."
He leaned over, bracing his hands on his knees. He was breathing hard, though he was a fit man and the climb was not a difficult one.
"I don't know where to start."
Will understood the feeling.
"There were torture devices."
Charlie wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
"I've only seen that kind of thing on television."
"There was a second victim?" Will said, raising up his voice at the end so that Charlie would take his words as an observation that needed confirming.
"I can't make sense of anything down there."
Charlie squatted, resting his head in his hands.
"I've never seen anything like it."
Will knelt down alongside him. He picked up the evidence bag. "What's this?" He shook his head.
"I found them rolled up in a tin can by the chair."
Will spread the bag flat on his leg and used the penlight from Charlie's kit to study the contents. There were at least 50 sheets of notebook paper inside. Each page was covered front to back in cursive pencil. Will squinted at the words, trying to make sense out of them. He had never been able to read well. The letters always tended to mix up and turn around. Sometimes they blurred so much that he felt motion sickness just trying to decipher their meaning. Charlie didn't know about Will's problem. Will tried to draw out some information from him, asking, "What do you make of these notes?"
"It's crazy, right?"
Charlie was rubbing his thumb and forefinger along his mustache, a nervous habit that only came out during dire circumstances.
"I don't think I can go back down there."
He paused, swallowing hard.
"It just feels evil, you know, just plain damn evil."
Will heard leaves rustling, branches snapping. He turned to find Amanda Wagner making her way through the woods. She was an older woman, probably in her 60s. She favored monochromatic power suits with skirts that hit below her knee and stockings that showed off the definition of what Will had to admit were remarkably good calves for a woman he often thought of as the Antichrist. Her high heels should have made it difficult for her to find her footing, but, as with most obstacles, Amanda conquered the terrain with steely determination. Both men stood as she approached. As usual, she didn't bother with pleasantries.
"What's this?"
She held out her hand for the evidence bag. Other than Faith, Amanda was the only person in the bureau who knew about Will's reading issues, something she both accepted and criticized at the same time. Will trained the penlight on the pages as she read aloud, "I will not deny myself. I will not deny myself. She shook the bag, checking the rest of the pages. Front and back, all the same sentence. Cursive, probably a woman's handwriting. She handed the notes back to Will, giving him a pointed look of disapproval. So, our bad guy's either an angry school teacher or a self-help guru. She addressed Charlie. What else have you found? Pornography, chains, handcuffs, sexual devices. That's evidence. I need clues. Will took over for him. I think the second victim was bolted underneath the bed. I found this in the rope. He took a small evidence bag from his jacket pocket. It contained part of a front tooth, some of the root still attached. He told Amanda, That's an incisor. The victim at the hospital had all of her teeth intact. She scrutinized Will more than the tooth. You're sure about this? I was right in her face trying to get information, he answered. Her teeth were chattering together. They were making a clicking sound. She seemed to accept this. What makes you think the tooth was recently lost? And don't tell me gut instinct, Will, because I've got the entire Rockdale County police force out here in the wet and cold, ready to lynch you for sending them on a wild goose chase in the middle of the night. The rope was cut from underneath the bed, he told her. The first victim, Anna, was tied down to the top of the bed. The second victim was underneath. Anna couldn't have cut the rope herself. Amanda asked Charlie, Do you agree with this? Still shaken up, he took his time answering. Half of the cut ends of the rope were still under the bed. It would make sense that they would fall that way if they were cut from underneath. Cut from the top, the ends would be on the floor, or still on top of the bed, not underneath it. Amanda was still dubious. She told Will, Go on. There were more pieces of rope tied to the eye bolts under the bed. Someone cut themselves away. They would still have the rope around their ankles and at least one wrist. Anna didn't have any rope on her. The paramedics could have cut it off, Amanda pointed out. She asked Charlie, DNA, fluids? All over the place. We should get them back in 48 hours, unless this guy's on the database. He glanced at Will. They all knew that DNA was a shot in the dark. Unless their abductor had committed a crime in the past that caused his DNA to be taken, then logged into the computer, there was no way he would come up as a match. Amanda asked, What about the waste situation? Initially, Charlie didn't seem to understand the question, but then he answered, Well, there aren't any empty jars or cans. I guess they were taken away. There's a covered bucket in the corner that was used as a toilet, but from what I can tell, the victim or victims were tied up most of the time and didn't have a choice but to go where they were. I couldn't tell you if any of this points to one or two captives. It depends on when they were taken, how dehydrated they were, that kind of thing. She asked, Was there anything fresh underneath the bed? Yes, Charlie answered, as if surprised by the revelation. Actually, there was an area that tested positive for urine. It would be in the right place for someone lying down on their back. Amanda pressed. Wouldn't it take longer for liquid to evaporate underground? Not necessarily. The high acidity would have a chemical reaction with the pH in the soil. Depending on the mineral content and the... Amanda cut him off. Don't educate me, Charlie. Just give me facts that I can use. He looked at Will apologetically. I don't know if there were two hostages at the same time. Someone was definitely kept under the bed, but it could have been that the abductor moved the same victim from place to place. The body fluids could have also drained off from above. He told Will, You were down there. You saw what this guy is capable of. The color had drained from his face again. It's awful, he mumbled. It's just awful. Amanda was her usual sympathetic self. Man up, Charlie. Get back down there and find me some evidence I can use to catch this bastard. She patted him on the back, more of a shove to get him moving, then told Will, Walk with me. We've got to find that pygmy detective you pissed off and make nice with him so he doesn't go crying to Lyle Peterson. Peterson was Rockdale County's chief of police and no friend of Amanda's. By law, only a police chief, a mayor, or a district attorney could ask the GBI to take over a case. Will wondered what strings Amanda had managed to pull and how furious Peterson was about it. Well, she held out her hands for balance as she stepped over a fallen limb. You bought some good grace volunteering yourself to go down into that hole, But if you ever do anything that stupid again, I'll have you running stings in the men's bathroom at the airport for the rest of your natural-born life. Do you hear me?" Will nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "Your victim doesn't look good," she told him, walking past a group of cops who had stopped for a cigarette break. They glared at Will. "There were some complications. I talked to the surgeon, Sanderson. He doesn't sound hopeful," she added. "He confirmed your observation about the teeth, by the way. They were fully intact." This was typical Amanda, making him work for everything. Will didn't take it as an insult, but as a sign that she might be on his side. "The soles of her feet were freshly cut," he said. "She didn't bleed from her feet when she was in the cave." "Take me through your process." Will had already relayed the highlights to her over the telephone, but he told her again about finding the sheet of plywood, going down into the hole. He went into more details this time around as he described the cavern, carefully giving her a sense of the atmosphere while trying not to reveal that he had been even more petrified than Charlie Reed. "The slats of the bed were clawed underneath," he said. "The second victim, her hands had to be unbound to make those marks. He wouldn't have left her hands free while she was alone because she could free herself and leave." "You really think he kept one on top and one on bottom?" "I think that's exactly what he did." "If they were both tied up and one of them managed to get a knife, it would make sense that the woman on bottom would keep it hidden while they waited for the abductor to leave." Will didn't respond. Amanda could be sarcastic and petty and downright mean, but she was also fair in her own way, and he knew that as much as she derided his gut instincts, she had learned over the years to trust him. He also knew better than to expect anything remotely resembling praise. They had reached the road where Will had parked the Mini all those hours ago. Dawn was coming fast, and the blue cast of light had turned to sepia tones. Dozens of Rockdale County cruisers were blocking off the area. More men milled around. But the sense of urgency had been lost. The press was out there somewhere, too, and Will saw a couple of news helicopters hovering overhead. It was too dark to get a shot, but that probably was not stopping them from reporting every movement they saw on the ground. Or at least what they thought they saw. Accuracy wasn't exactly part of the equation when you had to provide news 24 hours a day. Will held out his hand to Amanda, helping her down the shoulder as they went into the opposite side of the forest. There were hundreds of searchers in the area, some from other counties, all spread out into groups. The Georgia Emergency Management Agency, or GEMA, had called in the Civilian Canine Corps, the people who had trained their dogs to scent corpses. The dogs had stopped barking hours ago. Most of the volunteers had gone home. It was mostly cops now, people who didn't have a choice. Detective Fierro was out there somewhere, probably cursing Will's name. Amanda asked, "How's Faith?" He was surprised by the question, but then Amanda had a connection with Faith that went back several years. "She's fine," he said, automatically covering for his partner. "I heard she passed out." He feigned surprise. "Did you?" Amanda raised her eyebrows at him. "She hasn't been looking good lately." Will assumed she meant the weight gain, which was a little much for Faith's small frame, but he had figured out today that you did not discuss a woman's weight, especially with another woman. "She seems fine to me." "She seems irritable and distracted." Will kept his mouth shut, unsure whether Amanda was truly concerned or asking him to tattle. The truth was that Faith had been irritable and distracted lately. He had worked with her long enough to know her moods. For the most part, she was pretty even-keeled. Once every month, always around the same time, she carried her purse with her for a few days. Her tone would get snippy, and she'd tend to favor radio stations that played women singing along to acoustic guitars. Will knew to just apologize a lot for everything he said until she stopped carrying her bag. Not that he would share this with Amanda, but he had to admit that lately, every day with Faith seemed like a purse day. Amanda reached out her hand, and he helped her step over a fallen log. "You know I hate working cases we can't clear," she said. "I know you like solving cases no one else can." She chuckled ruefully. "When are you going to get tired of me stealing all your thunder, Will?" "I'm indefatigable." "Putting that calendar to use, I see." "It's the most thoughtful gift you've ever given me." Leave it to Amanda to give a functional illiterate a word-a-day calendar for Christmas. Up ahead, Will saw Fierro making his way toward them. This side of the road was more densely forested, and there were limbs and vines everywhere. Will could hear Fierro cursing as his pant leg got caught in a prickly bush. He slapped his neck, probably killing an insect. "Nice of you to join this fucking waste of time, Gomez." Will made the introductions. "Detective Fierro, this is Dr. Amanda Wagner." Fierro tilted up his chin at her in greeting. "I've seen you on TV." "Thank you," Amanda returned, as if he had meant it as a compliment. "We're dealing with some pretty salacious details here, Detective Fierro. I hope your team knows to keep a lid on it." "You think we're a bunch of amateurs?" Obviously she did. "How is the search going?" "We're finding exactly what's out here. Nothing. Nada. Zero." He glared at Will. "This how you state guys run things? Come in here and blow our whole fucking budget on a useless search in the middle of the goddamn night?" Will was tired and he was frustrated, and it came out in his tone. "We usually pillage your supplies and rape your women first." "Ha fucking ha," Fierro grumbled, slapping his neck again. He pulled away his hand, and there was a smear of bloody insect on his palm. "You're going to be laughing your ass off when I take back my case." Amanda said, "Detective Fierro, Chief Peterson asked us to intervene. You don't have the authority to take back this case." "Peterson, huh?" His lip curled. "Does that mean you've been greasing his pole again?" Will sucked in so much air that his lips made a whistling sound. For her part, Amanda looked unfazed, though her eyes narrowed, and she gave Fierro a single nod, as if to say his time would come. Will wouldn't be surprised if, at some future date, Fierro woke up to find a decapitated horse's head in his bed. "Hey!" someone screamed. "Over here!" All three stood where they were in various stages of shock, anger, and unadulterated rage. "I found something!" The words got Will moving. He jogged toward the searcher, a woman who was furiously waving her hands in the air. She was Rockdale uniformed patrol, wearing a knit hat on her head and surrounded by tall switchgrass. "What is it?" he asked. She pointed toward a dense pack of low-hanging trees. He saw that the leaves underneath were disturbed, bare spots of earth showing in places. "Something caught my light," she said, turning on her mag light and shining it into the shadowy area under the trees. Will didn't see anything. By the time Amanda had joined them, he was wondering if the patrol woman was a little too tired, a little too anxious to find something. "What is it?" Amanda asked, just as the light reflected back from the darkness. It was a small flash that lasted no more than a second. Will blinked, thinking maybe his tired brain had conjured it too, but the patrol woman found it again, a quick flash like a tiny burst of powder, approximately 20 feet away. Will slipped on a pair of latex gloves from his jacket. He took the flashlight, carefully pushing back branches as he made his way into the area. The prickly bushes and limbs made it hard going, and he stooped down low to make forward progress. He shone the light on the ground, scanning for the object. Maybe it was a broken mirror or a chewing gum wrapper. All the possibilities ran through his mind as he tried to locate it. A piece of jewelry, a shard of glass, minerals in a rock. A Florida State driver's license. The license was about 2 feet from the base of the tree. Beside it was a small pocket knife, the thin blade so coated in blood that it blended in with the dark leaves around it. Close to the trunk, the branches thinned out. Will knelt down, picking up the leaves one at a time as he moved them off the license. The thick plastic had been folded in two. The colors and the distinctive outline of the state of Florida in the corner told him where the license had been issued. There was a hologram in the background to prevent forgeries. That must have been what the light had picked up on. He leaned down, craning his neck so he could get a better look, not wanting to disturb the scene. One of the clearest fingerprints Will had ever seen was right in the middle of the license. Imprinted in blood, the ridges were practically jumping off the smooth plastic. The photograph showed a woman. Dark hair, dark eyes. "There's a pocket knife and a license," he told Amanda, his voice raised so that she could hear him. "There's a bloody fingerprint on the license." "Can you read the name?" She put her hands on her hips, sounding furious. Will felt his throat close up. He concentrated on the small print, making out a J or maybe an I before everything began to jumble around. Her fury shot up exponentially.
Just bring the damn thing out!
There was a cluster of cops around her now, all looking confused. Even 20 feet away, Will could hear them mumbling about procedure. The purity of the crime scene was sacrosanct. Defense lawyers chewed apart irregularities. Photographs and measurements had to be taken, sketches made. The chain of custody could not be broken, or the evidence would be thrown out.
Will!
He felt a drop of rain hit the back of his neck. It was hot, almost like a burn. More cops were coming up, trying to see what had been found. They would wonder why Will didn't shout out the name from the license, why he didn't immediately send off someone to do a computer check. Was this how it was going to end? Was Will going to have to pick his way out of the dense covering and announce to a group of strangers that, at his best, he could only read at a second-grade level? If that information got out, he might as well go home and stick his head in the oven, because there wouldn't be a cop in the city who would work with him. Amanda started making her way toward him, her skirt snagging on a prickly vine, various curses coming from her lips. Will felt another drop of rain on his neck and wiped it away with his hand. He looked down at his glove. There was a fine smear of blood on his fingers. He thought maybe he had cut his neck on one of the limbs, but he felt another drop on the back of his neck. Hot, wet, viscous. He put his hand to the place. More blood. Will looked up into the eyes of a woman with dark brown hair and dark eyes. She was hanging upside down about 15 feet above him. Her ankle was snagged in a patchwork of branches, the only thing keeping her from hitting the ground. She had fallen at an angle, face first, snapping her neck. Her shoulders were twisted, her eyes open, staring at the ground. One arm hung straight down, reaching toward Will. There was an angry red circle around her wrist, the skin burned through. A piece of rope was knotted tightly around the other wrist. Her mouth was open. Her front tooth was broken, a third of it missing. Another drop of blood dripped from her fingertips, this time hitting him on the cheek just below his eye. Will took off his latex glove and touched the blood. It was still warm. She had died within the last hour. Day 2. Chapter 5. Pauline McGee steered her Lexus LX right into the handicapped parking space in front of the City Food supermarket. It was 5 in the morning. All the handicapped people were probably still asleep. More important, it was too damn early to walk more than she had to. "Come on, sleepy cat," she told her son, gently pressing his shoulder. Felix stirred, not wanting to wake up. She caressed his cheek with her hand, thinking not for the first time that it was a miracle that something so perfect had come out of her imperfect body. "Come on, sweet pea," she said, tickling his ribs until he curved up like a roly-poly worm. She got out of the car, helping Felix climb out of the SUV behind her. His feet hadn't hit the ground before she went over the routine. "See where we're parked?" He nodded. "What do we do if we get lost?" "Meet at the car." He struggled not to yawn. "Good boy." She pulled him close as they walked toward the store. Growing up, Pauline had been told that she should find an adult if she ever got lost. But these days, you never knew who that adult might be. A security guard might be a pedophile. A little old lady might be a batty witch who spent her spare time hiding razor blades and apples. It was a sad state of affairs when the safest help for a lost 6-year-old boy was an inanimate object. The artificial lights of the store were a bit much for this time of morning, but it was Pauline's own fault for not already buying the cupcakes for Felix's class. She'd gotten the notice a week ago, but she hadn't anticipated all hell breaking loose at work in between. One of the interior design agency's biggest clients had ordered a custom-made $60,000 Italian brown leather couch that wouldn't fit in the damn elevator. And the only way to get it up to his penthouse was with a $10,000 an hour crane. The client was blaming Pauline's agency for not catching the error. The agency was blaming Pauline for designing the couch too big. and Pauline was blaming the dipshit upholsterer whom she had specifically told to go to the building on Peachtree Street to measure the elevator before making the damn couch. Faced with a $10,000 an hour crane bill, or rebuilding a $60,000 couch, the upholsterer was, of course, conveniently forgetting this conversation. But Pauline was damned if she was going to let him get away with it. There was a meeting of all concerned at 7 o'clock sharp, and she was going to be the first one there to get in her side of the story. As her father always said, shit rolls downhill. Pauline McGee wasn't going to be the one smelling like a sewer when the day was over. She had evidence on her side. A copy of an email exchange with her boss asking him to remind the upholsterer about taking measurements. The critical part was Morgan's response. "I'll take care of it." Her boss was pretending like the emails hadn't happened, but Pauline wasn't going to take the fall. Someone was going to lose their job today, and it sure as hell wasn't going to be her. "No, baby," she said, pulling Felix's hand away from a package of gummy bears dangling from the shelf. Pauline swore they put those things at kid level just so their parents would be bullied into buying them. She had seen more than one mother relent to a screaming kid just so he'd shut up. Pauline didn't play that game, and Felix knew it. If he tried anything, she would snatch him up and leave the store, even if that meant abandoning a half-filled shopping cart. She turned down the bakery aisle, nearly smacking into a grocery cart. The man behind the buggy laughed good-naturedly, and Pauline managed to smile. "Have a good day," he said. "You too," she returned. That, she thought, was the last time she was going to be nice to anybody this morning. She'd tossed and turned all night, then gotten up at 3 so she could run on the treadmill, put her face on, fix breakfast for Felix, and get him ready for school. Long gone were her single days when she could spend all night partying, go home with whomever looked good, then roll out of bed the next morning 20 minutes before it was time to get to work. Pauline ruffled Felix's hair, thinking she didn't miss it a bit. Though, getting laid every now and then would have been a damn gift from heaven. "Cupcakes," she said, relieved to find several stacks lined up along the front of the bakery counter. Her relief quickly left when she saw that every single one was pastel with Easter bunnies and multicolored eggs on top. The note she'd gotten from the school had specified non-denominational cupcakes. But Pauline wasn't sure what that meant, other than Felix's extremely expensive private school was brimming with politically correct bullshit. They wouldn't even call it an Easter party. It was a spring party that just happened to fall a few days before Easter Sunday. What religion didn't celebrate Easter? She knew the Jews didn't get Christmas, but for the love of God, Easter was all about them. Even the pagans got the bunny. "All right," Pauline said, handing Felix her purse. He slung it over his shoulder the same way she did, and Pauline felt a pang of angst. She worked in interior design. Just about every man in her life was a flaming moe. She'd have to make an effort to meet some straight men soon for both their sakes. There were 6 cupcakes in each box. So Pauline scooped up 5 boxes, thinking the teachers would want some. She couldn't stand most of the faculty at the school, but they loved Felix, and Pauline loved her son. So, what was an extra $4.75 to feed the fat cows who took care of her baby? She carried the boxes to the front of the store, the smell making her feel hungry and nauseated at the same time. Like she could eat every one of them until it made her sick enough to spend the next hour in the toilet. It was too early to smell anything with frosting, that was for sure. She turned around and checked on Felix, who was dragging his feet behind her. He was exhausted, and it was her fault. She contemplated getting him the bag of gummy bears he'd wanted, but her cell phone started ringing as soon as she put the cupcakes on the checkout belt, and all was forgotten when she recognized the number. "Yeah?" she asked, watching the boxes slowly make their way down the belt toward the slope-shouldered cashier. The woman was so large that her hands barely met in the middle, like a T-Rex or a baby seal. "Polly," Morgan, her boss, sounded frantic. "Can you believe this meeting?" He was acting like he was on her side, but she knew he'd stab her in the back the minute she let her guard down. She'd enjoy watching him pack up his office after she produced the email at the meeting. "I know," she commiserated. "It's horrible. Are you at the grocery store?" He must have heard the beeps from the scanner. The T-Rex was ringing up each box individually, even though they were all the same. If Pauline hadn't been on the phone, she would have jumped over the counter and scanned them herself. She moved to the end of the checkout and grabbed a couple of plastic bags to expedite the operation. Cradling her phone between her ear and shoulder, she asked, "What do you think's going to happen?" "Well, it's clearly not your fault," he said, but she would have bet her right one that the bastard had told his boss that very thing. "It's not yours either," she countered, though Morgan had recommended the upholsterer in the first place, probably because the guy looked 13 and waxed his gym-toned legs to shiny perfection. She knew the little tart was working the gay connection with Morgan, but he was dead wrong if he thought Pauline was going to be the odd girl out. It had taken her 16 years to work her way up from secretary to assistant to designer. She'd spent endless nights at the Atlanta School of Art and Design getting her degree, dragging into work every morning so she could pay the rent, finally getting to a position where she could breathe a little, could afford to bring a kid into the world the right way, and then some. Felix had all the right clothes, all the good toys, and he went to one of the most expensive schools in the city. Pauline hadn't stopped with her boy either. She'd gotten her teeth fixed and laser-corrected her eyes. Every week she got a massage, every other week she got a facial, and there wasn't a damn root in her hair that showed anything but sassy brown thanks to the girl she saw in Peachtree Hills every month and a half. There was no way in hell she was giving up any of that. Not by a long shot. It would serve Morgan well to remember where Pauline had started. She'd worked the secretarial pool back before wire transfers and online banking, when they kept all the checks in a wall safe until they could be deposited at the end of the day. After the last office remodel, Pauline had taken a smaller office just so the safe would end up in her space. Just in case, she'd even had a locksmith come in after hours to reset the combination, and she was the only one who knew it. It drove Morgan crazy that he didn't know the combination, and it was a damn good thing he didn't because the copy of the email covering her ass was locked behind that steel door. For days she had conjured countless scenarios of herself opening the safe with a flourish, shoving the email in Morgan's face, shaming him in front of their boss and the client. "What a mess," Morgan sighed, going for the dramatic. "I just can't believe." Pauline took her purse from Felix and dug around for her wallet. He stared longingly at the candy bars as she slid her debit card through the reader and went through the motions. "Uh-huh," she said as Morgan yapped in her ear about what a bastard the client was, how he wouldn't stand by while Pauline's good name was dragged through the mud. If anyone had been around to appreciate it, she would have feigned gagging herself. "Come on, baby," she said, gently pushing Felix toward the door. She cradled the phone to her ear as she took the bags by the handles, then wondered why she had bothered to bag the boxes in the first place. Plastic boxes, plastic bags. The women at Felix's school would be horrified on behalf of the environment. Pauline stacked the cupcakes back together, pressing against the top box with her chin. She dropped the empty bags in the trash and used her free hand to dig into her purse for her car keys as she walked through the sliding doors. "This is absolutely the worst thing that's ever happened to me in my career," Morgan groaned. Despite the crick in her neck, Pauline had forgotten she was still on the phone. She pressed the button on the remote to open the trunk of the SUV. It slid up with a sigh, and she thought about how much she loved the sound of that tailgate lifting. What a luxury it was to make enough money so that you didn't even have to open your own trunk. She wasn't going to lose it all because of some pretty boy butt-waxer who couldn't be bothered to measure a fucking elevator. "It's true," she said into the phone, though she hadn't really paid attention to what Morgan was stating as the God's honest. She put the boxes in the back, then pressed the button on the bottom of the trunk to make it close. She was in her car before she realized that Felix wasn't with her. "Fuck," she whispered, closing the phone. She was out of the car in a flash, scanning the parking lot, which had filled up considerably since she'd been inside the store. "Felix," she circled the car, thinking he must be hiding on the other side. He wasn't there. "Felix," she called, running back toward the store. She nearly slammed into the sliding doors because they didn't open quickly enough. She asked the cashier, "Did you see my son?" The woman looked confused, and Pauline tersely repeated, "My son. He was just with me. He's got dark hair. He's about this tall. He's 6 years old." She gave up, mumbling, "For fuck's sakes." She ran back to the bakery, then up and down the aisles. "Felix!" she called, her heart beating so loud she couldn't hear herself speak. She went up and down every aisle, jogging, then running like a madwoman through the store. She ended up at the bakery, about to lose her shit. What had she dressed him in today? His red sneakers. He always wanted to wear his red sneakers because they had Elmo on the soles. Was he in the white shirt or the blue one? What about his pants? Had she pressed his cargo pants this morning or put him in jeans? Why couldn't she remember this? "I saw a child outside," someone said, and Pauline bolted for the doors again. She saw Felix walking around the back of the SUV toward the passenger side. He was wearing his white shirt, his cargo pants, and his red Elmo sneakers. His hair was still wet in the back where she had smoothed down the cowlick this morning. Pauline slowed her pace to a fast walk, patting her hand to her chest as if she could calm her heart. She wasn't going to yell at him, because he wouldn't understand, and it would only make him scared. She was going to grab him up and kiss every single inch of his body until he started to squirm, and then she was going to tell him that if he ever left her side again, she was going to throttle his precious little neck. She wiped away tears as she rounded the rear of the car. Felix was in the Lexus, the door open, his legs dangling down. He wasn't alone. "Oh, thank you," she gushed to the stranger. She reached out to Felix, saying, "He got lost in the store and—" Pauline felt an explosion in her head. She collapsed to the pavement like a rag doll. The last thing she saw when she looked up was Elmo laughing down at her from the bottom of Felix's shoe. Chapter 6. Sarah woke with a start. She had a moment of disorientation before she realized that she was in the ICU, sitting in a chair beside Anna's bed. There were no windows in the room. The plastic curtain that acted as a door blocked out all the light from the hallway. Sarah leaned forward, looking at her watch in the glow of monitors, and saw that it was 8 a.m. She had worked a double shift yesterday so that she could take off today and catch up on her life. The refrigerator was empty, bills needed to be paid, and the dirty laundry was piled so high on the floor of her closet that she could no longer close the door. And yet, here she was. Sarah sat up in her chair, wincing as her spine adjusted to a position that did not resemble a C. She pressed her fingers to Anna's wrist, though the rhythmic beat of her heart, along with every in and out of breath, was announced by the machines. Sarah had no idea if Anna could feel her touch, or even knew that Sarah was there, but it made her feel better to have the contact. Maybe it was for the best that Anna was not awake. Her body was fighting against a raging infection that had sent her white blood cell count into the danger zone. Her arm was in an open splint, her right breast removed. Her leg was in traction, metal pins holding together what the car had ripped apart. A plaster cast kept her hips in a fixed position so that the bones would stay aligned as they healed. The pain would be unimaginable, though considering what torture the poor woman had been through, it might not even matter anymore. What Sarah could not get past was the fact that, even in her current state, Anna was an attractive woman, probably one of the qualities that had first caught her abductor's eye. She wasn't movie star beautiful, but there was something striking about her features that must have garnered a fair share of attention. Probably Sarah had watched too many sensational cases on the news, but it didn't make sense that someone as noticeable as Anna would go missing without another person in the world noticing. Whether it was Lacey Peterson or Natalie Holloway, the world seemed to pay more attention when a beautiful woman disappeared. Sarah didn't know why she was thinking about such things. Figuring out what happened was Faith Mitchell's job. Sarah wasn't involved in the case, and there really had been no reason for her to stay at the hospital last night. Anna was in good hands. The nurses and doctors were down the hallway. 2 cops stood guard by the door. Sarah should have gone home and climbed into bed, listening to the soft rain, waiting for sleep to come. The problem was that sleep seldom came peacefully, or, worse still, Sometimes it came too deeply, and Sarah would find herself caught up in a dream, living back in the before time when Jeffrey was alive, and her life was everything she had wanted it to be. 3.5 years had passed since her husband was killed, and Sarah could not recall a minute since that some thought of him, some piece of him, did not linger in her mind. In the days after he was gone, Sarah had been terrified she would forget something important about Jeffrey. She had made endless lists of everything she had loved about him, the way he smelled when he got out of the shower, the way he liked to sit behind her and brush her hair, the way he tasted when she kissed him. He always carried a handkerchief in his back pocket. He used oatmeal-scented lotion to keep his hands soft. He was a good dancer. He was a good cop. He took care of his mother. He loved Sarah. He had loved Sarah. The lists became exhaustive and turned at times into endless itemizations, songs she could no longer listen to, movies she could no longer see, places she could no longer go. There was page after page of books they had read and holidays they had taken and long weekends spent in bed and 15 years of life she knew she would never get back. Sarah had no idea what happened to the lists. Maybe her mother had put them in a box and taken them to her father's storage unit. Or maybe Sarah had never really made them at all. Maybe in those days after Jeffrey's death, when she had been so distraught that she had welcomed sedation, Sarah had simply dreamed up the lists. Dreamed up sitting in her dark kitchen for hours on end, recording for posterity all of the wonderful things about her beloved husband. Xanax, Valium, Ambien, Zoloft. She had nearly poisoned herself trying to make it through each day. Sometimes she would lie in bed, half-conscious, and conjure Jeffrey's hands, his mouth, on her body. She would dream of the last time they were together, the way he had stared into her eyes, so sure of himself as he slowly brought her to the edge. Sarah would wake to find herself writhing, fighting against the urge to rouse in hopes of a few more moments in that other time. She wasted hours dwelling on memories of sex with him, recalling every sensation, every inch of his body in lurid detail. For weeks she could think only about the first time they made love. Not the first time they'd had sex, which was a frenzied, wanton act of passion that had caused Sarah to sneak out of her own house in shame the next morning, but the first time they had really held each other, had caressed and touched and cherished each other's bodies, the way that lovers do. He was gentle. He was tender. He always listened to her. He opened the door for her. He trusted her judgment. He built his life around her. He was always there when she needed him. He used to be there. After a few months, she remembered stupid things. A fight they had had over which way the toilet paper roll should go on the holder. A disagreement about the time they were supposed to meet at a restaurant. Their second anniversary, when he'd thought driving to Auburn to see a football game was a romantic weekend. A beach trip where she had gotten jealous over the attention a woman at the bar was giving him. He knew how to fix the radio in the bathroom. He loved reading to her on long trips. He put up with her cat, who urinated in his shoe the first night he officially moved into her house. He was getting laugh lines around his eyes, and she used to kiss them and think about how wonderful it was to be growing older with this man. And now, when she looked in the mirror and saw a new line on her own face, a new wrinkle, all she could think was that she was growing old without him. Sarah still wasn't sure how long she had grieved, or if in fact she had ever stopped at all. Her mother had always been the strong one, never stronger than when her daughters needed her. Tessa, Sarah's sister, had sat with her for days, sometimes holding her, rocking Sarah back and forth as if she were a child who needed soothing. Her father fixed things around the house. He took out the trash and walked the dogs and went to the post office to get her mail. Once, she found him sobbing in the kitchen, whispering, "My child, my own child." Not for Sarah, but for Jeffrey, because he had been the son that her father never had. "She's just come undone," her mother had whispered on the phone to her Aunt Bella. It was an old colloquialism, the sort of thing you didn't think people still said. The phrase fit Sarah so completely that she had found herself surrendering to it, imagining her arms, her legs, detaching from her body. What did it matter? What did she need arms or legs or hands or feet for if she could not run to him, if she could not hold him and touch him anymore? Sarah had never thought of herself as the type of woman who needed a man to complete her life, but somehow Jeffrey had come to define her, so that without him she felt untethered. Who was she without him, then? Who was this woman who did not want to live without her husband, who just gave up? Maybe that was the real genesis of the grief she felt. Not just that she had lost Jeffrey, but that she had lost herself. Every day Sarah told herself she would stop taking the pills, stop trying to sleep away every painful minute that passed so slowly she was sure weeks had gone by when it was only hours. When she managed to stop taking the pills, she stopped eating. This wasn't a choice. Food tasted rotten in her mouth. Bile would rise in her throat no matter what her mother brought her. Sarah stopped leaving the house, stopped taking care of herself. She wanted to stop existing, but she didn't know how to make it happen without compromising everything that she had once believed in. Finally, her mother had come to her and begged, "Make up your mind. Either live or die, but don't force us to watch you waste away like this." With a cold eye, Sarah had considered her alternatives. Pills, rope, a gun, a knife. None of them would bring back Jeffrey, and none of them would change what had happened. More time passed, the clock ticking forward when she longed for it to go back. Sarah was coming up on the 1-year anniversary when she realized that if she were gone, then her memories of Jeffrey would be gone too. They had no children together. They had no lasting monument to their married life. There was just Sarah, and the memories that were locked in Sarah's mind. And so she had no choice but to pull herself back together, to turn back the process of coming undone. Slowly, a lesser shadow of Sarah started to go through the motions. She was getting up in the morning, going for a run, working part-time, trying to live the life she had had before, but without Jeffrey. She had valiantly tried to trudge through this semblance of her earlier life, but she simply couldn't do it. She couldn't be in the house where they had loved each other, the town where they had lived together. She couldn't even attend a typical Sunday dinner at her parents', because there would always be that empty chair beside her, that vacancy that would never be filled. The job notice at Grady Hospital had been emailed to her by a fellow Emory grad who had no idea what had happened to Sarah. He had sent it as a joke, as if to say, who would go back to this hellhole? But Sarah had called the hospital administrator the next day. She had interned at Grady in the ER. She knew the great, creaking beast that was the public health system. She knew that working in an emergency room took over your life, your soul. She had rented out her house, sold her pediatric practice, given away most of her furniture, and moved to Atlanta a month later. And here she was. 2 more years had passed, and Sarah was still stagnating. She didn't have many friends outside of work, but then she'd never been a social person. Her life had always revolved around her family. Her sister Tessa had always been her best friend, her mother her closest confidant. Jeffrey was the chief of police for Grant County. Sarah was the coroner. They had worked together more often than not, and she wondered now if their relationship would have been as close if they had each gone their separate ways every day and only glimpsed one another over the dinner table. Love, like water, always flowed down the path of least resistance. Sarah had grown up in a small town. The last time she had seriously dated, girls were not allowed to call boys on the telephone, and boys were required to ask the girl's father for permission to date his daughter. Those practices were quaint now, almost laughable, but Sarah found herself wishing for them. She didn't understand the nuances of adult dating, but she had forced herself to try, to see if that part of her had died with Jeffrey too. There had been 2 men since she moved to Atlanta, both fixed up through nurses at the hospital, and both exhaustingly unremarkable. The first man had been handsome and smart and successful, but there was nothing else behind his perfect smile and good manners, and he hadn't called back after Sarah had burst into tears the first time they'd kissed. The second man had been 3 months ago. The experience was a little better, or maybe she was fooling herself. She had slept with him once, but only after 4 glasses of wine. Sarah had gritted her teeth the entire time, as if the act was a test she was determined to pass. The man had broken it off with her the next day, which Sarah had not realized until she checked her voicemail at home a week later. If she had only one regret about her life with Jeffrey, it would be this one. Why hadn't she kissed him more? Like most married couples, they had developed a secret language of intimacy. A long kiss usually signaled the desire for sex, not simple affection. There were the odd pecks on the cheek and the quick smacks before they went to work, but nothing like when they had first started seeing each other. When passionate kisses were titillating and exotic gifts that didn't always lead to ripping off each other's clothes. Sarah wanted to be back at that beginning, to enjoy those long hours on the couch with Jeffrey's head in her lap, kissing him deeply, her fingers running through his soft hair. She longed for those stolen moments in parked cars and in hallways at movie theaters when Sarah thought she would stop breathing if she didn't feel his mouth pressed to hers. She wanted that surprise of seeing him at work, that thump in her heart when she caught sight of him walking down the street. She wanted that thrill in her stomach when the phone rang and she heard his voice on the line. She wanted that rush of blood to her center when she was driving alone in her car or walking down the aisle at the drugstore and smelled him on her skin. She wanted her lover. The vinyl curtain slid back, squeaking on the rail. Jill Marino, one of the ICU nurses, flashed Sarah a smile as she put Anna's chart on the bed. "Have a good night?" Jill asked. She bustled around the room, checking the leads, making sure the IV was running. "Blood gases came back." Sarah opened the chart and checked the numbers. Last night, the pulse oximeter on Anna's finger kept detecting low oxygen levels in her blood. They seemed to have leveled out on their own this morning. Sarah was constantly humbled by the human body's ability to heal itself. Makes you feel superfluous, doesn't it? "Maybe doctors," Jill teased. "Nurses?" Good point. Sarah stuck her hand into her lab coat pocket, feeling the letter inside. She had changed into fresh scrubs after working on Anna last night, automatically moving the letter to the pocket of the clean coat. Maybe she should open it. Maybe she should sit down and rip it open and get it over with once and for all. Jill asked, "Something wrong?" Sarah shook her head. "No, thanks for putting up with me last night." "You made my job a little easier," the nurse admitted. The ICU was, as usual, packed to the rafters. "I'll call you if anything changes." Jill put her hand to Anna's cheek, smiling down at the woman. "Maybe our girl will wake up today." "I'm sure she will." Sarah didn't think Anna could hear her, but it made her feel good to hear the words said. The 2 cops stationed outside the room tipped their hats to Sarah as she left the room. She could feel their eyes follow her as she walked down the hall. Not because they thought she was attractive, but because they knew she was a cop's widow. Sarah had never discussed Jeffrey with anyone at Grady, but there were enough cops in and out of the ER every day that the news had spread. It quickly became one of those known secrets that everyone talked about, just not in front of Sarah. She hadn't intended to become a tragic figure, but it kept people from asking questions, so she did not complain. The great mystery was why she had so easily talked about Jeffrey with Faith Mitchell. Sarah liked to think that Faith was just a really good detective, rather than admit what was probably closer to the truth, which was that Sarah was lonely. Her sister was living halfway around the world, her parents were 4 hours and a lifetime away, and Sarah's days were filled with little more than work and whatever was on television when she got home. What's worse, she had a nagging suspicion that it wasn't Faith she'd found enticing, but the case. Jeffrey had always used Sarah as a sounding board during his investigations, and she missed having that part of her brain engaged. Last night, for the first time in forever, the last thing on Sarah's mind before she fell asleep had not been Jeffrey, but Anna. Who had abducted her? Why had she been chosen? What clues had been left on her body that might explain the motivations of the animal who'd hurt her. Talking to Faith in the cafeteria last night, Sarah had finally felt like her brain was doing something more useful than just keeping her alive. And it was probably the last time she would feel that way again for a very long while. Sarah rubbed her eyes, trying to wake herself up. She had known that life without Jeffrey would be painful. What she wasn't prepared for was that it would be so damn irrelevant. She was almost to the elevators when her cell phone rang. She turned on her heel, walking back toward Anna's room as she opened the phone. "I'm on my way." Mary Schroeder said, "Sonny's about 10 minutes out." Sarah stopped, her heart dropping in her chest at the nurse's words. Sonny was Mary's husband, a patrolman who worked the early shift. "Is he all right?" "Sonny?" she asked. "Of course he is. Where are you?" "I'm upstairs in the ICU." Sarah changed course, heading back toward the elevator. "What's going on?" "Sonny got a call about a little boy abandoned at the City Foods on Ponce de Leon. 6 years old. Poor thing was left in the back of the car for at least 3 hours." Sarah punched the button for the elevator. "Where's the mother?" "Missing. Her purse is on the front seat, the keys are in the ignition, and there's blood on the ground beside the car." Sarah felt her heart speed back up. "Did the boy see anything?" "He's too upset to talk, and Sonny's useless. He doesn't know how to deal with kids that age. Are you on your way down?" "I'm waiting for the elevator." Sarah double-checked the time. "Is Sonny sure about the 3 hours?" "The store manager noticed the car when he came into work. He said the mother was there earlier, freaking out because she couldn't find her kid." Sarah jammed the button again, knowing full well the gesture was useless. Why did he take 3 hours to call it in? "Because people are assholes," Mary answered. "People are just plain goddamn assholes." Chapter 7. Faith's red Mini was parked in her driveway when she woke up that morning. Amanda must have followed Will here, then taken him home. He had probably thought he was doing Faith a favor, but Faith still wanted to rake him over the coals. When Will had called this morning to tell her that he would pick her up at their usual 8:30, she had snapped a fine that seemed to float over his head. Her anger had evened out somewhat when Will had told her what had happened last night. His idiotic foray into the cave, finding the second victim, dealing with Amanda. The last part sounded particularly challenging. Amanda never made things easy. Will had sounded exhausted, and Faith's heart went out to him as he described the woman hanging in the tree. But as soon as she got off the phone, she was furious with him all over again. What was he doing going down into that cave alone, with no one but that idiot Fierro topside? Why the hell hadn't he called Faith to come help search for the second victim? Why, in God's name, did he think he was doing her a favor by actively preventing her from doing her job? Did he think she wasn't capable, wasn't good enough? Faith wasn't some useless mascot. Her mother had been a cop. Faith had worked her way up from patrol to homicide detective faster than anyone else on the squad. She hadn't been picking daisies when Will stumbled across her. She wasn't damn Watson to his Sherlock Holmes. Faith had forced herself to take a deep breath. She was just sane enough to realize that her level of fury might be out of proportion. It wasn't until she sat down at the kitchen table and measured her blood sugar that she realized why. She was hovering around 150 again, which, according to Your Life with Diabetes, could make a person nervous and irritable. It didn't help her nervousness and irritability one whit when she tried to inject herself with the insulin pen. Her hands were steady as she turned the dial for what she hoped were the correct units. But her legs started shaking as she tried to stick herself with the needle, so that she looked like a dog who was enjoying a particularly good scratch. There had to be some part of her unconscious brain that kept her hand hovering frozen over her shaking thigh, unable to willfully inflict pain on herself. It was probably somewhere near that damaged region that made it impossible for Faith to enter into a long-term relationship with a man. "Screw it," she said, almost like a sneeze, jamming the pen down, pressing the button. The needle burned like hellfire, even though the literature on the device claimed it was virtually pain-free. Maybe after sticking yourself 6 zillion times a week, a needle jamming into your leg or your abdomen felt relatively painless. But Faith wasn't to that point yet, and she couldn't imagine herself ever being there. She was sweating so badly by the time she pulled out the needle that her underarms were sticky. She spent the next hour dividing her time between the phone and the internet, reaching out to various governmental organizations to get the investigation moving, while scaring the ever-loving shit out of herself by Googling type 2 diabetes on her laptop computer. The first 10 minutes were spent on hold with the Atlanta Police Department, while she looked for an alternate diagnosis in case Sarah Linton was wrong. That proved to be a pipe dream, and by the time Faith was on hold with the GBI's Atlanta lab, she had stumbled upon her first diabetic blog. She found another, then another, thousands of people letting loose about the travails of living with a chronic disease. Faith read about pumps and monitors and diabetic retinopathy and poor circulation and loss of libido and all the other wonderful things diabetes could bring into your life. There were miracle cures and device reviews and one nut who claimed that diabetes was a government plot to extract billions of dollars from the unsuspecting public in order to wage the war for oil. As Faith waded through the conspiracy pages, she was ready to believe anything that might get her out of having to live the rest of her life under constant measurement. A lifetime of following every fad diet Cosmo could spit out had taught her to count carbs and calories, but the thought of turning into a human pincushion was almost too much to bear. Thoroughly depressed, and on hold with Equifax, she had quickly clicked back to the pharmaceutical pages, with their images of smiling, healthy diabetics riding bicycles and doing yoga, and playing with puppies, kittens, small children, kites, sometimes a combination of all four. Surely the woman swinging around the adorable toddler wasn't suffering from vaginal dryness. Surely, after spending all morning on the telephone, Faith could have called the doctor's office and scheduled an appointment for later this afternoon. She had the number Sarah had scribbled down at her elbow. Of course, she'd done a search on Delia Wallace, checking to see if she'd been sued for malpractice or had a history of drunk driving. Faith knew every detail of the doctor's education, as well as her driving record, but still could not make the call. Faith knew she was looking at desk time because of the pregnancy. Amanda had dated Faith's Uncle Ted until the relationship had petered out around the time Faith had entered junior high. Boss Amanda was very different from Aunt Amanda. She was going to make Faith's life miserable, in the way that only a woman can make another woman miserable for doing the things that most women do. That sort of living hell Faith was prepared for. But would Faith be allowed to return to her job, even though she had diabetes? Could she go out in the field, carry a gun, and round up the bad guys if her blood sugar was out of whack? Exercise could lead to a precipitous drop. What if she was chasing a suspect and fainted? Emotional moments could stress her blood sugar as well. What if she was interviewing a witness and didn't realize she was acting crazy until Internal Affairs was called in? And what about Will? Could she be trusted to have his back? For all her complaints about her partner, Faith had a deep devotion to the man. She was, at times, his navigator, his buffer against the world, and his big sister. How could she protect Will if she couldn't protect herself? Maybe she wouldn't even have a choice in the matter. Faith stared at her computer screen, contemplating doing another search to see what the standard policy was for diabetics and law enforcement. Were they shoved behind desks until they atrophied or quit? Were they fired? Her hands went to the laptop, her fingers resting on the keyboard. As with the insulin pen, her brain froze her muscles, not letting her press the keys. She tapped her finger lightly on the H in a nervous tick, feeling the flop sweat come back. When the phone rang, she nearly jumped out of her skin. "Good morning," Will said. "I'm outside when you're ready." Faith shut down the laptop. She gathered up the notes she had taken from her phone calls, loaded her diabetes paraphernalia into her purse, and walked out the front door without a look back. Will was in an unmarked black Dodge Charger, what they called a G-Ride, slang for government-issued car. This particular beauty had a key scratch cutting along the panel over the back tire, and a large antenna mounted on a spring so the scanner could pick up all signals within a 100-mile area. A blind 3-year-old would have been able to tell it was a cop car. She opened the door, and Will said, "I've got Jacqueline Zabel's Atlanta address." He meant the second victim, the woman who had been hanging upside down in the tree. Faith got in the car and buckled her seatbelt. "How?" "The Walton Beach sheriff called me back this morning. They checked with her neighbors down there. Apparently, her mother just went into a retirement home, and Jacqueline was up here packing up the house to sell it. Where's the house? Inman Park. Charlie's going to meet us there. I've reached out to the Atlanta police for some feet on the ground. They say they can give me 2 patrols for a couple of hours. He reversed the car down the driveway, glancing at Faith. You look better. Did you get some sleep? Faith didn't answer his question. She pulled out her notebook, going through the list of things she had accomplished on the phone this morning. I had the splinters of wood that were taken from underneath Anna's fingernails transferred to our lab. I sent a tech to fingerprint her at the hospital first thing. I put out a statewide APB for any missing women matching Anna's age and description. They're going to try to send over a sketch artist for a drawing. Her face is pretty bruised. I'm not sure anyone would recognize her from a photograph. She flipped to the next page, skimming her notes. I checked the NCIC and VICAP for comparable cases. The FBI isn't tracking anything similar, but I put our details into the database just in case something hits. She went to the next page. I put an alert on Jacqueline Zabel's credit card so we'll know if someone tries to use them. I called the morgue. The autopsy is scheduled to start around 11. I put in a call to the Coldfields, the man and wife in the Buick that hit Anna. They said we could come by and talk to them at the shelter where Judith volunteers, even though they've already told that nice Detective Galloway everything they know. And speaking of that prick, I woke up Jeremy at school this morning and made him leave a message on Galloway's voicemail saying he was from the IRS and needed to talk to him about some irregularities. Will chuckled at this last bit. We're waiting on Rockdale County to fax over the crime scene reports and whatever witness statements they have. Other than that, that's all I've got. Faith closed her notebook. So, what did you do this morning? He nodded toward the cup holder. I got you some hot chocolate. Faith stared longingly at the takeout cup, dying to lick off the foamy puddle of whipped cream that had squirted through the slit in the lid. She had lied to Sarah Linton about her usual diet. The last time Faith had jogged anywhere, she had been rushing from her car to the front door of Zesto's, hoping to get a milkshake before they closed. Breakfast was usually a Pop-Tart and a Diet Coke, but this morning she had eaten a boiled egg and a piece of dry toast, the kind of thing they served at the county jail. The sugar and the hot chocolate would probably kill her, though, and she said, "No thanks," before she could change her mind. "You know," he began, "if you're trying to lose weight, I could—" "Will," she interrupted, "I've been on a diet for the last 18 years of my life. If I want to let myself go, I'm going to let myself go." "I didn't say, besides, I've only gained 5 pounds," she lied. "It's not like I need a Goodyear sign strapped to my ass." Will glanced at the purse in her lap, his mouth drawn. Finally, he said, "I'm sorry." "Thank you." "If you're not going to—" He let his words trail off, taking the cup out of the holder. Faith turned on the radio so she wouldn't have to listen to him swallow. The volume was low, and she heard the dull murmur of news coming from the speakers. She pressed the buttons until she found something soft and innocuous that wouldn't get on her nerves. She felt the seatbelt tense as Will slowed for a pedestrian darting across the road. Faith had no excuse for snapping at him, and he wasn't a stupid man. He obviously knew that something was wrong, but, as usual, didn't want to push. She felt a pang of guilt for keeping secrets, but then again, Will wasn't exactly known for sharing. It had only been by accident that she'd stumbled onto the realization that he was dyslexic. At least, she thought it was dyslexia. There was certainly some reading issue there, but God knew what it was. Faith had figured out from watching him that Will could make out some words on his own, but it took forever, and he was wrong more often than not about the content. When she tried to ask him about the diagnosis, Will had shut her down so tersely that Faith had felt her face flush in embarrassment for asking the question in the first place. She hated to admit that he was right to hide the problem. Faith had worked on the force long enough to know that most police officers were barely out of the primordial ooze. They tended to be a conservative lot, and they didn't exactly embrace the unusual. Maybe dealing with the most freakish elements society had to offer made them reject any semblance of abnormality in their own ranks. Whatever the reason, Faith knew that if word of Will's dyslexia got out, there wasn't a cop around who would let it pass. He already had trouble fitting in. This would make him a permanent outsider. Will took a ride on Moreland Avenue, and she wondered how he knew which way to go. Directions were an issue for him. Left and right, an insurmountable problem. Despite this, he was incredibly adept at hiding his disability. For those times when his shockingly good memory wouldn't suffice, he had a digital recorder that he kept in his pocket the way that most cops kept a notebook. Sometimes he slipped up and made a mistake, but most of the time, Faith found herself in awe of his accomplishments. He had gotten through school and then college with no one recognizing there was a problem. Growing up in an orphanage hadn't exactly given him a good start in life. His success was a lot to be proud of, which made the fact that he had to hide his disability even more heartbreaking. They were in the middle of Little Five Points, an eclectic part of the city that blended seedy bars and fashionably overpriced boutiques, when Will finally spoke. "You okay?" "I was just thinking," Faith began, though she didn't share her actual thoughts. "What do we know about the victims?" "Both of them have dark hair. Both are fit, attractive. We think the woman at the hospital's name is Anna. The license says the one hanging in the tree is Jacqueline Zabel." "What about fingerprints?" "There was a latent on the pocket knife that belongs to Zabel. The print on her license came back unknown. It doesn't match Zabel, and there's no match on the computer." "We should compare it to Anna's fingerprints and see if she's the one who made it. If Anna touched the license, then that puts both Anna and Jacqueline Zabel in the cave together." "Good idea." Faith felt like she was pulling teeth, though she couldn't blame Will for being gun-shy, considering how mercurial her mood was lately. "Have you found out anything else about Zabel?" He shrugged, as if there wasn't much, but reeled off, "Jacqueline Zabel is 38, unmarried, no children. The Florida Law Enforcement Bureau is giving us an assist. They're going to go through her place, do a phone dump, try to find next of kin other than the mother who was living in Atlanta. The sheriff says no one in town knows Zabel that well. She has one sort of friend next door who's been watering her plants but doesn't know anything about her. There's been an ongoing feud with some of the other neighbors about people leaving out their trash cans on the street. The sheriff said Zabel's made a few nuisance complaints in the past 6 months over loud noises from pool parties and cars being parked in front of her house." Faith bit back the urge to ask him why he hadn't told her all this in the first place. "Has the sheriff ever met Zabel?" "He said he took a couple of the nuisance calls himself and didn't find her to be a very pleasant person." "You mean he said she was a bitch?" Faith clarified. For a cop, Will had a surprisingly clean vocabulary. "What did she do for a living?" "Real estate. Market's been off, but she looks pretty set. House on the beach, BMW, a boat at the marina." "Wasn't the battery you found in the cave for marine use?" "I had the sheriff check her boat. The battery's still there." "It was worth a shot," Faith mumbled, thinking they were still grasping at straws. "Charlie says the battery we found in the cave is at least 10 years old. All the numbers are worn off. He's going to see if he can get some more information on it. But chances are, it's a wash. You can pick up those things at yard sales." Will shrugged, adding, "The only thing it tells us is that the guy knew what he was going to do with it." "Why is that?" "A car battery is designed to deliver a short, large current like you need to crank your car. Once the car starts, the alternator takes over and the battery isn't needed again until the next time you need to start the engine. A marine battery, like from the cave, is what's called a deep cycle battery, meaning it gives a steady current over a long period of time. You'd ruin a car battery pretty quickly if you tried to use it the way our guy was. The marine battery would last for hours." Faith let his words hang in the air, her brain trying to make sense of them. There was no way to make sense of it, though. What had been done to those women was not the product of a sound mind. She asked, "Where's Jacqueline Zabel's BMW?" "Not in her driveway in Florida, and not at her mother's house." "Did you put out an APB on the car?" "In both Florida and Georgia." He reached around to the back seat and pulled out a handful of folders. They were all color-coded, and he thumbed through until he found the orange one, which he handed to Faith. She opened it to find a printout from the Florida Department of Motor Vehicles. Jacqueline Alexandra Zabel's driver's license stared back at her, the picture showing a very attractive woman with long dark hair and brown eyes. "She's pretty," Faith said. "So's Anna," Will provided. "Brown hair, brown eyes. Our guy has a type." Faith turned to the next page and read aloud from the woman's driving record. "Zabel's car is a 2008 red BMW 540i. Speeding ticket 6 months ago for going 80 in a 55. Running a stop sign in a school zone last month. Failure to stop at a roadblock 2 weeks ago. Refused to take a breathalyzer. Court date pending. She thumbed through the pages. Her record was pretty clean until recently. Will absently scratched his forearm as he waited for another light to change. Maybe something happened. What about the notes Charlie found in the cave? I will not deny myself, he recalled, taking out the blue folder. The pages are being fingerprinted. They're from a standard spiral notebook, written in pencil, probably by a woman. Faith looked at the copy, the same sentence written over and over again, like she'd done many times herself as punishment back in junior high school. And the rib? He was still scratching his arm. No sign of the rib in the cave or the immediate area. A souvenir? Maybe, he said. Jacqueline didn't have any cuts on her body. He corrected. I mean, any deep cuts, like what Anna had where the rib was removed. Both of them looked like they'd been through the same kind of stuff, though. Torture. Faith tried to put herself in the mind of their perpetrator. He keeps one woman on the top of the bed and one woman underneath. Maybe he trades them out, does one horrible thing to Anna, then swaps her out for Jacqueline and does the horrible thing to her. Then trades them back, Will said. So maybe Jacqueline heard what happened to Anna, with a rib, knew what was coming and chewed her way through the rope around her wrist. She must have found the penknife, or had it with her under the bed. Charlie examined the slats under the bed. He put them back together in sequence. The tip of a very sharp knife ran in the center of each slat where someone cut the rope from underneath the bed, head to foot. Faith suppressed a shudder as she stated the obvious. Jacqueline was under the bed while Anna was being mutilated. And she was probably alive while we were searching the woods. Faith opened her mouth to say something along the lines of, "It's not your fault," but she knew the words were useless. She felt guilt herself for not being out there during the search. She could not imagine how Will was feeling, considering he'd been blundering around in the woods while the woman was dying. Instead, she asked, "What's wrong with your arm?" "What do you mean?" "You keep scratching it." He stopped the car and squinted up at the street signs. Hamilton, Faith read. He checked his watch, a ploy he used for telling left from right. Both victims were probably well off, he said, taking a right onto Hamilton. Anna was malnourished, but her hair was nice, the color, I mean, and she'd had a manicure recently. The polish on her nails was chipped, but it looked professionally done. Faith didn't press him on how he knew a professional manicure from an amateur one. These women weren't prostitutes. They had homes and probably jobs. It's unusual for a killer to choose victims who will be missed. Motive, means, opportunity, he listed, stating the foundation for any investigation. Motive is sex and torture and maybe taking the rib. Means, Faith said, trying to think of ways the killer might have abducted his victims. Maybe he rigs their cars to break down? He could be a mechanic. BMWs are equipped with driver assist. You just press a button and they're on the phone with you and they send out a tow truck. Nice, Faith said. The Mini was a poor man's BMW, which meant you had to use your own phone if you got stuck. Jacqueline's moving her mother's house. That means she probably contracted with a moving company or liquidation agent. She'd need a termite letter to sell the house, Will added. You couldn't get a mortgage on a house in most of the South without first proving that termites weren't feasting on the foundation. So, our bad guy could be an exterminator, a contractor, a mover. Faith got out a pen and started a list on the back of the orange folder. Her real estate license wouldn't transfer up here, so she'd have to have an Atlanta agent to sell the house. Unless she did a for sale by owner, in which case she could have had open houses, could have had strangers in and out all the time. Why didn't anyone notice she was missing? Faith asked. Sarah said Anna was taken at least 4 days ago. Who's Sarah? Sarah Linton, Faith said. He shrugged, and she studied him carefully. Will never forgot names. He never forgot anything. The doctor from yesterday? Is that her name? Faith resisted a, come on. He asked, how would she know how long Anna was kept? She used to be a coroner in some county way down south. Will's eyebrows went up. He slowed to look at another sign. A coroner? That's weird. He was one to talk. She was a coroner and a pediatrician. Will mumbled as he tried to make out the sign. I took her for a dancer. Woodland, Faith read. A dancer? She's 20 feet tall. Dancers can be tall. Faith clenched her teeth together so that she would not laugh out loud. Anyway, he didn't add anything else, using the word to indicate an end to that part of the conversation. She studied his profile as he turned the wheel, the way he stared so intently at the road ahead. Will was an attractive man, arguably handsome, but he was about as self-aware as a snail. His wife, Angie Pulaski, seemed to see beyond his quirks, among them his painful inability to conduct small talk and the anachronistic three-piece suits he insisted on wearing. In return, Will seemed to overlook the fact that Angie had slept with half the Atlanta police force, including, if graffiti in a ladies' toilet on the 3rd floor was to be believed, a couple of women. They had met each other at the Atlanta Children's Home, and Faith supposed this was the connection that bound them together. They were both orphans, both abandoned by, presumably, crappy parents. As with everything in his personal life, Will did not share the details. Faith hadn't even known that he and Angie were officially married until Will showed up one morning wearing a wedding band. And she had never known Will to even give a passing glance to another woman, until now. This is it, he said, taking a right down a narrow, tree-lined street. She saw the white crime scene van parked in front of a very small house. Charlie Reed and 2 of his assistants were already going through the trash on the side of the road. Whoever had taken out the trash was the neatest person in the world. There were boxes stacked up on the curb, 3 rows of 2, each labeled with the contents. Beside these were a bunch of large black garbage bags, lined up like a row of sentries. On the other side of the mailbox were a precisely aligned mattress and box spring, and a couple of pieces of furniture that the local trash trollers hadn't spotted yet. Behind Charlie's van were 2 empty Atlanta police cruisers, and Faith assumed the patrolmen Will had requested were already canvassing the neighborhood. Faith said, "Her husband was a cop. Sounds like he was killed in the line of duty. I hope they fried the bastard." Whose husband? He knew damn well who she was talking about. Sarah Linton's, the dancing doctor. Will put the car in park and cut the engine. I asked Charlie to hold off on processing the house. He took 2 pairs of latex gloves out of his jacket pocket and handed one to Faith. My guess is that it's packed up for the move, but you never know. Faith got out of the car. Charlie would have to close off the house as a crime scene as soon as he started collecting evidence. Letting Will and Faith check it out first meant that they wouldn't have to wait for everything to be processed before they started following up on clues. "Hey there," Charlie called, tossing them an almost cheery wave. "Got here just in time." He indicated the bags. "Goodwill was about to cart it off when we pulled up." "What have you got?" He showed them the tags on the bags where the contents had been neatly labeled. "Clothes mostly, kitchen items, old blenders, that sort of thing." He flashed a smile. "Beats the hell out of that hole in the ground." Will asked, "When do you think we'll have the analysis back from the cave?" "Amanda put a rush on it. There was a lot of shit down there, literally and figuratively. We prioritized the pieces we thought might be more important. You know that DNA from the fluids will take 48 hours. Fingerprints will run through the computer as they're developed. If there's something earth-shattering down there, we'll know by tomorrow morning at the latest." He mimed holding a telephone receiver to his ear. "You'll be the first call." Will indicated the garbage bags. "Find anything useful?" Charlie handed him a packet of mail. Will snapped off the rubber band and looked at each envelope before handing it to Faith. Postmarks recent, he noticed. He could easily read numbers, if not words, which was one of the many useful tools he used to conceal his problem. He was also good at recognizing company logos. Gas bill, electric cable. Faith read the name of the addressee. Gwendolyn Zabel. That's a lovely old name. "Like Faith," Charlie said, and she was a little surprised to hear him utter something so personal. He hastily covered for it, saying, "And she lived in a lovely old house." Faith wouldn't have called the small bungalow lovely, but it was certainly quaint with its gray shingles and red trim. Nothing had been done to update the place, or even simply keep it up. The gutters sagged from years of leaves, and the roofline resembled a camel's back. The grass was neatly trimmed, but there were no flower beds or carefully sculpted shrubs typical of Atlanta homes. All the other houses on the street but one had a second story added on, or had simply been torn down to make way for a mansion. Gwendolyn Zabel must have been one of the last holdouts, the only 2-bedroom, 1-bath in the area. Faith wondered if the neighbors were glad to see the old woman go. Her daughter must have been happy to have the check from the sale. A house like this had probably cost around $30,000 when it was first built. Now the land alone would be worth around $500,000. Will asked Charlie, "Did you get the door unlocked?"
"It was unlocked when I got here," he told them. "Me and the guys took a look around. Nothing jumped out, but you've got first dibs." He indicated the trash pile in front of him. "This is just the tip of the iceberg. The place is a freaking mess." Will and Faith exchanged a look as they walked toward the house. Inman Park was far from Mayberry. You didn't leave your door unlocked unless you were hoping for an insurance claim. Faith pushed open the front door, walking back into the 1970s as she crossed the threshold. The green shag carpet on the floor was deep enough to cup her tennis shoes, and the mirrored wallpaper was kind enough to remind her that she'd put on 15 pounds in the last month. "Wow," Will said, glancing around the front room. It was packed with untold amounts of crap. Stacks of newspapers, paperback books, magazines. This can't be safe to live in. Imagine how it looked with all the stuff on the street back inside. Faith picked up a rusted hand blender, sitting on top of a stack of Life magazines. Sometimes old people start collecting things and they can't stop. "This is crazy," he said, wiping his hand along a stack of old 45s. Dust flew into the stale air. "My grandmother's house was worse than this," Faith told him. "It took us a whole week just to be able to walk through to the kitchen. Why would someone do this?" "I don't know," she admitted. Her grandfather had died when Faith was a child, and her Granny Mitchell had lived on her own for most of her life. She had started collecting things in her 50s, and by the time she was moved into a nursing home, the house had been filled to the rafters with useless things. Looking around another lonely old woman's house, seeing a similar accumulation, made Faith wonder if someday Jeremy would be saying the same thing about Faith's housekeeping. At least he would have a little brother or sister to help him. Faith put her hand to her stomach, wondering for the first time about the child growing inside of her. Was it a girl or a boy? Would it have her blonde hair or its father's dark Latino looks? Jeremy looked nothing like his father, thank God. Faith's first love had been a gangly hillbilly with a build that was reminiscent of Spike from the Peanuts cartoon. As a baby, Jeremy had been almost delicate, like a thin piece of porcelain. He'd had the sweetest little feet. Those first few days, Faith had spent hours staring at his tiny toes, kissing the bottoms of his heels. She had thought that he was the most remarkable thing on the face of the earth. He had been her little doll. "Faith." She dropped her hand, wondering what had come over her. She'd taken enough insulin this morning. Maybe she was just feeling the typical hormonal swings of pregnancy that had made being 14 such a pleasure for Faith, as well as everyone around her. How on earth was she going to go through this again? And how was she going to do it alone? "Faith." "You don't have to keep saying my name, Will." She indicated the back of the house. "Go check the kitchen. I'll take the bedrooms." He gave her a careful look before heading into the kitchen. Faith walked down the hallway toward the back rooms, picking her way through broken blenders and toasters and telephones. She wondered if the old woman had scavenged for these things or if she had accumulated them over a lifetime. The framed photographs on the walls looked ancient, some of them in sepia and black and white. Faith scanned them as she made her way back, wondering when people had started smiling for photographs, and why. She had some older photos of her mother's grandparents that were particularly treasured. They had lived on a farm during the Depression, and a traveling photographer had taken a shot of their small family as well as a mule that was called Big Pete. Only the mule had been smiling. There was no Big Pete on Gwendolyn Zabel's wall, but some of the color photographs showed not one, but two different young girls, both with dark brown hair hanging down past their pencil-thin waists. They were a few years apart in age, but definitely sisters.
None of the more recent photographs showed the two posing together. Jacqueline's sister seemed to prefer desert settings for the shots she sent her mother, while Jacqueline's photos tended to show her posing on the beach, a bikini low across her boyishly thin hips. Faith could not help but think if she looked that great at 38 years old, she'd be taking pictures of herself wearing a bikini too. There were very few recent pictures of the sister, who appeared to have grown plumper with age. Faith hoped she had kept in touch with her mother. They could do a reverse trace on the telephone and find her that way. The first bedroom did not have a door. Stacks of debris filled the room. More newspapers and magazines. There were some boxes, but for the most part, the small bedroom was filled with so much trash it was impossible to go more than a few feet in. A musty odor filled the air, and Faith remembered a story she'd seen on the news many years ago about a woman who'd gotten a paper cut from an old magazine and ended up dying from some strange disease. She backed out of the room and glanced into the bathroom. More junk, but someone had cleared a path to the toilet and scrubbed it clean. A toothbrush and some other toiletries were lined up on the sink. There were piles of garbage bags in the bathtub. The shower curtain was almost black with mold. Faith had to turn sideways to get past the door to the master bedroom. She saw the reason as soon as she was inside. There was an old rocking chair near the door, so piled with clothes that it was ready to topple over except for the door propping it up. More clothes were scattered around the room, the sort of stuff that would be called vintage and sold for hundreds of dollars down the street in the funky clothing stores of Little 5 Points. The house was warm, which made it more difficult for Faith to get her sweaty hands into the latex gloves. She ignored the pinprick of dried blood on the tip of her finger, not wanting to think about anything else that would turn her into a sobbing mess. She started on the chest of drawers first. All of the drawers were open, so it was just a matter of pushing around clothes, looking for stashed letters or an address book that might list family relations. The bed was neatly made, the only item in the house about which neat could be said to describe it. There was no telling if Jacqueline Zabel had slept in her mother's bedroom or if she had opted for a hotel downtown. Or maybe not. Faith saw an open duffel bag sitting beside a laptop case on the floor. She should have spotted the items immediately, because they were both obviously out of place, with their distinctive designer logos and soft leather shells. Faith checked the laptop case, finding a MacBook Air that her son would have killed for. She booted it up, but the welcome screen asked for a username and password. Charlie would have to send it through the proper channels to try to crack it, but in Faith's experience, Macs that had been password protected were impossible to decode, even by the manufacturer. Next, Faith looked through the duffel. The clothes inside were designer, Donna Karin, Jones of New York. The Jimmy Choos were particularly impressive, especially to Faith, who was wearing a skirt that was the equivalent of a camping tent, since she couldn't find any pants in her closet that would button anymore. Jacqueline Zabel apparently suffered no such sartorial quandaries, and Faith wondered why someone who could obviously afford otherwise chose to stay in this awful house. So, Jacqueline had apparently been sleeping in the room. The neatly made bed, a glass of water, and a pair of reading glasses on the table beside it all pointed to a recent inhabitant. There was also a giant, hospital-sized bottle of aspirin. Faith opened the container and found it half empty. She would probably need some aspirin herself if she were packing up her mother's home. Faith had seen the heartbreak her father suffered when he'd had to put his mother in an assisted living facility. The man had passed away years ago, but Faith knew that he had never gotten over having to put his mother in a home. Unbidden, Faith felt her eyes fill with tears. She let out a groan, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Since she'd seen a plus sign on the pregnancy test, a day hadn't gone by without Faith's brain conjuring some story to make her burst into tears. She returned to the duffel. She was feeling around for pieces of paper, a notebook, a journal, a plane ticket, when she heard yelling coming from the other side of the house. Faith found Will in the kitchen. A very large and very angry woman was screaming in his face. "You pigs have no right to be here!" Faith thought the woman looked just like the type of aging hippie who would use the word pigs. Her hair was braided down her back, and she was wearing a horse blanket shawl around her body in lieu of a shirt. Faith guessed that the woman was officially the last holdout in the neighborhood. Soon to be the crappiest house on the street. She didn't look like the yoga-loving mommies who probably lived in the renovated mansions. Will remained remarkably cool, leaning against the refrigerator with a hand in his pocket. "Ma'am, I need you to calm down."
"Fuck you!"
she shot back.
"Fuck you too!"
she added, seeing Faith in the doorway. Close up, Faith thought the woman was in her late 40s. It was hard to tell, though, since her face was twisted into an angry red knot. She had the sort of features that seemed built for fury. Will asked, "Did you know Gwendolyn Zabel?"
"You have no right to question me without a lawyer."
Faith rolled her eyes, reveling in the sheer childish joy of the gesture. Will was more mature with his approach. "Can you tell me your name?" She turned instantly reticent.
"Why?"
"I'd like to know what to call you." She seemed to scroll through her options. "Candy." "All right, Candy. I'm Special Agent Trent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. This is Special Agent Mitchell. I'm sorry to tell you that Mrs. Zabel's daughter has been in an accident." Candy pulled the blanket closer.
"Was she drinking?"
Will asked, "Did you know Jacqueline?"
"Jackie."
Candy shrugged her shoulders.
"She was here for a few weeks to get her mother's house sold. We talked."
"Did she use a real estate agent or sell it herself?"
"She used a local agent."
The woman shifted her stance, blocking Faith from her view.
"Is Jackie okay?"
"I'm afraid she's not. She was killed in the accident." Candy put her hand to her mouth. "Have you seen anyone hanging around the house? Anyone suspicious?"
"Of course not. I'd call the police."
Faith suppressed a snort. The ones who screamed about the pigs were always the ones who called the police for help at the first whiff of trouble. Will asked, "Does Jackie have any family we can get in touch with?"
"Are you fucking blind?"
Candy demanded. She jerked her head toward the refrigerator. Faith could see a list of names and phone numbers taped to the door that Will was leaning against. The words, "Emergency Numbers," were typed in bold print at the top, less than 6 inches away from his face.
"Christ, don't they teach you people to read?"
Will looked absolutely mortified, and Faith would have slapped the woman if she had been standing close enough. Instead, she said, "Ma'am, I'm going to need you to go downtown and make a formal statement." Will caught her eye, shook his head, but Faith was so furious she struggled to keep her voice from shaking. "We'll get a cruiser to take you to City Hall East. It'll only take a few hours."
"Why?" the woman demanded. "Why do you need me to—"
Faith took out her cell phone and dialed her old partner at the Atlanta Police Department. Leo Donnelly owed her a favor, make that several favors, and she intended to use them to make this woman's life as difficult as possible.
Candy said, "I'll talk to you here. You don't need to take me downtown."
"Your friend Jackie is dead," Faith said, her anger making her tone sharp. "Either you're helping our investigation or you're obstructing it."
Okay,
she said, holding up her hands in surrender.
"What do you want to know?"
Faith glanced at Will, who was looking at his shoes. She pressed her thumb on the end button, disconnecting the call to Leo. She asked Candy, "When's the last time you saw Jackie?"
"Last weekend. She came over for some company."
"What kind of company?" Candy equivocated, and Faith started to dial Leo's number again.
"All right," the woman groaned. "Jesus. We smoked some weed. She was freaked out about all this shit. She hadn't visited her mom in a while. None of us knew how bad it had gotten."
"None of us meaning who?"
"Me and a couple of the neighbors. We kept an eye on Gwen. She's an old woman. Her daughters live out of state."
They must have not kept too close an eye on her if they hadn't realized she was living in a fire trap. "Do you know the other daughter?"
"Jolene," she answered, nodding toward the list on the fridge. "She doesn't visit. At least, she hasn't in the 10 years I've lived here."
Faith glanced at Will again. He was staring somewhere over Candy's shoulder. She asked the woman, "The last time you saw Jackie was a week ago?"
"That's right."
"What about her car?"
"It was in the driveway until a couple of days ago."
"A couple as in two?" I guess it's closer to 4 or 5. I've got a life. It's not like I track the comings and goings of the neighborhood.
Faith ignored the sarcasm. Have you seen anyone suspicious hanging around?
I told you no.
Who was the real estate agent? She named one of the top realtors in town, a man who advertised on every available bus stop in the city.
Jackie didn't even meet him. They handled it all on the phone. He had the house sold before the sign even went up in the yard. There's a developer who has a standing offer on all the lots, and he closes in 10 days with cash.
Faith knew this was not uncommon. Her own poor house had been subject to many such offers over the years. None of them worth taking, because then she wouldn't be able to afford a new house in her own neighborhood. What about movers?
Look at all this shit.
Candy slapped her hand against a crumbling pile of papers.
The last thing Jackie told me was that she was going to have one of those construction dumpsters delivered.
Will cleared his throat. He wasn't looking at the wall anymore, but he wasn't exactly looking at the witness either. Why not just leave everything here? He asked. It's mostly trash. The builder is going to bulldoze it anyway. Candy seemed appalled by the prospect.
This was her mother's house. She grew up here. Her childhood is buried under all this shit. You can't just throw that all away.
He took out his phone as if it had rung. Faith knew the vibration feature was broken. Amanda had nearly gutted him in a meeting last week when it had started ringing. Still, Will looked at the display, then said, "Excuse me." He left by the back door, using his foot to move a pile of magazines out of the way. Candy asked, "What's his problem?" "He's allergic to bitches," Faith quipped, though if that were true, Will would be covered in a head-to-toe rash after this morning. "How often did Jackie visit her mother?"
I'm not her social secretary.
"Maybe if I take you downtown, it'll jog your memory."
Jesus,
she muttered.
Okay. Maybe a couple of times a year, if that.
And you've never seen Jolene, her sister, visit?
Nope.
Did you spend much time with Jackie?
Not much. I wouldn't call us friends or anything.
What about when you smoked together last week? Did she say anything about her life?
She told me the nursing home she sent her mom off to cost $50,000 a year.
Faith suppressed the urge to whistle. There goes any profit from the house. Candy didn't seem to think so.
Gwen's been failing for a while now. She won't last the year. Jackie said might as well get her something nice on her way out.
Where's the home?
Sarasota.
Jackie Zabel lived on the Florida Panhandle, about 5 hours' drive away from Sarasota. Not too close and not too far. Faith said, "The doors weren't locked when we got here." Candy shook her head.
Jackie lived in a gated community. She never locked her doors. One night, she left her keys in her car. I couldn't believe it when I saw them in the ignition. It was dumb luck that it wasn't stolen.
She added ruefully.
But Jackie was always pretty lucky.
Was she seeing anyone? Candy turned reticent again. Faith waited her out.
Finally, the woman said, "She wasn't that nice, okay? I mean, she was fine to get stoned with, but she was kind of a bitch about things. And men wanted to fuck her, but they didn't want to talk to her afterward. You know what I mean?"
Faith wasn't in a position to judge. What things was she a bitch about?
The best way to drive up from Florida, the right kind of gas to put in your car, the proper way to throw out the freaking trash.
She indicated the cluttered kitchen.
That's why she was doing all this by herself. Jackie's loaded. She could afford to pay a crew to clean out this place in 2 days. She didn't trust anyone else to do it the right way. That's the only reason she's been staying here. She's a control freak.
Faith thought about the neatly tied bundles out by the street. You said she wasn't seeing anyone. Were there any men in her life? Ex-husbands, ex-boyfriends?
Who knows? She didn't confide in me much, and Gwen hasn't known the day of the week for the last 10 years. Honestly, I think Jackie just needed a couple of tokes to take off the edge, and she knew I was holding.
Why'd you let her?
She was okay when she was unclenched.
You asked if she'd been in a drunk driving accident.
I know she got stopped in Florida. She was really pissed about that.
Candy was sure to add,
"Those stops are completely bogus. One measly glass of wine and they're cuffing you like you're some kind of criminal. They just want to make their quota."
Faith had done many of those stops herself,
She knew she had saved lives just as sure as she knew Candy had probably had her own run-ins with the cops. So you didn't like Jackie, but you spent time with her. You didn't know her well, but you knew she was fighting a DUI rap. What's going on here? It's easier to go with the flow, you know. I don't like causing trouble. She certainly seemed fine with causing it for other people. Faith took out her notebook. What's your last name? Smith. Faith gave her a sharp look. I'm serious. It's Candace Courtney Smith. I live in the only other shitty house on the street. Candy glanced out the window at Will. Faith saw that he was talking to one of the uniformed patrolmen. She could tell from the way the other man was shaking his head that they hadn't found anything useful. Candy said, I'm sorry I snapped. I just don't like the police around. Why is that? She shrugged. I had some problems a while back. Faith had already guessed as much. Candy certainly had the angry disposition of a person who had sat in the back of a squad car on more than one occasion. What kind of problems? She shrugged again. I'm only saying this because you're going to find out about it and come running back here like I'm an axe murderer. Go on. I got picked up on a solicitation when I was in my 20s. Faith was unsurprised. She guessed, you met a guy who got you hooked on drugs. Romeo and Juliet, Candy confirmed. Asshole left me holding his stash. He said I wouldn't go down for it. There had to be a mathematical formula out there that calculated to the second how long it took a woman whose boyfriend got her hooked on drugs to get turned out onto the street in order to support both their habits. Faith imagined the equation involved a lot of zeros behind the decimal point. Faith asked, How long were you in for? Shit, she laughed. I flipped on the asshole and his dealer. I didn't spend day one in prison. Still not surprised. The woman said, I stopped the hard stuff a long time ago. The weed just keeps me mellow. She glanced at Will again. Obviously, there was something about him that was making her nervous. Faith called her on it. What are you so worried about? He doesn't look like a cop. What does he look like? She shook her head. He reminds me of my first boyfriend. All quiet and nice, but his temper. She smacked her hand into her palm. He beat me pretty bad. Broke my nose. Broke my leg once when I didn't earn out for him. She rubbed her knee. Still hurts me when it's cold. Faith saw where this was going. It wasn't Candy's fault that she'd tricked herself out to get high and more than likely failed her share of breathalyzers. The evil boyfriend was to blame, or the stupid cop meeting his quota, and now Will was getting his turn as the bad guy too. Candy was a skilled enough manipulator to know when she was losing her audience. I'm not lying to you. I don't care about the sordid details of your tragic past, Faith stated. Tell me what you're really worried about. She debated for a few seconds. I take care of my daughter now. I'm straight. Ah, Faith said. The woman was worried her child would be taken away. Candy nodded toward Will. He reminds me of those bastards from the state. Will as a social worker certainly was a better fit than Will as an abusive boyfriend. How old is your daughter? She's almost 4. I didn't think I'd be able to. All the shit I've been through. Candy smiled, her face changing from an angry fist into something that might be called a moderately attractive plum. Hannah's a little sweetheart. She loved Jackie a lot, wanted to be like her with her nice car and her fancy clothes. Faith didn't think Jackie sounded like the kind of woman who wanted a 3-year-old pawing her Jimmy Choos, not least of all because kids tended to be sticky at that age. Did Jackie like her? Candy shrugged. Who doesn't like kids? She finally asked the question that a less self-absorbed person would have asked 10 minutes ago. So what happened? Was she drunk? She was murdered. Candy opened her mouth, then closed it. Killed? Faith nodded. Who would do that? Who would want to hurt her? Faith had seen this enough times to know where it was heading. It was the reason she had held back the true cause of Jacqueline Zabel's death. No one wanted to speak ill of the dead, even a fried-out hippie wannabe with an anger problem. She wasn't bad, Candy insisted. I mean, she was good deep down. I'm sure she was, Faith agreed, though the opposite was more likely true. Candy's lip quivered. How am I going to tell Hannah that she's dead? Faith's phone rang, which was just as well because she did not know how to answer the question. Worse, part of her didn't care, now that she'd wrung out all the information she needed. Candy Smith was hardly number one on the list of horrible parents, but she wasn't a stellar human being either, and there was a 3-year-old child out there who was probably paying for it. Faith answered the phone. Mitchell? Detective Leo Donnelly asked. Did you just call me? I hit the wrong button, she lied. I was about to call you anyway. You put out that bolo, right? He meant the be on the lookout Faith had sent around to all the zones this morning. Faith held up her finger to Candy, asking for a minute, then walked back into the family room. What have you got? Not exactly a Miss Purr, he said, meaning a missing person. Uniform Patrol found a kid asleep in an SUV this morning, Mom nowhere to be found. And? Faith asked, knowing there had to be more. Leo was a homicide detective. He didn't get called out to coordinate social services. Your bolo, he said. It kind of matches the mom's description. Brown hair, brown eyes. What's the kid saying? Fuck all, he admitted. I'm at the hospital with him now. You've got a kid. You want to come see if you can get anything out of him? Will got out of the car, telling Faith, Amanda thought the kid would take the heat off us for a while. She's going to go ballistic when she finds out they might be connected. Faith offered, I'll tell her if you want me to. He tucked his hands into his pockets as he walked beside her. If I get a vote here, I'd rather you snap at me than feel sorry for me. I can do both. He chuckled, although the fact that he'd missed the list of emergency numbers taped to the refrigerator was about as funny as his inability to read Jackie Zabel's name off her driver's license while the woman hung lifeless over his head. Candy's right, Faith. She called it and won. You would have shown the list to me, Faith defended. Jackie Zabel's sister wasn't even home. I doubt a 5-minute delay in leaving a message on her answering machine will make a huge difference. Will kept his mouth shut. They both knew she was stretching things. In some cases, 5 minutes made all the difference in the world. Faith continued, and if you hadn't stayed under that tree with a license last night, you might not have found the body until daylight, if ever. Will saw the reporters were studying each person who walked to the front entrance of the hospital, trying to ascertain whether or not they were important to their story. He told Faith, One day you're going to have to stop making excuses for me. One day you're going to have to get your head out of your ass. Will kept walking. Faith was right about one thing. She could snap at him and feel sorry for him at the same time. The revelation brought him no comfort. Faith's blood ran blue, not the old money kind, but the cop kind, and she had the same knee-jerk response that had been drilled into Angie every single day at the police academy, every single second on the street. When your partner or your squad was attacked, you defended him no matter what. Us against them, damn the truth, damn what was right. Will, Faith was cut off as reporters swarmed around her. They had pegged Faith for a cop as she walked across the parking lot, while Will, as usual, had gotten a free pass. Will held out his hand, blocking a camera, using his elbow to push away a photographer with an Atlanta Journal logo on the back of his jacket. Faith! Faith! A man called. She turned around, spotting a reporter, and shook her head as she kept walking. Come on, babe, the man called. Will thought that with his scruffy beard and rumpled clothes, he looked just like the kind of guy who could get away with calling a woman babe. Faith turned away, but she kept shaking her head as she walked toward the entrance. Will waited until they were inside the building, past the metal detectors, to ask, How do you know that guy? Sam works for the Atlanta Beacon. He did a ride-along with me when I was working patrol. Will seldom thought about Faith's life before him, the fact that she had worn a uniform and driven a squad car before she became a detective. Faith gave a laugh Will didn't quite understand. We were hot and heavy for a few years. What happened? He didn't like that I had a kid, and I didn't like that he was an alcoholic. Well, Will tried to think of something to say. He seems all right. He does seem that way, she answered. Will watched the reporters press their cameras against the glass, trying desperately for a shot. Grady Hospital was a public area, but the press needed permission to film inside the building, and they had all learned at one time or another that the security guards had no qualms about tossing them out on their ears if they started to bug the patients, or, worse, the staff. "Will," Faith said, and he could tell from her voice that she wanted to go back to talking about the list on the fridge. Will's glaring illiteracy. He said something that he knew would sidetrack her. "Why did Dr. Linton tell you all that stuff?" He shot back, "How's Victor?" And they were quiet the rest of the journey through the lobby. "Hey, hey!" Leo held out his arms as he walked toward Faith. "Look at the big GBI girl." He gave her a bear hug that, surprisingly, Faith allowed. "You're looking good, Faith, real good." She waved him off with a disbelieving laugh that would have seemed girlish if Will had known her better. "Good to see you, man," Leo boomed, shooting out his hand. Will tried not to wrinkle his nose at the stench of cigarette smoke coming off the detective. Leo Donnelly was of average height and average build and, unfortunately, was a well below average cop. He was good at following orders, but thinking on his own was something the man just didn't want to do. While this was hardly surprising in a homicide detective who had come up in the 1980s, Leo represented exactly the kind of cop that Will hated. Sloppy, arrogant, not afraid to use his hands if a suspect needed loosening up. Will tried to keep things pleasant, shaking the man's hand, asking, "How's it going, Leo?" "Can't complain," he answered, then started to do exactly that as they walked toward the emergency room. "I'm 2 years away from full retirement, and they're trying to push me out. I think it's the medical. Y'all remember that problem I had with my prostate?" Neither one of them responded, but that didn't stop Leo. "Fucking city insurance is refusing to pay for some of my medication. I'm telling you, don't get sick or they'll screw you 6 ways to Sunday." "What medication?" Faith asked. Will wondered why she was encouraging him. "Fucking Viagra, $6 a pill. First time in my life I've ever had to pay for sex." "I find that hard to believe," Faith commented. "Tell us about this kid. Any leads on the mom?" "Zilch. Car's registered to a Pauline McGee. We found blood at the scene. Not a lot, but enough, you know. This wasn't a nosebleed." "Anything in the car?" "Just her purse, her wallet. License confirms it's McGee. Keys were in the ignition. The kid, Felix, was sleeping in the back." "Who found him?" "A customer. She spotted him sleeping in the car, then got the manager." "He was probably exhausted from fear," Faith murmured. "What about video?" "The only working camera outside sweeps back and forth across the front of the building." "What happened to the other cameras?" "Bad guys shot them out." Leo shrugged as if this was to be expected. "The SUV was just out of the frame, so we've got no footage of the car. We've got McGee walking in with her kid, walking out alone, running back in, running back out. My guess is she didn't notice the kid was gone until she got to her car. Maybe somebody outside kept him hidden, then used him as bait to lure her close enough, then smash and grab." "Anyone else on the camera coming out of the store?" "It pans left to right. The kid was definitely in the store. I'm guessing whoever snatched him was watching the camera. They sneaked by when it swept the other side of the lot." Faith asked, "Do you know what school Felix goes to?" "Some fancy private school in Decatur. I called them already." He took out his notebook and showed it to Faith so she could write down the information. "They said the mom doesn't have an emergency contact listed. The dad jerked off in a cup, end of involvement. No grandparents have ever shown up. FYI, personal observation, folks at her job ain't too crazy about the chick. Sounded like they thought she was a real bitch." He took a folded sheet of paper out of his pocket and showed it to Faith. "Here's a copy of her license. Good-looking broad." Over her shoulder, Will looked at the picture. It was black and white, but he took a good guess. Brown hair, brown eyes. "Just like the others," Faith confirmed. Leo said, "We already got guys at McGee's house. None of the neighbors seem to know who the hell she is or really care that she's gone. They say she kept to herself, never waved, never went to the block parties or whatever they did. We're gonna try her work. It's some hoity-toity design firm on Peachtree." "You run a credit check on her?" "She's flush," Leo answered. "Mortgage looks good.
Car's paid for, has money in the bank, the market, and an IRA. She's obviously not working off a cop's salary.
Any recent activity on her credit cards?
Everything was still in her purse, wallet, cards, $60 cash. Last time she used her debit card was at the City Foods this morning. We put a flag on everything in case somebody wrote the numbers down. I'll let you know if we get a hit.
Leo glanced around. They were standing outside the emergency room entrance. He lowered his voice.
Is this related to your kidney killer?
Kidney killer?
Will and Faith asked in unison. Y'all are cute, Leo said, like the Bobbsey twins.
What are you talking about, the kidney killer? Faith sounded as puzzled as Will felt.
Rockdale County's leaking worse than my prostate,
Leo confided, obviously delighted to be spreading the news.
They're saying your first victim had her kidney removed. I guess this is some kind of organ harvesting thing. A cult, maybe? I hear you can make big bucks for a kidney, around $100,000.
Jesus Christ, Faith hissed. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Her kidney wasn't taken.
Leo seemed disappointed. Faith didn't answer, and Will wasn't about to give Leo Donnelly any information that he could take back to the squad room. He asked, "Has Felix said anything?" Leo shook his head, flashing his badge so they'd be buzzed back into the ER.
The kid clammed up. I called in social services, but they got fuck all out of him. You know how they are at that age. Little things probably retarded.
Faith bristled. He's probably upset because he saw his mother abducted. What do you expect?
Who the hell knows? You've got a kid. I figure you'd be better at talking to him.
Will had to ask Leo.
Don't you have kids?
Leo shrugged.
Do I look like the kind of man who has a good relationship with his children?
The question did not really need an answer. Was anything done to the boy?
The doc says he's okay.
His elbow dug into Will's ribs.
Speaking of the doc, shit, she's something else. Fucking gorgeous. Red hair, legs up to here.
Faith had a smile on her lips, and Will would have asked her about Victor Martinez again if Leo hadn't been standing there with his elbow jammed into Will's liver. There was a loud beeping from one of the rooms, and nurses and doctors ran past, crash carts and stethoscopes flying. Will felt his gut tighten at the familiar sights and sounds. He had always dreaded doctors, especially the Grady docs who had served the kids at the children's home where Will grew up. Every time he'd been taken out of a foster home, the cops had brought him here. Every scrape, every cut, every burn and bruise had to be photographed, cataloged, and detailed. The nurses had been doing it long enough to know that there was a certain detachment needed for the job. The doctors weren't as practiced. They would yell and scream at social services and make you think that, for once, something was going to change. But then you found yourself right back in the hospital a year later, a new doc railing and screaming the same things. Now that Will was in law enforcement, he understood how their hands were tied. But that still didn't change the way his gut twisted every time he walked into the Grady emergency room. As if he sensed the ability to make the situation worse, Leo patted Will on the arm, saying,
"Sorry about Angie splitting, man. Probably for the best."
Faith was silent, but Will felt lucky she wasn't capable of shooting flames from her eyes.
Leo said, "I'll go find out where the doc is. They were keeping the kid in the lounge, trying to get him to calm down."
He left, and Faith's continued silence as she stared at Will spoke volumes. He tucked his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall. The emergency room wasn't as busy as it had been last night, but there were still enough people milling around to make it difficult to have a private chat. Faith didn't seem to mind. "How long has Angie been gone?"
"A little under a year."
Her breath caught. "You've only been married for 9 months."
"Yeah, well."
He glanced around, not wanting to have this conversation here or anywhere else.
"She only married me to prove that she actually was going to marry me."
He felt himself smiling despite the situation.
It was more to win an argument than to actually get married.
Faith shook her head, as if she could make no sense of what he was saying. Will wasn't sure he could help her. He had never understood his relationship with Angie Pulaski. He had known her since he was 8 years old, and there wasn't much he had figured out in the ensuing years, except that the minute she felt too close to him, she headed for the door. That she always eventually came back was a pattern Will had come to appreciate for its simplicity. He told her, "She leaves me a lot, Faith. It wasn't a surprise." She kept her mouth shut, and he couldn't tell if she was mad or just too shocked to speak. He said, "I want to check on Anna upstairs before we leave." She nodded. He tried again. "Amanda asked me how you were doing last night." Faith suddenly gave him her full attention. "What did you tell her?" "That you're fine." "Good, because I am." He stared his meaning into her. Will wasn't the only one holding back information. "I am fine," she insisted. "At least I will be, okay? So don't worry about me." Will pressed his shoulders into the wall. Faith was silent, and the low hum of the emergency room was like static in his ears. Within minutes, he found himself fighting the urge to close his eyes. Will had fallen into bed around 6 that morning, thinking that he'd manage at least 2 hours sleep before he had to go pick up Faith. He'd negotiated down the morning's activities as each hour passed, thinking first that he'd skip taking the dog for a walk, then taking off eating breakfast from the list, then finally removing his usual coffee. The clock had ticked off each hour with excruciating slowness, which he marked every 20 minutes when his eyes shot open, his heart in his throat, his head still thinking he was trapped back in that cave. Will felt his arm itching again, but he didn't scratch it for fear of drawing Faith's attention to the gesture. Every time he thought about the cave, those rats using the flesh on his arms for a ladder, he felt his skin start to crawl. Considering how many scars Will had on his body, it was foolish to obsess about a couple of scratches that would eventually heal without leaving a mark, but it kept troubling his mind, and the more his mind was troubled, the more he itched. He asked Faith, "You think this kidney killer thing has already hit the news?" "I hope it has, so when the real story comes out, those Rockdale County idiots look like the ignorant pricks they are." "Did I tell you what Fierro said to Amanda?" She shook her head, and he relayed Fierro's ill-timed accusation involving the Rockdale County Chief of Police's pole. Faith's voice was little more than a shocked whisper. What did she do to him? "He just disappeared," Will said, taking out his cell phone. "I don't know where he went, but I never saw him again." He checked the time on his phone. "The autopsy's in an hour. If nothing comes out of this kid, let's go to the morgue and see if we can get Pete to start early." "We're supposed to meet the Coldfields at 2. I can call them and see if we can make it closer to noon." Will knew Faith hated sitting in on autopsies. "Do you want to split up?" She obviously did not appreciate the offer. "We'll see if they can move up the time. Our part of the postmortem should be fairly quick." Will hoped so. He didn't relish the idea of lingering over the morbid details of the torture Jacqueline Zabel had endured before she managed to escape to safety, only to fall and break her neck while waiting for help. Maybe we'll have something more to go on by then, a connection. "You mean other than both women were single, attractive, successful, and pretty much hated by everyone who came into contact with them?" "A lot of successful women are hated," Will said, realizing the moment that the words came out of his mouth that he sounded like a sexist pig. "I mean, a lot of men feel threatened by—" "I get it, Will. People don't like successful women," she added ruefully. "Sometimes other women are worse than men." He knew that she was probably thinking about Amanda. Maybe that's what's motivating our killer. He's angry that these women are successful and they don't need men in their lives. Faith crossed her arms, obviously considering the angles. "Here's the trick. He's picked 2 women who won't be missed. Anna and Jackie Zabel. Actually 3 women if you count Pauline McGee. She's got long dark hair and brown eyes like the other 2 victims. Usually these guys like a pattern, a certain type. Jackie Zabel's successful. You said Anna was well put together. McGee drives a Lexus and had a kid on her own, which, take it from me, is not easy." She was silent for a beat, and he wondered if she was thinking about Jeremy. Faith didn't give him time to ask. "It's one thing to kill prostitutes. You've got to go through at least 4 or 5 before anyone notices. He's targeting women who have real power in the world, so we can assume he's been watching them." Will hadn't considered that, but she was probably right. Faith continued. Maybe he thinks of it as part of the hunt. Doing reconnaissance on them, finding out about their lives. He stalks them, then he takes them.
So what are we talking about here? A guy who works for a woman he's not particularly fond of? A loner who felt abandoned by his mother? A cuckold?
Will stopped trying to profile their suspect, thinking the characteristics were a little too close to home. It can be anyone, Faith said. That's the problem. It can be anyone. Will felt the frustration he heard in her voice. They both knew that the case was reaching a critical point. Stranger abductions were the hardest crimes to solve. The victims were usually randomly chosen. The abductor, a practiced hunter who knew how to cover his tracks. It was sheer luck finding the cave last night. But Will had to hope that the kidnapper was getting sloppy. 2 of his victims had escaped. He might be feeling desperate, off his game. Luck had to be on their side if they were going to catch him. Will tucked his phone back into his pocket. They were less than 12 hours out and close to hitting a brick wall. Unless Anna woke up, unless Felix could offer them a solid lead or one of the crime scenes revealed a clue they could follow up on, they were still solidly on square one with nothing to do but wait until another body showed up. Faith was obviously considering the same problems. He would need another place to hold a new victim.
I doubt it's another cave, Will said. It would have been pretty hard to dig. I nearly killed myself digging the hole for that pond I put in my backyard last summer.
You have a pond in your backyard?
Koi, he provided. It took me 2 full weekends.
She was silent for a few beats, as if she was considering his pond. Maybe our suspect might have had help digging the cave.
Serial killers usually work alone.
What about those 2 guys in California?
Charles Ng and Leonard Lake.
Will knew about the case, mostly because it was one of the lengthiest and most expensive in California's history. Lake and Ng had built a cinderblock bunker in the hills, fitting the chamber with various torture devices and other implements to help them act out their sick fantasies. Both men had filmed themselves, taking turns with the victims. Men, women, and children, some of whom had never been identified. Faith continued. The Hillside Stranglers worked together too. The 2 cousins had hunted women on the margins, prostitutes and runaways. Will said they had a fake police badge. That's how they got the women to trust them. I don't even want to consider the possibility. Will felt the same way, but it was something to keep in mind. Jackie Zabel's BMW was missing. The woman at City Foods this morning had been abducted right beside her car. Someone posing as a police officer could have easily fabricated a scenario to approach their vehicles. Will said, Charlie didn't find evidence of 2 different attackers being in the cave. He had to add, then again, he wasn't exactly eager to stay down there any longer than he had to. What was your impression when you were down there?
That I needed to get out of there before I had a heart attack,
Will admitted, feeling the rat scratches on his arm start itching again.
It's not the kind of place you want to linger.
We'll look at the photos. Maybe there's something you and Charlie didn't see in the heat of the moment. Will knew that this was a distinct possibility. The photos of the cave would probably be on his desk by the time they got back to the office. They could examine the scene at leisure, the claustrophobia of the surroundings kept safely at arm's length. 2 victims, Anna and Jackie. Maybe 2 abductors. Faith made the next connection. If that's their pattern, and Pauline McGee is another victim, then they need a second victim.
Hey,
Leo called, waving them back. He stood at a door with a large sign on it. Doctor's Lounge, Faith read, a habit she'd gotten into that Will both loathed and appreciated in unequal parts.
Good luck,
Leo said, patting Will on the shoulder. Faith asked, You're leaving?
The doc just handed me my ass on a platter.
Leo did not look particularly bothered by the fact.
You guys can talk to the kid, but unless this breaks toward your case, I need you to stay away.
Will was slightly surprised by his words. Leo had always been more than happy to let other people do his work. The detective said,
Trust me, I'd love to hand this over to you, but I got my bosses breathing down my neck. They're looking for any reason to kick me. I'll need a solid connection before I send this up the chain to get y'all on the case, all right?
We'll make sure you're covered, Faith promised. Can you still keep a lookout for us on missing persons? White, mid-30s, dark brown hair, successful, but not someone who's got a lot of friends who will miss her.
Brown and bitchy, he gave her a wink. What else I gotta do except gumshoe your case?
He seemed okay with it.
I'll be at the City Foods if anything comes up. You've got my numbers.
Will watched him go, asking, why are they pushing Leo out? I mean, other than the obvious reasons. Faith had been Leo's partner for a few years, and Will could see her struggling with the desire to defend him. Finally, Faith said, he's at the top of his pay scale. It's cheaper to have some fresh-faced kid just off patrol doing his job for half the pay. Plus, if Leo takes early retirement, he leaves 20% of his pension on the table. Throw in the medical, and it gets even more expensive to keep him around. The bosses look at that kind of thing when they're doing their budgets. Faith was about to open the door, but stopped when her cell phone started ringing. She checked the caller ID and told Will, Jackie's sister. She answered the phone, nodding for Will to go ahead without her. Will's hand was sweating when he pressed his palm to the wooden door. His heart did something weird, almost a double beat, that he put down to lack of sleep and too much hot chocolate this morning. Then he saw Sarah Linton, and it did it again. She was sitting in a chair by the window, holding Felix McGee in her lap. The boy was almost too big to be held, but Sarah seemed to be managing it well. One arm was wrapped around his waist, the other around his shoulders. She used her hand to stroke his hair as she whispered sounds of comfort in his ear. Sarah had looked up when Will entered the room, but didn't let his presence disturb the scene. Felix stared blankly out the window, his lips slightly parted. Sarah nodded toward a chair opposite, and Will guessed from the fact that it was less than 6 inches from Sarah's knee that Leo had been sitting there. He pulled the chair back a few feet and sat down. Felix, Sarah's voice calm and in control, the same tone she had used with Anna the night before. This is Agent Trent. He's a policeman, and he's going to help you. Felix kept staring out the window. The room was cool, but Will could see the boy's hair was damp with perspiration. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, and Will took out his handkerchief to wipe it away. When he looked back at Sarah, she was staring at him as if he'd pulled a rabbit out of his pocket. Old habit, Will mumbled, embarrassed as he folded the cloth in two. He had been made well aware over the years that only old men and dandies carried handkerchiefs, but all the boys at the Atlanta Children's Home had been made to carry them, and Will felt naked without one. Sarah shook her head as if to say she didn't mind. Her lips pressed to the top of Felix's head. The child didn't move, but Will had seen his eyes dart to the side, checking out Will, trying to see what he was doing. "What's this?" Will asked, noticing a book bag beside Sarah's chair. He guessed from the cartoon characters and bright colors that the bag belonged to Felix. Will slid it toward him and opened the zip, brushing away stray pieces of colored confetti as he explored the contents. Leo would have already gone through everything in the bag, but Will took out each item as if he was carefully examining it for clues. Nice pencils. He held up a packet of colored pencils. The packaging was black, not the kind of thing you usually saw on children's items. These are for grown-ups. You must be a very good artist. Will didn't expect a response, and Felix didn't give one, but the boy's eyes were watching carefully now, as if he wanted to make sure Will didn't take anything from his bag. Next, Will opened up a folder. There was an ornate crest on the front, probably from Felix's private school. Official-looking documents from the school were in one pocket. What looked like Felix's homework was in the other. Will couldn't make out the school memos, but he could tell from the double-lined paper on the homework side that Felix was learning how to write on a straight line. He showed this to Sarah. "His letters are pretty good." "They are," Sarah agreed. She was watching Will as carefully as Felix was, and Will had to put her out of his mind so he didn't forget how to do his job. She was too beautiful, and too smart, and too much of everything Will was not. He put the folder back in the book bag and pulled out 3 slim books. Even Will could make out the first 3 letters of the alphabet that adorned the jacket of the first book. The other 2 were a mystery to him, and he held them up to Felix, saying, "I wonder what these are about." When Felix didn't answer, Will looked back at the jackets, squinting at the images. I guess this pig works at a restaurant because he's serving people pancakes. Will looked at the next book. And this mouse is sitting in a lunchbox. I guess somebody's going to eat him for lunch. No. Felix spoke so quietly that Will wasn't sure the boy had said anything at all. No? Will asked, looking back at the mouse. The great thing about being around kids was you could be absolutely honest, and they thought you were just teasing them. I can't read very well. What does this say? Felix shifted, and Sarah helped him turn toward Will. The child reached for the books. Instead of answering, Felix held the books close to his chest. His lips started to tremble, and Will guessed, "Your mom reads to you, doesn't she?" He nodded, big fat tears rolling down his cheeks. Will leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "I want to find your mommy." Felix swallowed, as if he was trying to choke down his grief. "The big man took her." Will knew that to a kid, all adults were big. He sat up straight, asking, "As big as me?" Felix really looked at Will for the first time since he'd walked into the room. He seemed to consider the question, then shook his head. "What about the detective who was just in here? The stinky one? Was the man as tall as him?" Felix nodded. Will tried to keep the pace slow, casual, so Felix would keep answering the questions without feeling like he was being interrogated. "Did he have hair like mine? Or was it darker?" "Darker." Will nodded, scratching his chin as if he was deliberating possibilities. Kids were notoriously unreliable witnesses. They either wanted to please the adults who questioned them, or they were so open to suggestion that you could pretty much plant any idea in their heads and have them swear that it actually happened. Will asked, "What about his face? Did he have hair on his face, or was it smooth like mine?" "He had a mustache." "Did he speak to you?" "He told me that my mommy said to stay in the car." Will treaded carefully. "Was he wearing a uniform, like a janitor or a fireman or a police officer?" Felix shook his head. "Just normal clothes." Will felt a rush of heat to his face. He knew Sarah was staring at him. Her husband had been a cop. She wouldn't like the implication. Will asked, "What color were his clothes?" Felix shrugged, and Will wondered if the boy was finished answering questions or if he really didn't remember. Felix picked at the edge of his book. "He wore a suit like Morgan." "Morgan is a friend of your mommy's." He nodded. "He's at her work, but she's mad at him because he's lying and he's trying to get her into trouble. But she's not going to let him get away with it because of the safe." Will wondered if Felix had overheard some phone calls or if Pauline McGee was the type of woman to vent her problems to a 6-year-old boy. "Do you remember anything else about the man who took your mommy?" "He said he would hurt me if I told anybody about him." Will kept his face blank, as did Felix. "You're not scared of the man," he said. Not a question, but a statement. "My mommy says that she'll never let anybody hurt me." He seemed so sure of himself that Will couldn't help but feel a great deal of respect for Pauline McGee's parenting skills. Will had interviewed a lot of children in his time, and while most of them loved their parents, not many of them exhibited this kind of blind trust. Will said, "She's right. No one is going to hurt you." "My mommy will protect me." Felix insisted, and Will started to wonder about his certainty. You usually didn't reassure a kid of something unless there was a real fear you were trying to combat. Will asked, "Was your mom worried that someone might hurt you?" Felix picked at the book jacket again. He gave an almost imperceptible nod. Will waited, trying not to rush his next question. "Who was she afraid of, Felix?" He spoke quietly, his voice little more than a whisper. "Her brother." A brother. This could be some kind of family dispute after all. Will asked, "Did she tell you his name?" He shook his head. "I never met him, but he was bad." Will stared at the boy, wondering how to phrase his next question.
Bad how?
Mean, Felix said. She said he was mean and that she would protect me from him because she loves me more than anybody in the world. There was a finality to his tone, as if that was all he was willing to say on the matter. Can I go home now? Will would have preferred a knife to his chest rather than have to answer this question. He glanced at Sarah for support, and she took over, saying, "Remember that lady you met earlier, Miss Nancy?" Felix nodded. "She's going to find someone to take care of you until your mom comes to get you." The boy's eyes filled with tears. Will couldn't blame him. Miss Nancy was probably from social services. She would be a far cry from the women at Felix's private school and his mother's well-heeled friends. He said, "But I want to go home." "I know, sweetheart," Sarah soothed. "But if you go home, you'll be all alone. We need to make sure that you're safe until your mom comes to get you." He didn't seem convinced. Will got down on one knee so that he was face to face with the boy. He wrapped his hand around Felix's shoulder, his fingers accidentally brushing Sarah's arm in the process. Will felt a lump rise in his throat, and he had to swallow before he could speak. "Look at me, Felix." He waited until the child complied. "I'm going to make sure your mom comes back to you, but I need you to be brave for me while I'm working to make that happen." Felix's face was so open and trusting that it was painful to look at him. "How long will it take?" There was a wobble in his voice as he asked the question. "Maybe a week at the most," Will said, fighting the urge to break eye contact. If Pauline McGee was gone longer than a week, she would be dead, and Felix would be an orphan. "Can you give me a week?" The boy kept staring at Will as if to judge whether or not he was being told the truth. Finally, he nodded. "All right," Will said, feeling as if an anvil had been placed on his chest. He saw that Faith was sitting in a chair by the door and wondered when she had come into the room. She stood, nodding for him to follow her outside. Will patted Felix on the leg before joining Faith in the hallway. "I'll tell Leo about the brother," Faith said. "Sounds like a family dispute." "Probably." Will glanced back at the closed door. He wanted to go back in there, but not because of Felix. "What did Jackie's sister say?" "Jolynn," Faith provided. "She's not exactly torn up about her sister being killed." "What do you mean?" "Bitch runs in the family." Will felt his eyebrows go up. "I'm just having a bad day," Faith said, but that was hardly an explanation. "Jolynn lives in North Carolina. She said it'll take her about 5 hours to drive down." Almost as an afterthought, Faith added, "Oh, and she's going to sue the police and get us fired if we don't find out who killed her sister." "One of those," Will said. He didn't know which was worse. Family members who were so torn up with grief that you felt like they were reaching into your chest and squeezing your heart, or family members who were so angry that you felt like they were squeezing you a little farther down. He said, "Maybe you should have another go at Felix." "He seemed pretty tapped out to me," Faith replied. "I probably couldn't get any more out of him than you did. Maybe talking to a woman." "You're good with kids," Faith interrupted, a hint of surprise in her tone. "More patient than me right now, anyway." Will shrugged. He had helped out with some of the younger kids at the children's home, mostly to keep the new ones from crying all night and keeping everyone awake. He asked, "Did you get Pauline's work number from Leo?" Faith nodded. "We need to call and see if there's a Morgan there. Felix says the abductor dressed like him. Maybe there's a kind of suit that Morgan favors. Also, our guy's about 5'6" with dark hair and a mustache." The mustache could be fake. Will admitted as much. "Felix is smart for his age, but I'm not sure he can tell the difference between real and fake. Maybe Sarah got something out of him?" "Let's give them a few more minutes alone," Faith suggested. "You sound like you think Pauline's one of our victims." "What do you think?" "I asked you first." Will sighed. "My gut is pointing that way. Pauline's well off, well employed. She's got brown hair, brown eyes." He shrugged, contradicting himself. "That's not much to hang your hat on." "It's more than we had when we got up this morning," she pointed out, though he couldn't tell if she was agreeing with his gut or clutching at straws. "Let's be careful about this. I don't want to get Leo in trouble by snooping around his case, then leaving him hanging out to dry when nothing comes out of it."
agreed. I'll call Pauline McGee's work and ask about Morgan's suits. Maybe I can get some information out of them without stepping on Leo's toes. Faith took out her phone and looked at the screen. My battery is dead. Here. Will offered his. She took it gently in both hands and dialed a number from her notebook. Will wondered if he looked as silly as Faith did, holding the two pieces of the phone to his face, and figured he probably looked even more so. Faith was not really his type, but she was an attractive woman, and attractive women could get away with a lot. Sarah Linton, for instance, could probably get away with murder.
Sorry, Faith said into the phone, her voice raised. I'm having trouble hearing you.
She shot Will a look, as if this was his fault, before heading down the hall where the reception was better. Will leaned his shoulder against the door jamb. Replacing the phone represented a seemingly insurmountable problem, the sort of problem that Angie usually handled for him. He tried to get the device replaced by calling the cell phone company, but they had told him he would have to go to the store and fill out paperwork. Assuming that miracle occurred, Will would then have to figure out the new features on the phone, how to set the ringtone to something that wouldn't annoy him, how to program in the numbers he needed for work. Will supposed he could ask Faith, but his pride kept getting in the way. He knew that she would gladly help him, but she would want to have a conversation about it. For the first time in his adult life, Will found himself wishing that Angie would come back to him. He felt a hand on his arm, then heard an "excuse me," as a thin brunette opened the door to the doctor's lounge. He guessed she was Miss Nancy from Social Services, come to collect Felix. The day was early enough that the boy wouldn't immediately be taken to a shelter. There might be a foster family who could look after him for a while. Hopefully, Miss Nancy had been at this job long enough so that she had some good families who owed her favors. It was hard to place children who were in limbo. Will had been in limbo himself, just long enough to get to that age where adoption was almost impossible. Faith was back. She had a disapproving frown on her face as she handed Will back his phone. You should get that replaced. Why? He asked, pocketing the phone. It works fine. She ignored his obvious lie. Morgan only wears Armani, and he seemed pretty convinced that he's the only man in Atlanta with enough style to pull it off. So we're talking anywhere from $2,500 to $5,000 for a suit. I'd bet it's on the high end, judging by his haughty tone. He also told me that Pauline McGee is estranged from her family, going back at least 20 years. He says she ran away at 17 and never looked back. He's never heard her mention a brother before. How old is Pauline now? 37. Did Morgan know how to get in touch with her family? He doesn't even know what state she's from. She didn't talk about her past much. I left a message on Leo's cell. I'm pretty sure he'll track down the brother before the day is out. He's probably already running all the fingerprints from her SUV. Maybe she's living under an alias. You don't run away from home at 17 without a reason. Pauline's obviously doing pretty well for herself financially. Maybe she had to change her name to make that happen. Obviously, Jackie's been in touch with her family and hasn't changed her name. Her sister was going by Zabel, too. Faith laughed, pointing out, all of their names rhyme. Gwendolyn, Jacqueline, Jolyn. It's kind of weird, don't you think? Will shrugged. He'd never been able to recognize words that rhymed, a problem he thought might be coupled with his reading issues. Fortunately, it wasn't the sort of thing that came up much. Faith continued, I don't know what it is, but something about having a baby makes you think the stupidest names are beautiful. She sounded wistful. I almost named Jeremy Fernando Romantico, after one of the guys from Menudo. Thank God my mother put her foot down. The door opened. Sarah Linton joined them in the hallway, looking exactly how you'd expect someone to look if they felt like they'd just abandoned a child to social services. Will wasn't one to rail against the system, but the reality was that no matter how nice the social workers were, or how hard they tried, there weren't enough of them, and they didn't get nearly the support they needed. Add to that the fact that foster parents were either the salt of the earth or money-hungry, child-hating sadists, and you quickly understood how soul-killing the entire enterprise could be. Unfortunately, it was Felix McGee's soul that would pay the most. Sarah told Will, You were good in there.
He fought the urge to smile like a kid who'd just been patted on the head. Faith asked, "Did Felix say anything else?" Sarah shook her head. "How are you feeling?" "Much better," Faith answered, a defensive edge to her tone. Sarah said, "I heard about the second victim you found last night." "Will found her." Faith paused a moment as if to draw out the information. "This isn't for public consumption, but she snapped her neck when she fell from a tree." Sarah frowned. What was she doing in a tree? Will took over the story. "She was waiting for us to find her. Apparently, we didn't get there quickly enough." "You have no way of knowing how long she was in the tree," Sarah told him. "Time of death isn't an exact science." "Her blood was warm," he returned, feeling that same darkness come as he thought about the hot liquid hitting the back of his neck. "There are other reasons the blood might still be warm. If she was in a tree, then the leaves could have acted as an insulation from the cold. She could have been medicated by her abductor. Several pharmaceuticals can raise the body's core temperature and keep it high, even after death." He countered. The blood hadn't had time to clot. Something as simple as a couple of aspirin could keep it from coagulating. Faith provided. Jackie had a large bottle of aspirin by her bed. It was half empty. Will was unconvinced, but Sarah had moved on. She asked Faith, "Is Pete Hansen still the coroner for this region?" "You know Pete?" "He's a good ME. I did a couple of courses with him when I first got elected." Will had forgotten that in small towns, the medical examiner's job was an elected position. He couldn't picture Sarah's face on a yard sign. Faith said, "We were actually about to head over there for the autopsy on the second victim." Sarah seemed to take on an air of uncertainty. "Today's my day off." "Well," Faith began, again drawing out the moment, "I hope you enjoy your day." She said it as a parting shot, but didn't make a move to leave. Will noticed that the hallway had gone quiet enough to hear the clacking of high heels on the tiles behind him. Amanda Wagner walked briskly toward them. She looked well rested, despite the fact that she had stayed out in the forest as late as Will. Her hair was in its usual unmoving helmet, and her pantsuit was a muted dark purple. As usual, she jumped right into the middle of things. "The bloody fingerprint on Jacqueline Zabel's Florida driver's license belongs to our first victim. Are you still calling her Anna?" She didn't give them time to answer. "Is this grocery store abduction related to our case?" Will told her. "It could be. The mother was abducted around 5:30 this morning. The kid, Felix, was found sleeping in his mother's car. We've got a sketchy description from him, but he's only 6 years old. The Atlanta police are cooperating. As far as I know, they haven't asked for help." "Who's on point?" "Leo Donnelly." "Worthless," Amanda grumbled. "We'll let him keep his case for the time being, but I want a very tight leash on him. Let Atlanta do the footwork and pay for the forensics, but if he starts to screw things up, yank him off." Faith said, "He's not going to like that." "Do I look like I give a damn?" She didn't wait for a response. "Our friends in Rockdale County apparently have some regrets about turning over their case," she informed them. "I've called a press conference outside in 5 minutes, and I want you and Faith flanking me, looking reassuring as I explain to the public at large that their kidneys are safe from the hands of vicious organ harvesters." She held out her hand to Sarah. "Dr. Linton, I suppose it's not a stretch to say we're meeting under better circumstances this time around." Sarah shook her hand. "For me, at least." "It was a moving service, a fitting tribute to a great officer." "Oh." Sarah's voice trailed off, confused. Tears welled into her eyes. "I didn't realize you were—" She cleared her throat and tried to collect herself. "That day is still a blur for me." Amanda gave her a close look of appraisal, and her tone was surprisingly soft when she asked, "How long has it been?" 3.5 years. "I heard about what happened at Coastal." Amanda was still holding Sarah's hand, and Will could see her give the woman a reassuring squeeze. "We take care of our own." Sarah wiped her eyes, glancing at Faith as if she felt foolish. "I was actually about to offer my services to your agents." Will saw Faith's mouth open, then close just as quickly. "Some of you have heard these spurious rumors about the so-called kidney killer. I am here to set the record straight that this rumor is false.
There is no such killer in our midst. The victim's kidney was not removed. There was no surgical interference whatsoever. The Rockdale County Police Department has denied starting said rumors, and we have to trust that our colleagues are being honest in this matter."
Will didn't have to look at Faith to know she was fighting the urge to smile. Detective Max Galloway had certainly gotten under her skin, and Amanda had just slammed the entire Rockdale County police force on camera. One of the reporters asked, "What can you tell us about the woman who was brought into Grady last night?" Not for the first time, Amanda knew more about their case than Will or Faith had told her. She responded, "We should have a sketch of the victim for you by 1 o'clock this afternoon." "Why no photographs?" "The victim suffered some blows to the face. We want to give the public their best chance to identify her." A woman from CNN asked, "What's her prognosis?" "Guarded." Amanda moved on, pointing to the next person with his hand up. It was Sam, the guy who had called to Faith when they first entered the hospital. He was the only reporter Will could see who was taking notes the old-fashioned way instead of using a digital recorder. "Do you have a comment about the statement from Jacqueline Zabel's sister, Jolyn Zabel?" Will felt his jaw tighten as he forced himself to stare impassively ahead. He imagined Faith was doing the same thing because the crowd of reporters was still focused on Amanda instead of the two shocked agents behind her. "The family is obviously very upset," Amanda answered. "We are doing everything we can to solve this case." Sam pressed, "You can't be pleased that she's using such harsh language about your agency." Will could imagine Amanda's smile just by the look on Sam's face. They were both playing a game, because the reporter obviously knew full well that Amanda had no idea what he was talking about. She said, "You'll have to ask Ms. Zabel about her statements. I have no further comment on the matter." Amanda took 2 more questions, then wrapped up the press conference with the usual request for anyone with information to come forward. The reporters started to dissipate, off to file their stories, though Will was fairly certain that none of them would take responsibility for failing to fact-check their reports before running the specious rumor about the so-called kidney killer. Amanda's voice was a low grumble that Will could barely make out when she told Faith, "Go." Faith didn't need an explanation, nor did she need backup, but she still grabbed Will by the arm as she walked toward the crowd of reporters. She brushed past Sam, and she must have said something to him because the man started following her toward a narrow alley between the hospital and the parking garage. Sam said, "Caught the dragon off guard, didn't I?" Faith indicated Will. "Agent Trent, this is Sam Lawson, professional asshole." Sam flashed him a smile. "Pleased to meet you." Will didn't offer a response, and Sam didn't appear to mind. The reporter was more interested in Faith, and he was looking at her in such a predatory way that Will felt a caveman urge to punch the guy squarely in the jaw. Sam said, "Damn, Faith, you're looking really hot." "Amanda's pissed at you." "Isn't she always?" "You don't want to be on her bad side, Sam. You remember what happened last time." "The great thing about drinking so much is that I don't." He was grinning again, looking her up and down. "You look really good, babe. I mean, just fantastic." She shook her head, though Will could tell she was softening. He'd never seen her look at a man the way she was looking at Sam Lawson. There was definitely something unresolved between them. Will had never felt more like a third wheel in his life. Thankfully, Faith seemed to realize she was here for a reason. "Did Rockdale give you Zabel's sister?" "Reporter sources are confidential," Sam answered, all but confirming her guess. Faith asked, "What's Jolyn's statement?" "In a nutshell, she said you guys stood around with your thumbs up your asses for 3 hours arguing about who would get the case while her sister was dying up in a tree." Faith's lips were a thin white line. Will felt physically ill. Sam must have talked to the sister right after Faith had, which explained why the reporter had been so sure Amanda was in the dark. Finally, Faith asked, "Did you feed Zabel that information?" "You know me better than that." "Rockdale fed her the information, then you got her on the record." He shrugged, another confirmation. "I'm a reporter, Faith. I'm just doing my job." "That's a pretty shitty job. Ambushing grieving family members, trashing the cops, printing what you know are lies." Now you know why I was a drunk for so many years."
Faith tucked her hands into her hips, gave a heavy, frustrated sigh. That's not what happened with Jackie Zabel.
"I figured it wasn't."
Sam took out his notepad and pen.
"So, give me something else to lead with."
You know I can't.
"Tell me about the cave. I heard he had a boat battery down there so he could burn them."
The boat battery was what they called guilty knowledge, the sort of information only the killer would know. There were a handful of people who had seen the evidence Charlie Reed had collected below ground, and they all wore badges. At least for now. Faith said what Will was thinking. Either Galloway or Fierro is feeding you inside information. They get to screw us over, and you get your front page story. Win-win, right? Sam's toothy grin confirmed her speculation. Still, he said, "Why would I talk to Rockdale when you're my inside man on this case?" Will had seen Faith's temper turn on a dime over the last few weeks, and it was nice to not be on the receiving end of her anger for a change. She told Sam, "I'm not your inside anything, asshole, and your facts are wrong. Set me straight, babe." She seemed about to, but sanity caught up with her at the last minute. The GBI has no official comment on Jolyn Zabel's statement.
"Can I quote you on that?"
"Quote this, babe." Will followed Faith to the car, but not before flashing a smile at the reporter. He was pretty sure the gesture Faith had made was not something you could put in a newspaper. Chapter 9. Sarah had spent the last 3.5 years perfecting her denial skills, so it shouldn't have come as a surprise that it took a solid hour before she realized what a horrible mistake she had made by offering her services to Amanda Wagner. In that hour, she'd managed to drive home, shower, change her clothes, and get all the way to the basement of City Hall East before the truth hit her like a sledgehammer. She had put her hand to the door marked GBI Medical Examiner, then stopped, unable to open it. Another city, another morgue, another way to miss Jeffrey. Was it wrong to say that she had loved working with her husband? That she had looked at him over the body of a gunshot victim or drunken driver and felt like her life was complete? It seemed macabre and foolish, and all the things that Sarah had thought she'd put behind her when she moved to Atlanta. But here she was again, her hand pressed against a door that separated life and death, incapable of opening it. She leaned her back against the wall, staring at the painted letters on the opaque glass. Wasn't this where they had brought Jeffrey? Wasn't Pete Hansen the man who had dissected her husband's beautiful body? Sarah had the coroner's report somewhere. At the time, it had seemed of vital importance that she have all the information pertaining to his death. The toxicology, the weights and measures of organ, tissue, and bone. She had watched Jeffrey die back in Grant County. But this place, this basement under City Hall, was where everything that had made him a human being had been reduced, removed, redacted. What was it exactly that had convinced Sarah to bring herself to this place? She thought about the people she had come into contact with over the last few hours. Felix McGee, the lost look on his pale face, his lower lip trembling as he searched the hospital corridors for his mother, insisting she would never leave him alone. Will Trent offering the child his handkerchief. Sarah had thought that her father and Jeffrey were the only two men left on Earth who carried them around anymore. And then Amanda Wagner, commenting on the funeral. Sarah had been so sedated the day Jeffrey was buried that she'd barely been able to stand. Her cousin had kept his arm around her waist, literally holding her up so that she could walk to Jeffrey's grave. Sarah had held her hand over the coffin that lay in the ground, her fingers refusing to release the clump of dirt she held. Finally, she had given up, clutching her fist to her chest, wanting to smooth the dirt onto her face, inhale it, climb into the earth with Jeffrey, and hold him until her lungs could no longer draw breath. Sarah put her hand in the back pocket of her jeans, felt the letter there. She had folded it so many times that the envelope was tearing at the crease, showing the bright yellow of the legal paper inside. What would she do if one day it suddenly opened? What would she do if she happened to glance down one morning and saw the neat scrawl,
the pained explanations or blatant excuses from the woman whose actions had led to Jeffrey's death.
"Sarah Linton!" Pete Hansen boomed as his foot hit the bottom stair.
He was wearing a bright Hawaiian shirt, a style she recalled that he favored, and the expression on his face was a mix of delight and curiosity.
"To what do I owe this tremendous pleasure?"
She told him the truth. "I managed to worm my way onto one of your cases."
"Ah, the student taking over for the teacher.
I don't think you're ready to give all this up." He gave her a bawdy wink.
"You know I've got the heart of a 19-year-old.
Sarah recognized the setup. "Still keep it in a jar over your desk?" Pete guffawed as if he was hearing the line for the first time. Sarah thought she should explain herself, offering, "I saw one of the victims at the hospital last night."
"I heard about her. Torture? Assault?"
"Yes.
Prognosis?"
"They're trying to get the infection under control." Sarah didn't elaborate, but she didn't need to. Pete saw his share of hospital patients who'd not responded to antibiotic treatment.
"Did you get a rape kit?"
"There wasn't enough time pre-op and post."
"Spoils the chain of evidence,"
he provided. Pete was up on his case law. Anna had been doused in betadine, exposed to countless different environments. Any good defense attorney could find an expert witness who would argue that a rape kit taken after a victim had undergone the rigors of surgery was too contaminated to use as evidence. Sarah told him, "I managed to remove some splinters from under her nails, but I thought the best thing I could offer is a forensic comparison between the two victims."
"Rather dubious reasoning, but I'm so happy to see you that I'll overlook your faulty logic."
She smiled. Pete had always been blunt in that polite, Southern way, one of the reasons he made such a great teacher. "Thank you."
"The pleasure of your company is more than enough reward."
He opened the door, ushering her inside. Sarah hesitated, and he pointed out,
"Hard to see from the hallway."
Sarah put on what she thought of as her game face as she followed him into the morgue. The smell hit her first. She had always thought the best way to describe it would be cloying, a word that made no sense until you smelled something cloying for yourself. The predominant odor wasn't from the dead, but from the chemicals used around them. Before scalpel touched flesh, the deceased were catalogued, x-rayed, photographed, stripped, and washed down with disinfectant. A different cleaner was used to swab the floors, another to wash down the stainless steel tables. Yet another chemical cleaned and sterilized the tools of autopsy. Together they created an unforgettable, overly sweet smell that permeated your skin, lived in the back of your nose so that you didn't realize it was there until you had been away from it for a while. Sarah followed Pete to the back of the room, feeling caught in his wake. The morgue was as far from the constant hustle of Grady as Grant County was from Grand Central. Unlike the endless treadmill of cases in the ER, an autopsy was a contained question that almost always had an answer. Blood, fluid, organ, tissue, each component contributed a piece to the puzzle. A body could not lie. The dead could not always take their secrets to the grave. Almost 2.5 million people die in America each year. Georgia is responsible for about 70,000 of these deaths, less than 1,000 of which are homicides. By state law, any unattended death, which is to say a person who dies outside of a hospital or nursing home, has to be investigated. Small towns that do not often see violent death, or communities that are so strapped for cash that the local funeral director fills in for the job of coroner, usually let the state handle their criminal cases. The majority of them end up in the Atlanta morgue, which explained why half the tables were occupied with corpses in various stages of autopsy.
"Snoopy,"
Pete said, calling to an elderly black man in scrubs.
"This is Dr. Sarah Linton. She's going to be assisting me on the Zabel case. Where are we?"
The man didn't acknowledge Sarah as he told Pete,
"X-rays are on the screen. I can bring her out now if you want."
"Good man." Pete went to the computer and tapped the keyboard. A series of X-rays came onto the screen.
"Technology!"
Pete exclaimed, and Sarah could not help but be impressed. Back in Grant County, the morgue had been in the basement of the hospital, almost an afterthought. The X-ray machine was designed for living humans, unlike the setup here, where it didn't really matter how much radiation shot into the dead body. The films were pristine, read on a 24-inch flat panel monitor instead of a light box that flickered enough to cause an epileptic fit. The single porcelain table Sarah had used in Grant was no match for the rows of stainless steel gurneys behind her. She could see junior coroners and medical investigators bustling back and forth in the glassed-off hallway running beside the morgue. She realized that she and Pete were alone, the only living beings in the main autopsy suite.
"We cleared out all the other cases when we brought him in,"
Pete said, and for a moment Sarah did not understand what he meant. He pointed to an empty gurney, the last in the row.
"This is where I worked on him."
Sarah stared at the empty table, wondering why the image didn't flash in her head. That horrible vision of the last time she had seen her husband. Instead, all she saw was a clean gurney, the overhead light bouncing off the dull stainless steel. This is where Pete collected the evidence that had led to Jeffrey's killer. This is where the case broke open, proving without a shadow of a doubt who was involved in his murder. Standing here now, Sarah had expected her memories to overwhelm her, but there was only calmness, a certainty of purpose. Good things were done here. People were helped, even in death, particularly in death. Slowly, she turned back to Pete, still not seeing Jeffrey, but feeling him, as if he was in the room with her. Why was that? Why was it that after 3.5 years of begging her brain to come up with some sensation that might replicate what it felt like to have Jeffrey with her, being in the morgue had brought him to her in a flash? Most cops hated sitting in on an autopsy, and Jeffrey was no exception, but he considered his attendance a sign of respect, a promise to the victim that he would do everything he could to bring the killer to justice. That was why he had become a cop. Not just to help the innocent, but to punish the criminals who preyed upon them. In all honesty, that was why Sarah had taken the coroner's job. Jeffrey hadn't even heard of Grant County the first time she had walked into the morgue under the hospital, examined a victim, helped break a case. Many years ago, Sarah had seen violence firsthand, had herself been the victim of a horrific assault. Every Y incision she made, every sample she collected, every time she testified in court to the horrors she had documented, she had felt a righteous revenge burning in her chest. "Sarah?" She realized she'd gone quiet. She had to clear her throat before she could tell Pete. "I had Grady send over the films of our Jane Doe from last night. She was able to speak before she went under. We think her name is Anna." He clicked through to the file, pulling up Anna's x-rays on screen. "Is she conscious?" "I called the hospital before I got here. She's still out." "Neurologic damage." She pulled through the surgery, which is more than anyone expected. Reflexes are good, pupils are still non-reactive. There's some swelling in her brain. They've got a scan scheduled for later today. It's the infection that's the real concern. They're doing some cultures, trying to figure out the best way to treat it. Sanderson called in the CDC. "Oh my." Pete was studying the x-ray. "How much hand strength do you think that would take? Ripping out the rib?" She was starved, dehydrated. I suppose that would have made it easier. "Tied down. Couldn't have put up much of a fight, but still, goodness. Reminds me of the third Mrs. Hanson. Vivian was a bodybuilder, you know. Biceps as big around as my leg. Quite a woman." "Thank you, Pete. Thank you for taking care of him." He gave her another wink. "You earn respect by giving it to others." She recognized the dictum from his lectures. "Snoopy," Pete pronounced as the man pushed a gurney through the double doors. Jacqueline Zabel's head showed above a white sheet, her skin purple with lividity from hanging upside down in the tree. The color was even darker around the woman's lips, as if someone had smeared a handful of blueberries over her mouth. Sarah noticed that the woman had been attractive, with only a few fine lines at the edges of her eyes to show age. Again, she was reminded of Anna, the fact that she, too, was a striking woman. Pete seemed to be thinking the same thing. Why is it that the more beautiful the woman, the more horrendous the crime? Sarah shrugged. It was a phenomenon she'd seen as a coroner back in Grant County. Beautiful women tended to pay a heavier price where homicide was concerned. "Put her in my spot," Pete told his assistant. Sarah watched the expressionless way Snoopy approached his job, the methodical care he took as he angled the body toward an empty slot in the row. Pete was in the minority here. Most of the people working in the morgue were either African American or women. It was the same at Grady Hospital, which made sense, because Sarah had noticed that the more horrible the job, the more likely a woman or minority was to do it. The irony was not lost on Sarah that she was included in this mix. Snoopy kicked down the brakes on the wheels and started to organize the various scalpels, knives, and saws Pete would need over the next few hours. He had just pulled out a pair of large pruning shears that you normally find in the gardening section of a hardware store when Will and Faith walked into the room. Will seemed unfazed as they passed by open bodies. Faith, on the other hand, looked worse than she had when Sarah had first seen her in the hospital. The woman's lips were white, and she stared straight ahead as she walked past a man with his face peeled from his skull so the doctor could check for contusions. "Dr. Linton," Will began. "Thank you for coming. I know this is supposed to be your day off." Sarah could only smile and nod, wondering at his formal tone. Will Trent sounded more like a banker with every passing minute. She was still having trouble reconciling the man with his job. Pete held out a pair of gloves to Sarah, but she demurred, saying, "I'm just here to observe." "Don't want to get your hands dirty?" He blew into the glove to open it, sliding in his hand. "Want to go to lunch after this? There's a great new Italian place on Highland. I can print out a coupon from the web." Sarah was about to beg off when Faith made a noise that caused them all to look her way. She waved her hand in front of her face, and Sarah guessed that it was nothing more nefarious than her presence in the morgue that was causing Faith Mitchell's skin to go ashen. Pete ignored the reaction, telling Will and Faith, "Found plenty of sperm and fluids on the skin before we scrubbed her down. I'll bag them with the rape kit and send them off." Will scratched his arm under his jacket sleeve. "I doubt our guy's been caught before, but we'll see what the computer kicks back." For the sake of procedure, Pete turned on the dictaphone, giving the time and date, then saying, "This is the body of Jacqueline Alexandra Zabel, a malnourished female, reportedly 38 years of age. She was found in a wooded area near Route 316 in Conyers, which is located in the Georgia County of Rockdale, in the early hours of Saturday, April 4th. The victim was hanging from a tree, upside down, her right foot caught in the branches. There is an obvious broken neck and signs of severe torture. Performing the procedure is Pete Hansen. Attending are Special Agents Will Trent and Faith Mitchell, and the inimitable Dr. Sarah Linton." He pulled back the sheet, and Faith gasped. Sarah realized that this was the first time she had seen the abductor's handiwork. In the harsh light of the morgue, every injustice was on display. The dark bruises and welts, the rips in the skin, the black electrical burns that looked like powder but could never be wiped off. The body had been washed prior to examination, the blood scrubbed away so that the waxy white of the skin stood in stark contrast to the injuries. Shallow slices crisscrossed the victim's flesh, each cut deep enough to bleed but not bring about mortality. Sarah guessed the cuts had been made by a razor blade or a very sharp, very thin knife. "I need to." Faith didn't finish the sentence. She just turned on her heel and left. Will watched her go, shrugging an apology to Pete. "Not her favorite part of the job," Pete noted. "She's a bit thin, the victim, that is." He was right. Jacqueline Zabel's bones were pronounced under her skin. Pete asked Will, "How long was she held?" He shrugged. "We're hoping you can tell us." "Could be from dehydration," Pete mumbled, pressing his fingers against the woman's shoulder. He asked Sarah, "What do you think?" The other victim, Anna, was in the same physical condition. He could have been giving them diuretics, withholding food and water. Starvation isn't an unusual form of torture. "He certainly tried every other kind." Pete sighed, puzzled. "The blood should tell us more." The examination continued. Snoopy laid down a ruler by the cuts and took photographs as Pete drew hatches on the sketch for the autopsy report, trying to approximate the damage. Finally, he put down the pen, peeling back the eyelids to check the color.
Interesting, he murmured, indicating Sarah should look for herself. Absent a moist environment, the organs of a decomposing body would shrink, the flesh contracting away from any wounds. Sarah found several holes in the sclera as she examined the eyes, tiny red dots that opened in perfect round circles. Needles or straight pins, Pete guessed. He pierced each eyeball at least a dozen times. Sarah checked the woman's eyelids, saw the holes went clean through. Anna's pupils were fixed and dilated, she told him, taking a pair of gloves off the tray, slipping them on as she looked into the woman's bloody ears. Snoopy had cleaned away the clots, but the canals were still coated in dried blood. "Do you have a—" Snoopy handed her an otoscope. Sarah pressed the tip into Zabel's ear, finding the sort of damage she had seen only in child abuse cases. "The drum has been punctured." She turned the head to check the other ear, hearing the broken vertebrae in the neck crunch from the movement. "This one, too." She handed the scope to Pete so he could see. "Screwdriver?" he asked. "Scissors," she suggested. "See the way the skin at the opening of the canal has been shaved off? The pattern slants upwards, deeper at the top." "Right, because the scissors narrow at the point." Pete nodded, making more notes. "Deaf and blind." Sarah made the obvious leap, opening the woman's mouth. The tongue was intact. She pressed her fingers against the outside of the trachea, then used the laryngoscope Snoopy handed her to look down the throat. "The esophagus is raw. Smell that?" Pete leaned down. "Bleach? Acid?" "Drain cleaner." "I had forgotten your father is a plumber." He pointed to a dark staining around the woman's mouth. "See this?" Blood always pooled to the lowest point of a dead body, leaving a stain on the skin called lividity. The face was a deep dark purple from hanging upside down. It was hard to isolate the rash around her lips, but once Pete pointed it out, Sarah could see where liquid had been poured into the mouth and dripped down the sides of the face as the victim gagged. Pete palpated the neck. "Lots of damage here. It definitely looks like he had her drink some kind of astringent. We'll see if it made it to her stomach when we cut her open." Sarah startled when Will spoke. She had forgotten he was there. It looked like she broke her neck in the fall, but she slipped. Sarah remembered their earlier conversation, his certainty that Jacqueline Zabel had been hanging in the tree while he looked for her on the ground. He had told her the woman's blood was still warm. She asked, "Were you the one who took her down?" Will shook his head. They had to photograph her. "You checked her carotid for a pulse?" Sarah asked. He nodded. The blood was dripping from her fingers. It was hot. Sarah checked the woman's hands, saw the fingernails had been broken, some ripped straight out of the nail beds. Per routine, photographs had been taken of the body before Snoopy had cleaned it. Pete knew what Sarah was thinking. He indicated the computer monitor. "Snoopy, do you mind pulling up the pre-wash photos?" The man did as he was asked, Pete and Sarah standing over either shoulder. Everything was on the database, from the initial crime scene photos to the more recent ones taken at the morgue. Snoopy had to click through them all, and Sarah saw the original scene in quick succession. Jacqueline Zabel hanging from the tree, her neck awkwardly bent to the side. Her foot was so firmly caught in the branches that they probably had to cut the limbs to get her down. Snoopy finally reached the autopsy series. Blood caked the face, the legs, the torso. "There," Sarah said, pointing to the chest. They both returned to the body, and Sarah stopped herself before reaching down. "Sorry," she apologized. This was Pete's case. His ego seemed unharmed. He lifted the breast, exposing another crisscrossed wound. This one was deeper in the center of the X. Pete pulled down the overhead light, trying to get a closer look as he pressed the skin apart. Snoopy handed him a magnifying glass, and Pete leaned in even closer, asking Will, "You found a pocket knife at the scene?" Will provided. The only print was the victim's, a latent on the case of the knife. Pete handed Sarah the magnifying glass so she could see for herself. He asked Will, "Left or right hand?" Will stopped, glancing back toward the door for Faith. "I don't remember." "Was the print a thumb? Index?" Snoopy had gone to the computer to pull up the information, but Will said, "Partial thumb on the butt of the knife. 3-inch blade? About." Pete nodded to himself as he made the notation on his diagram, but Sarah wasn't going to make Will wait for him to finish. "She stabbed herself," she told him, holding the magnifying glass over the site, motioning him over. "See the way the wound is V-shaped at the bottom and flat on top?" Will nodded. The blade was upside down and moved in an upward trajectory. Sarah made the motion, stabbing herself in the chest. Her thumb was on the butt of the knife, driving it in deeper. She must have dropped it, then fallen. "Look at her ankle." She indicated the slight marks around the base of the fibula. The heart had stopped beating when her foot caught. The bones were broken, but there's no swelling, no sign of trauma. There would be serious bruising if the blood was still circulating when she fell. Will shook his head. "She wouldn't have." "The facts bear it out," Sarah interrupted. "The wound was self-inflicted. It would have been fast. She didn't suffer for long." Sarah felt the need to add, "or much longer than she already had." Will's eyes locked with hers, and Sarah had to force herself not to look away. The man may not have looked like a cop, but she was certain he thought like one. Whenever an open case stopped moving forward, any policeman worth his salt took the time to beat himself up for making an ill-timed decision, missing an obvious clue. Will Trent would be doing that now, searching for ways to blame himself for the death of Jacqueline Zabel. Sarah said, "Your time to help her is now, not back in that forest." Pete put down his pen. "She's right." He pressed his hands against the chest. "Feels like there's a lot of blood in here, and she made a damn lucky guess about where to sink the blade. Probably hit the heart immediately. I'd agree that the break in the foot as well as the neck came post-mortem." He slipped off a glove as he walked to the computer and pulled up the crime scene photos. "Look at how her head seems to be resting against the branches. Tilted? That's not what happens when you snap your neck during a fall. It would be pressed hard against the offending object. When you're alive, your muscles are taut to prevent such an injury. It's a violent event, not a gentle twisting. Good call, kiddo." Pete beamed at Sarah, and she felt herself blush with the student's pride. "Why would she kill herself?" Will asked, as if the tortured woman had had everything to live for. Pete supplied. "She was probably blind. Most certainly deaf. I'm surprised she was able to make it up the tree. She wouldn't have heard the searchers, would have no idea that you were looking for her. But she—" "The infrared on the helicopters didn't pick up her signature," Pete interrupted. "But for you being out there, just happening to look up, I imagine the only way you would have found her body is tracking down a DRT call come deer season." Dead right there, he meant. All police agencies had their slang, some of it more colorful than others. Hunters were notorious for calling in bodies they'd found DRT. Pete turned to Sarah. "Do you mind?" he asked, nodding toward the bag for the rape kit. Snoopy was an excellent assistant, but Sarah got the message. She was back to being an observer. She peeled off her gloves and opened the kit, laying out the swabs and vials. Pete picked up the speculum, pressing open the legs so he could insert it into the vagina. As with some violent rapes that resulted in homicide, the vaginal walls had stayed clenched post-mortem, and the plastic speculum broke as Pete tried to pry it open. Snoopy handed him a metal speculum, and Pete tried again, his hand shaking as he forced open the clamp. It was rough to watch, and Sarah was glad that Faith was not there, as the wrenching sound of metal parting flesh filled the room. Sarah handed Pete a swab, and he inserted the cotton-tipped stick, only to meet resistance. Pete bent over, trying to find the obstruction. "Dear Lord," he mumbled, his hands scattering the tray of tools as he snatched up a pair of thin-nosed forceps. His voice was absent any charm as he told Sarah, "Glove up, help me with this." Sarah snapped on the gloves, wrapping her hands around the speculum as he reached in with the forceps, which were nothing more than a long pair of tweezers. The tips grabbed something, and he pulled back his arm. A long, single piece of white plastic came out, like a silk cloth from a magician's sleeve. Pete kept pulling, layering the plastic into a large bowl. Section after section came, each streaked in dark, black blood, each connected to the next in a perforated line. Trash bags, Will said. Sarah could not breathe. Anna, she said. We need to check Anna.
Chapter 10. Will's office on the 3rd floor of City Hall East was little more than a storage closet with a window that looked down onto a pair of abandoned railroad tracks and a Kroger grocery store parking lot that seemed to be the meeting place for many suspicious-looking people in very expensive cars. The back of Will's chair was pressed so tightly against the wall that it gouged the sheetrock every time he turned. Not that he needed to turn. He could see the entire office without moving his head. Even getting into the chair was difficult because Will had to squeeze between his desk and the window in order to reach it, a maneuver that made him glad he wasn't planning on having children. He leaned on his elbow as he watched his computer boot up, the screen flickering, the little icons flashing into place. Will opened his email first, tucking a pair of headphones into his ears so he could hear them through the Speak Text program he'd installed a few years ago. After deleting a couple of sexual enhancement offers and a plea from a deposed Nigerian president, he found a note from Amanda and a policy change notice on the state health insurance plan that he sent to his private email so he could muddle through his loss of covered items from the comfort of his own home. Amanda's email needed no such study. She always wrote in all caps, and she seldom bothered with proper sentence construction. "Update me" was plastered across the screen in a thick, bold font. What could he tell her? That their victim had 11 kitchen garbage bags shoved up inside her? That Anna, the victim who had survived, had the same number inside of her? That 12 hours had passed and they were no closer to finding out who had taken the women, let alone what pattern connected the two victims? Blind, possibly deaf, possibly mute. Will had been in the cave where the women were kept. He could not imagine the horrors they experienced. Seeing the torturers' instruments had been bad enough, but he imagined not seeing them would be worse. At least the burden of Jackie Zabel's death was off his shoulders, though knowing that the woman had chosen death when help was so nearby brought him no comfort. Will could still hear the compassionate tone Sarah Linton had used as she'd explained how Zabel had taken her life. He could not remember the last time a woman had talked to him that way. Tried to throw him a life vest instead of yelling at him to swim harder the way Faith did, or worse, grabbing onto his legs and pulling him farther down the way Angie always tried. Will slumped back in his chair, knowing he should put Sarah out of his mind. There was a case in front of him that needed his undivided attention, and Will made himself focus on the women he could actually have an impact on. Both Anna and Jackie had probably escaped from the cave at the same time. Jackie unable to hear or see, Anna most probably blind. There would have been no way for the two damaged women to communicate with each other except through touch. Had they held hands, stumbling together blindly as they tried to find their way out of the forest? Somehow they'd been separated, lost from each other. Anna must have known she was on a road, felt the cool asphalt on the soles of her bare feet, heard the roar of an approaching car. Jackie had gone the other way, finding a tree, climbing to what must have felt like safety. Waiting. Every creak of the tree, every movement of the branches, sending panic through her body as she waited for her abductor to find her and take her back to that cold, dark place. She would have been holding her license, her identity in one hand and the means of her death in the other. It was an almost incomprehensible choice. Climb down, walk aimlessly to look for help, risking possible capture, or plunge the blade into her chest. Fight for her life, or seize control and end it on her own terms. The autopsy bore witness to her decision. The blade had pierced her heart, severing the main artery, filling the chest with blood. According to Sarah, Jackie had probably passed out almost instantly, her heart stopping even as she fell from the tree. Knife dropping, driver's license dropping. They had found aspirin in her stomach. It had thinned her blood so that it was still dripping long after her death. This was the hot splatter on Will's neck. Looking up, seeing her hand reaching down, he had thought she was grasping for freedom. But she had actually managed to find it on her own. He opened a large folder on his desk and fanned out the photos of the cave. The torture devices, the marine battery, the unopened cans of soup. Charlie had documented all of it, recording the descriptions on a master list. Will thumbed through the photographs, finding the best view of the cave. Charlie had squatted at the base of the ladder the same way Will had last night. Xenon lights pulled every nook and cranny out of shadow. Will found another photo, this one showing the sexual devices laid out like artifacts at an archaeological dig. He could figure out from first glance how most of them were used, but some were so complicated, so horrific, that his mind could not grasp how they operated. Will was so lost in thought that his brain took its time registering the fact that his cell phone was ringing. He opened the pieces, saying, "Trent, it's Lola, baby." "Who?" "Lola, one of Angie's girls." The prostitute from last night. Will tried to keep his tone even because he was more furious with Angie than the hooker, who was just doing what bottom feeders always did, trying to exploit an angle. Will wasn't Angie's angle, though, and he was sick of these girls trying to play him. He said, "Listen, I'm not getting you out of jail. If you're one of Angie's girls, then get Angie to help you." "I can't get a hold of her." "Yeah, well, I can't either, so stop calling me for help when I don't even know her phone number. Understand?" He didn't give her time to respond. He ended the call and gently put his cell phone on his desk. The tape was starting to peel, the string coming loose. He had asked Angie to help him with the phone before she left, but, like a lot of things regarding Will, it hadn't been a priority. He looked down at his hand, the wedding ring on his finger. Was he stupid? Or just pathetic? He couldn't tell the difference anymore. He bet Sarah Linton wasn't the sort of woman who pulled this kind of crap in a relationship. Then again, Will bet Sarah's husband hadn't been the kind of pussy who would let it happen. God, I hate autopsies. Faith pushed her way into his office, her color still off. Will knew she hated autopsies. It was an obvious aversion. But this was the first time he'd ever heard Faith admit to it. "Caroline left a message on my cell." She meant Amanda's assistant. "We can't talk to Jolynn Zabel without counsel present." Jackie Zabel's sister. Is she really going to sue the department? She dropped her purse on his desk. "As soon as she finds a lawyer in the yellow pages. Are you ready to go?" He looked at the time on the computer. They were supposed to meet the Coldfields in half an hour, but the shelter was less than 10 minutes away. "Let's talk this through a little bit more," he suggested. There was a folding chair against the wall, and Faith had to close the door before she could sit down. Her own office was not much larger than Will's, but you could at least stretch your legs out in front of you without your feet hitting a wall. Will wasn't sure why, but they always ended up back in his office. Maybe it was because Faith's office had, in fact, been a storage closet. There was no window, and it still held the lingering scent of urine cake and toilet cleaner. The first time she had closed the door, she'd nearly passed out from the fumes. Faith nodded toward the computer. "What have you got?" Will turned the monitor around so that Faith could read Amanda's email. Faith squinted at the screen, scowling. He kept the background bright pink and the letters navy blue, which, for some reason, made it easier for him to make out the words. She mumbled under her breath as she adjusted the colors, then slid over the keyboard so she could type a reply. The first time she had done this, Will had complained, but over the last few months, he'd come to realize that Faith was just plain bossy, no matter who she was dealing with. Maybe it came from being a mother since the age of 15, or maybe it was just a natural inclination, but she wasn't comfortable unless she was doing everything herself. With Jeremy off to college and Victor Martinez apparently out of the picture, Will was taking the brunt of her bossiness. He supposed this was what it was like to have an older sister. But then again, Angie acted the same way with Will, and he was sleeping with her, when she was around. Faith said, "Amanda should already have the autopsy report on Jacqueline Zabel by now." She typed as she talked. "What do we have? No fingerprints or trace evidence to follow. Plenty of DNA in sperm and blood, but no matches so far. No ID or even last name on Anna. An attacker who blinds his victims, punches out their eardrums, makes them drink Drano. The trash bags. Shit, I can't even begin to understand that. He tortures them with God knows what. One had a rib removed." She hit the arrow key, going back to add something earlier in the line. Zabel was probably going to be next. "The aspirin.
Will said. The aspirin found in Jacqueline Zabel's stomach was 10 times more than the average person would take. Nice of him to give them something for their pain. Faith arrowed back down the screen. Can you imagine? Trapped in that cave. Can't hear him coming, can't see what he's doing, can't scream for help. Faith clicked the mouse, sending the email, then sat back in the chair. 11 trash bags. How did Sarah miss that on the first victim? I don't imagine you stop to do a pelvic exam when a woman comes in with nearly every bone in her body broken and 1 foot in the grave. Don't get testy with me, she said, though Will didn't think he was being testy at all. She doesn't belong in the middle of this case. Who? Faith rolled her eyes, using the mouse to click open the browser. What are you doing? He asked. I'm going to look her up. Her husband was a cop when he died. I'm sure whatever happened to him made the news. That's not fair. Fair? Faith tapped the keyboard. What do you mean, fair? Faith, don't intrude in her personal. She hit the enter key. Will didn't know what else to do, so he reached down and unplugged the computer. Faith jiggled the mouse, then pressed the spacebar. The building was old. The power was always going off. She glanced up, noticing the lights were still on. Did you turn off the computer? If Sarah Linton wanted you to know the details of her personal life, then she would tell you. You'd think you'd have a better posture with that stick up your ass. Faith crossed her arms, giving him a sharp look. Don't you think it's weird how she's inserting herself into our investigation? I mean, she's not a coroner anymore. She's a civilian. If she wasn't so pretty, you'd see how strange. What does her beauty have to do with anything? Faith was kind enough to let his words hang over their heads like a neon sign flashing, idiot. She gave it almost a full minute to burn out before saying, Don't forget I have a computer in my office. I can look her up there just as easily. Whatever you find out, I don't want to know. Faith rubbed her face with her hands. She stared at the gray sky outside the window for another solid minute. This is crazy. We're spinning our wheels here. We need a break, something to follow. Pauline McGee. Leo is drawing a blank on the brother. He says her house is clean, no documents, no indication of parents, relatives, no record of an alias, but that's easy enough to hide if you pay the right people enough money. Pauline's neighbors haven't changed their story either. They either don't know her or don't like her. Either way, they can't tell us anything about her life. He talked to the teachers at the kids' school. Same thing. I mean, Christ, her son is in care right now because the mother doesn't have any close friends who are willing to take him. What's Leo doing now? She checked her watch. Probably trying to figure out how to knock off early. She rubbed her eyes again, obviously tired. He's running McGee's fingerprints, but that's a long shot unless she's ever been arrested. Is he still worried about us treading on his case? Even more so than before. Faith pressed her lips together. I bet it's because he's been sick. They do that, you know. Look at what your insurance is costing, try to push you out if you're too much of a drain on the system. God forbid you have a chronic disease that requires expensive medication. Thankfully, that wasn't something Will or Faith had to worry about yet. He said, Pauline's abduction could be separate from our case, something as simple as an argument that set off her brother, or a stranger abduction. She's an attractive woman. If she's not connected to our case, it's more likely someone she knew is involved. So that's the brother. She wouldn't have warned the kid about him unless she was worried. Faith added, Of course, there's also that Morgan guy, arrogant bastard. I was ready to slap him through the phone when I talked to him. Maybe there was something going on between him and Pauline. They worked together. She could have pushed him too far and he snapped. That happens a lot when men work with bossy women. Ha ha, Faith allowed. Wouldn't Felix recognize Morgan if he was the abductor? Will shrugged. Kids could block out anything. Adults weren't bad at it either. Faith pointed out, neither of our 2 known victims has children. Neither of them has been reported missing as far as we know. Jacqueline Zabel's car is gone. We have no idea if Anna has a car since we don't even know her last name. Her tone was getting sharper as she ticked off each dead end. Or her first name. It could be something other than Anna. Who knows what Sarah heard? I heard it. Will defended. I heard her say Anna. Faith skipped over his response. Do you still think there might be 2 abductors? I'm not sure about anything right now, except that whoever is doing this is no amateur. His DNA is everywhere, which means he probably doesn't have a criminal record he's worried about. We don't have any clues because he didn't leave any. He's good at this. He knows how to cover his tracks. A cop? Will let the question go unanswered. Faith reasoned it out. There's something he's doing that makes women trust him, lets him get close enough to snatch them without anyone seeing. The suit, Will said. Women, men too, are more likely to trust a well-dressed stranger. It's a class judgment, but it's true. Great, we just need to round up all the men in Atlanta who were wearing suits this morning. She held up her fingers, ticking off a list. No fingerprints on the trash bags found in either woman. Nothing to trace on any of the items found in the cave. The bloody print on Jacqueline Zabel's driver's license belongs to Anna. We don't know her last name. We don't know where she lived or worked or if she has family. Faith had run out of fingers. The abductor obviously has a method. He's patient. He excavates the cave, gets it ready for his captives. Like you said, he probably watches the women before he abducts them. He's done this before. Who knows how many times. Yeah, but his victims haven't lived to talk about it, or we'd have something come up in the FBI database. Will's desk phone rang, and Faith picked it up. Mitchell. She listened for a few beats, then took her notepad out of her purse. She wrote in neat block letters, but Will was incapable of deciphering the words. Can you follow up on that? She waited. Great, call me on my cell. She hung up the phone. That was Leo. The prints came back from Pauline McGee's SUV. Her real name is Pauline Agnes Seward. She had a missing persons report filed in Ann Arbor, Michigan back in '89. She was 17. According to the report, her parents said there was some kind of argument that set things off. She was off the straight and narrow, doing drugs, sleeping around. Her prints were on file because of a shoplifting rap she pleaded NOLO on. The locals made a cursory search, put her in the database, but this is the first hit they've had in 20 years. That jives with what Morgan said. Pauline told him she ran away from home when she was 17. What about the brother? Nothing came up. Leo's going to do a deeper background search. Faith put the pad back in her pocketbook. He's trying to track down the parents. Hopefully they're still in Michigan. Seward doesn't sound like a common name. It's not, she agreed. Something would have come up in the computer if the brother was involved in a serious crime. Do we have an age range? A name? Leo said he'd get back to us as soon as he found something. Will sat back in his chair, leaned his head against the wall. Pauline still isn't part of our case. We don't have a pattern to match her with. She looks like our other victims. No one likes her. She's not close to anyone. She might be close to her brother, Will said. Leo says Pauline had Felix through a sperm donor, right? Maybe the brother is the donor. Faith made a noise of disgust. God, Will. Her tone made him feel guilty for suggesting such a thing. But the fact was, their job was all about thinking of the worst things that could happen. Why else would Pauline warn her son that his uncle is a bad man she needed to protect him from? Faith was reluctant to answer. Finally, she said, sexual abuse. I could be way off, he admitted. Her brother could be a thief or an embezzler or a drug addict. He could be a con. If a Seward had a record in Michigan, Leo would have already pulled him up on the computer search. Maybe the brother's been lucky. Faith shook her head. Pauline was scared of him. Didn't want her son around him. That points to violence or fear of violence. Like you said, if the brother was threatening or stalking her, there'd be a report somewhere. Not necessarily. He's still her brother. People don't run to the police when it's a family matter. You know that. Will wasn't so sure, but she had a point about Leo's computer search. What would make you warn Jeremy away from your brother? She gave it some thought. I can't think of anything Zeke could do that would make me tell Jeremy not to talk to him. What if he hit you? She opened her mouth to answer, then seemed to change her mind. It's not about whether I would put up with it. It's about what Pauline would do. Faith was quiet, thinking. Families are complicated. People put up with a lot of shit because of blood. Blackmail? Will knew he was grasping at straws, but he continued. Maybe the brother knew something bad about Pauline's past. There has to be a reason she changed her name at 17. Fast forward to now, Pauline has a lucrative job. She's good on her mortgage. She drives a nice car. She'd probably be willing to pay a lot of money to keep it that way. Will shot down his own idea. On the other hand, if the brother is blackmailing her, he needs her to keep working.
There's no reason to take her. It's not like she's being held for ransom. Nobody cares that she's gone. Will shook his head. Another dead end. Faith said, "Okay, maybe Pauline's not involved in our case. Maybe she's got some kind of weird flowers in the attic thing going on with her brother. What do we do now? Just sit around and wait for a third or fourth woman to be taken?" Will didn't know how to answer that. Fortunately, he didn't have to. Faith looked at her watch. "Let's go talk to the Coldfields." There were children at the Fred Street Women's Shelter, something Will hadn't anticipated, though of course it made sense that homeless women would also have homeless children. A small area at the front of the shelter was cordoned off for their play. Their ages were varied, but he assumed they were all under the age of 6, because the older kids would be in school this time of day. All the children were dressed in mismatched, faded clothes and playing with toys that had seen better days. Barbie dolls with short haircuts, Tonka toys with missing wheels. Will supposed he should have felt sad for them because watching them play was much like a scene from his own childhood. But the exception here was that these kids had at least one parent who was looking out for them. One connection to the normal world. "Good Lord," Faith mumbled, digging into her purse. There was a jar for donations on the counter by the front entrance, and she shoved in a couple of tens. Who's watching these kids? Will looked down the hall. The walls were decorated with paper Easter cutouts and some of the children's drawings. He saw a closed door with the symbol for a women's restroom. She's probably in the toilet. Anyone could snatch them. Will didn't think many people wanted these children. That was part of the problem. "Ring bell for service," Faith said. He supposed reading from the sign below the bell, which even a monkey could have figured out. Will reached over and rang the bell. She said, "They do computer training here." "What?" Faith picked up one of the brochures on the counter. Will saw pictures of smiling women and children on the front, a couple of corporate logos that named the big money sponsors along the bottom. Computer training, counseling, meals. Her eyes went back and forth as she skimmed the text. Medical counseling with a Christian focus. She dropped the pamphlet back in with the others. "I guess that means they tell you you're going to hell if you have an abortion. Oh, good advice for women who've already got one mouth they can't afford to feed." She tapped the bell again, this time hard enough to make it spin off the counter. Will picked up the bell from the floor. When he stood, he found a large Hispanic woman behind the counter, an infant in her arms. She spoke in a distinctive Texas drawl, her words directed toward Faith. "If you're here to arrest someone, we ask that you don't do it in front of the children." "We're here to talk to Judith Coldfield," Faith replied, keeping her voice low, mindful that the kids were not only watching but had guessed her occupation just like the woman. "Walk around the side of the building to the storefront. Judith's working retail today." She didn't wait for a thank you. Instead, she turned around with the child and went back down the hallway. Faith pushed open the door, heading out into the street again. These places annoy the hell out of me. Will thought a homeless shelter was a strange thing to hate, even for Faith. Why is that? Just help them. Don't make them pray about it. Some people find solace in prayer. What if they don't? Then they're not worthy of being helped? You may be homeless and starving to death, but you can't have a free meal or a safe place to sleep unless you agree that abortion is an abomination and that other people have the right to tell you what to do with your body. Will wasn't sure how to answer her, so he just followed her around the side of the brick building, watching her angrily hitch her purse up on her shoulder. She was still mumbling when they rounded the corner to the storefront. There was a large sign out front that probably had the name of the shelter on it. The economy was bad for everybody these days, but especially for charities who depended on people feeling flush enough to help their fellow man. Many of the local shelters took in donations that they sold in order to help pay for basic operations. Window lettering advertised various items inside the store. Faith read them off as they walked to the entrance. Housewares, linens, clothes, donations welcome, free pickup for larger items. Will opened the door, willing her to shut up. Open every day but Sunday. No dogs allowed. I got it, he told her, glancing around the store. Blenders were lined up on a shelf, toasters and small microwaves underneath. There were some clothes on racks, mostly the kind of styles that were very popular during the 80s. Canned soups and various pantry staples were stored away from the sun, streaming in through the windows. Will's stomach grumbled, and he remembered sorting cans of food that came into the orphanage over the holidays. Nobody ever gave the good stuff. It was usually Spam and pickled beets, just the sort of thing every kid wanted for Christmas dinner. Faith had found another sign. All donations are tax-deductible. Proceeds go directly to help homeless women and children. God blesses those who bless others. He realized that his jaw was aching from clenching his teeth so hard. Luckily, he didn't have to dwell on the pain for long. A man popped up from behind the counter like Mr. Drucker from Green Acres. "How y'all doing?" Faith's hand flew to her chest. "Who the hell are you?" The man blushed so hard that Will could almost feel the heat coming off his face. "Sorry, ma'am." He wiped his hand on the front of his t-shirt. Black finger marks showed where he had done this many times before. "Tom Coldfield, I'm helping my mom with—" He indicated the floor behind the counter. Will saw he was working on a push-style lawnmower. The engine was partially disassembled. It looked like he was trying to put on a new fan belt, which hardly explained why the carburetor was on the floor. Will told him, "There's a nut on the—" Faith interrupted. "I'm Special Agent Faith Mitchell. This is my partner, Will Trent. We're here to meet with Judith and Henry Coldfield. I assume you're related?" "My folks," the man explained, a prominent pair of buck teeth sticking out as he smiled at Faith. "They're in the back. Dad's kind of unhappy about missing his golf game." He seemed to realize how inconsequential this seemed to them. "Sorry. I know what happened to that woman was awful. It's just that, well, they told that other detective everything that happened." Faith kept up her sweet side. "I'm sure they won't mind telling us again." Tom Coldfield seemed to disagree, but he motioned for them to follow him to the back room anyway. Will let Faith go ahead of him, and they all had to pick their way around boxes and various piles of items that had been donated to the shelter. Will guessed Tom Coldfield had been athletic at one point in his life, but his early 30s had beaten that out of him, giving a round spread to his waist and a stoop to his shoulders. There was a bald spot on the crown of his head, almost like a tonsure that a Franciscan monk would sport. Without even asking, Will guessed that Tom Coldfield had a couple of kids. He looked like a textbook soccer dad. He probably drove a minivan and played online fantasy football. Tom said, "Sorry about the mess. We are short volunteers." Faith asked, "Do you work here?" "Oh, no. I'd go crazy if I did." He gave a chuckle at what must have been Faith's surprised reaction. "I'm an air traffic controller. My mom guilts me into helping out when they're short-handed." "Were you in the military?" "Air Force, 6 years. How'd you guess?" Faith shrugged. Easiest way to get training. Then, probably to build a rapport with the man, she added, "My brother's in the Air Force, stationed in Germany." Tom moved a box out of their way. "Rammstein?" "Landstuhl. He's a surgeon." "That's a bad mess over there. Your brother's doing the Lord's work." Faith was in cop mode now, her personal opinion set aside. "He certainly is." Tom stopped in front of a closed door and knocked. Will looked down the hallway, seeing the other end of the shelter, the counter they'd stood in front of while they waited for the woman to come out of the bathroom. Faith noticed this too, and she rolled her eyes at Will as Tom opened the door. "Mom, this is Detective Trent, and, I'm sorry, is it Mitchell?" "Yes," Faith confirmed. Tom introduced his parents, though this was certainly a formality as the room contained only 2 people. Judith was sitting behind a desk, a ledger opened in front of her. Henry was in a chair by the window. He had a newspaper in his hands, and he shook the paper, creasing it carefully before he gave Will and Faith his attention. Tom hadn't been lying when he'd said his father was annoyed about missing his golf game. Henry Coldfield looked like a parody of a grumpy old man. "Should I get some more chairs?" Tom offered. He didn't wait for a response, disappearing before anyone could answer. The office was regular size, which was to say it was big enough for 4 people to occupy without knocking elbows. Still, Will stood in the doorway while Faith took the only other vacant chair in the room. Normally, they figured out ahead of time who would do the talking, but they were going into this interview cold. When Will looked to Faith for guidance, she only shrugged. The family was hard to read. They would have to figure this out as they went along. The first step in an interview was to make the witness feel comfortable. People didn't tend to open up and start being helpful until you made them realize that you weren't the enemy. Since she was sitting closest to them, Faith started. Mr. and Mrs. Coldfield, thank you for meeting with us. I know you already spoke to Detective Galloway, but what you went through the other night was very traumatic. Sometimes it takes a few days before you remember everything. We've never really had anything like this happen to us before, Judith Coldfield said, and Will wondered if she thought people routinely rammed their cars into women who had been raped and tortured in an underground cavern. Henry seemed to realize this as well.
Judith.
Oh, dear. Judith put her hand to her mouth, covering the embarrassed smile on her face. Will saw where Tom had gotten his buck teeth, as well as his easy blush. The woman explained, I meant to say, we've never talked to the police before. She patted her husband's hand. Henry got a speeding ticket once, but once was enough. When was that, dear?
Summer of '83.
Henry answered, the set to his jaw indicating he still hadn't gotten over the experience. He looked at Will as he spoke, as if only a man would understand.
7 miles over the limit.
Will tried to think of something that sounded commiserating, but his mind drew a blank. He asked Judith, You're from up north? Is it that obvious? She laughed, putting her hand to her mouth again, covering her smile. She was painfully self-conscious about her protruding teeth. Pennsylvania.
Is that where you lived before you retired?
Oh, no, Judith said. Henry's job moved us around a bit, mostly in the Northwest. We lived in Oregon, Washington State, California, but we didn't like that, did we? Henry made a grumpy sound. We were in Oklahoma, but not for long. Have you ever been? It's so flat there. Faith cut to the chase. How about Michigan? Judith shook her head, but Henry supplied,
I saw a football game in Michigan back in '71. Michigan and Ohio State, 10-7, nearly froze to death.
Faith lighted on the opportunity to draw him out. You're a football fan.
Can't stand it.
His frown seemed to indicate he was still unhappy about the situation, though most people would kill to see a rivalry game. Henry was a salesman, Judith supplied. He traveled around quite a bit even before that. His father was in the Army for 30 years. Faith took over, trying to find a way to open up the man. My grandfather was Army. Judith jumped in again. Henry had a college deferment for the war. Will guessed she meant Vietnam. We had friends who served, of course, and Tom was in the Air Force, which we're really proud of. Isn't that right, Tom? Will hadn't realized Tom was back. The Coldfield son smiled an apology.
Sorry, no more chairs. The kids are using them to build a fort.
Where were you stationed? Faith asked him.
I was at Keesler both tours, he answered. I started out my training, then worked my way up to the 334's Master Sergeant in charge of Tower Class Fundamentals. They were talking about sending me to Altus when I put in for discharge.
I was going to ask you why you left the Air Force, then I remembered Keesler's in Mississippi. The blush came back in full force, and Tom gave an embarrassed laugh.
Yes, ma'am.
Faith turned her attention to Henry, probably guessing that they wouldn't get much from Judith without Henry's blessing. Ever leave stateside?
Always stayed in the U.S.
You have an Army accent, Faith noted, which Will gathered meant he had no accent at all. Henry's reticence seemed to slowly melt away under Faith's attention.
You go where they tell you to go.
That's exactly what my brother said when he shipped overseas. Faith leaned forward. If you want the truth, I think he likes moving around all the time, never putting down roots. Henry started to open up some more.
Married?
Nope.
Lady in every port?
Lord, I hope not, Faith laughed. As far as my mother's concerned, it was the Air Force or the priesthood. Henry chuckled.
Most mothers feel that way about their sons.
He squeezed his wife's hand, and Judith beamed proudly at Tom. Faith turned her attention to the son. You said you're an air traffic controller.
Yes, ma'am, he answered,
though Faith was probably younger than Tom. Tom told them, "I work out of Charlie Brown." He meant the General Aviation Airport just west of Atlanta. "Been there about 10 years. It's a nice gig. Sometimes we handle Dobbins traffic overnight." Dobbins was an Air Force base just outside the city. "I bet your brother's flown out of there before." "I bet he has," Faith agreed, keeping eye contact with the man just long enough to make him feel flattered. "You live out in Conyers now?" "Yes, ma'am." Tom smiled openly, his buck teeth jutting out like tusks on an elephant. He was more relaxed now, talkative. "I moved to Atlanta when I left Keesler." He nodded toward his mother. "I was real happy when my parents decided to move down here." "They're on Claremont Road, right?" Tom nodded, still smiling. "Close enough to visit without having to pack a suitcase." Judith didn't seem to like the easy rapport that was developing between the two. She quickly inserted herself back into the conversation. "Tom's wife loves her flower garden." She started to rummage around in her purse. "Mark, his son, is obsessed with aviation. Every day he looks more and more like his father." "Mom, they don't need to see." He was too late. Judith pulled out a photograph and handed it to Faith, who made the proper appreciative noises before passing it to Will. He kept his expression neutral as he looked at the family photo. The Coldfield genes were certainly strong. The girl and boy in the picture were carbon copies of their father. Making matters worse, Tom had not found himself an attractive wife to dilute the Coldfield gene pool. She had stringy-looking blonde hair and a resigned set to her mouth that seemed to indicate this was as good as it would ever get. "Darla," Judith supplied, naming the wife. "They've been married for almost 10 years, isn't that right, Tom?" He shrugged in that embarrassed way children shrug at their parents. "Very nice," Will said, handing the picture back to Judith. Judith asked Faith, "Do you have children?" "A son." Faith didn't offer any more information. Instead, she asked Judith, "Is Tom an only child?" "That's right." Judith smiled again, covering her mouth. "Henry and I didn't think we'd be able to." Her voice trailed off, and she just stared at Tom with obvious pride. "He was a miracle." Again, Tom shrugged, obviously embarrassed. Faith subtly shifted the topic onto the reason they were all here. "And you were visiting Tom and his family the day of the accident?" Judith nodded. "He wanted to do something nice for our 40th anniversary. Didn't you, Tom?" Her voice took on a distant quality. "Such a horrible thing to happen. I don't think another anniversary will go by without remembering." Tom spoke. "I don't understand how this could happen. How could that woman—" He shook his head. "It makes no sense. Who the hell would do something like that?" "Tom," Judith shushed. "Language." Faith gave Will a glance that indicated she was using every ounce of willpower in her body not to roll her eyes. She recovered quickly, directing her words toward the elderly couple. "I know you've already told Detective Galloway everything, but let's start fresh from the beginning. You were driving down the road, you saw the woman, and then—" "Well," Judith began, "at first I thought it might be a deer. We've seen deer on the side of the road many times. Henry always goes slow if it's dark, in case one darts out." "They see the lights and it just freezes them," Henry explained, as if a deer caught in headlights was an obscure phenomenon. "It wasn't dark," Judith continued. "It was dusk, I suppose, and I saw this thing in the road. I opened my mouth to tell Henry, but it was too late. We had already hit it. Her." She took out a tissue from her purse and pressed it to her eyes. "Those nice men tried to help her, but I don't think. Surely after all that." Henry took his wife's hand again. Is the woman—" "She's still in the hospital," Faith provided. "They're not sure if she'll ever regain consciousness." "My Lord," Judith breathed, almost a prayer. "I hope she doesn't." "Mother!" Tom's voice rose in surprise. "I know that sounds mean, but I hope she never knows." The family went quiet. Tom looked at his father. Henry's throat worked, and Will could tell the man was starting to get overwhelmed by his memories.
Thought I was having a heart attack. He managed around a harsh laugh.
Judith lowered her voice, confiding, as if her husband were not right beside her. Henry has heart issues.
Nothing bad, he countered. Stupid airbag hit me square in the chest. Safety device, they call it. Damn thing almost killed me.
Faith asked, Mr. Coldfield, did you see the woman on the road? Henry nodded.
It's what Judith said. It was too late to stop. I wasn't speeding, I was going the posted limit. I saw something, thought it was a deer, like she said. Jammed my foot on the brake. She just appeared out of nowhere. Right out of nowhere. I still didn't think it was a woman until we got out of the car and saw her there. Awful. Just awful.
Have you always worn glasses? Will broached the subject carefully.
I'm an amateur pilot. Get my eyes checked twice a year.
He took off the glasses, his feathers ruffled but his tone steady.
I may be old, but I'm flight ready. No cataracts, corrected to 20/20.
Will decided he might as well get it all out of the way.
And your heart?
Judith intervened. It's nothing really. Just something to keep an eye on. Make sure he's not straining himself too much. Henry took over, still indignant.
Nothing that concerns the doctors. I take some horse pills. I don't do any heavy lifting. I'm fine.
Faith tried to soothe him, changing the subject. An army brat flying airplanes. Henry seemed to be debating whether or not to let the topic of his health go. Finally, he answered,
My dad got me lessons when I was a kid. We were stationed up in Nowhere, Alaska. He thought it was a good way to keep me out of trouble.
Faith smiled, helping him relax again. Good flying weather?
If you were lucky.
He laughed, wistful.
Had to be careful landing. Cold wind would whip that plane around like a fly swatter. Some days, I just close my eyes and hope I touch down on the field and not in the ice.
Cold field, Faith pointed out, making a play on his name.
Right,
Henry said as if he'd heard the pun many times. He put his glasses back on, all business.
Listen, I'm not one to tell other people how to go about their business, but why aren't you asking us about that other car?
What other car? Faith echoed. The one that stopped to help.
No, the other one we saw streaking down the road, opposite. It must have been about 2 minutes before we hit that girl.
Judith filled their stunned silence. Surely you know this already. We told the other policeman all about it. Chapter 11. The drive to the Rockdale County Police Station was a blur that Faith filled with every expletive she could think of. I knew that jackass was lying to me, she said, cursing Max Galloway and the entire Rockdale police force. You should have seen that smug way he looked at me when he left the hospital. She slammed her palm into the steering wheel, wishing she were slamming it into Galloway's Adam's apple. Do they think this is some kind of game? Didn't they see what was done to that woman, for the love of God? Beside her, Will remained silent. As usual, she had no idea what was going through his mind. He'd been quiet the entire trip and did not speak until she pulled into the visitors' parking lot in front of the Rockdale County Police Station. He asked, Are you finished being mad? Hell no, I'm not finished. They lied to us. They haven't even faxed us the damn crime scene report. How the hell can we work a case when they're holding back information that could...
Think about why they did it, Will countered. One woman is dead, the other's just as good as, and they're still hiding evidence from us. They don't care about the people involved, Faith. All they care about is their egos, and showing us up. They're leaking information to the press. They're refusing to cooperate. You think us going in there with guns blazing is going to get us what we want? Faith opened her mouth to answer, but Will was already getting out of the car. He walked around to the driver's side and opened her door like they were on a date. He told her, Trust me on this one thing, Faith. You can't push a string. She waved his hand away. I'm not going to eat shit from Max Galloway. I'll eat it, he assured her, holding out his hand like she needed help getting out of the car. Faith grabbed her purse from the back seat. She followed him up the sidewalk, thinking it was no wonder everyone who met Will Trent took him for a certified public accountant.
She could not fathom the man's meagerness of ego. In the year she had worked with him, the strongest emotion she'd seen Will display was irritation, usually at her. He could be moody or wistful, and God knew he could beat himself up about a lot of things, but she'd never seen him truly angry. He'd once been alone in a room with a suspect who had just hours before tried to put a bullet in his head, and the only feeling Will had shown was empathy. The uniformed patrolman behind the front counter obviously recognized Will. His lip went up into a sneer. "Trent." "Detective Fierro," Will replied, though the man was obviously no longer a detective. His sizable stomach pressed against the buttons of his patrol uniform like the filling oozing out of a jelly donut. Considering what Fierro had said to Amanda about greasing Lyle Peterson's pole, Faith was surprised the man wasn't using a wheelchair. Fierro said, "I should have put that board back over your head and left you in that cave." "I'm really glad you didn't." Will indicated Faith. "This is my partner, Special Agent Mitchell. We need to speak with Detective Max Galloway." "About what?" Faith was over the niceties. She opened her mouth to blast him, but Will cut her off with a look. He said, "Maybe we could talk to Chief Peterson if Detective Galloway isn't available." Faith added, "Or we could talk to your buddy Sam Lawson at the Atlanta Beacon and tell him those stories you've been feeding him are just your way of covering your fat ass for all the mistakes you've made in this case." "You are some kind of bitch, lady." "I haven't even started," Faith told him. "Get Galloway out here right now before we put our boss on this. She already took your shield. What do you think she's going to take next? My guess is your little—" "Faith," Will said, more a warning than a word. Fierro picked up the phone, punched in an extension. "Max, you got a couple of cocksuckers want to talk to you." He dropped the phone back into the cradle. "Down the hall, take your first right, first room on the left." Faith led the way because Will would not know how to. The station was the usual 1960s government building with plenty of glass block and very poor ventilation. The walls were lined with commendations, photographs of police officers at city barbecues and fundraisers. As instructed, she took a right and stopped in front of the first door on the left. Faith read the sign on the door. "Asshole," she breathed. He'd sent them to an interrogation room. Will leaned across and opened the door. She saw him register the table bolted to the floor, the bars running along the sides so that suspects could be cuffed down while they were interviewed. All he said was, "Ours is more homey." There were 2 chairs, one on either side of the table. Faith threw her purse on the one with its back to the 2-way mirror, crossing her arms, not wanting to be sitting when Galloway entered the room. "This is bullshit. We should get Amanda involved in this. She wouldn't put up with this goat roping." Will leaned against the wall, tucked his hands into his pockets. "If we get Amanda in on this, then they've got absolutely nothing to lose. Let them save a little face by jerking us around. What does it matter if we get the information we need?" She glanced at the 2-way mirror, wondering if there was a peanut gallery. "I'm filing a formal report when this is over. Obstruction of justice, impeding an active case, lying to a police officer. They bumped that fat fuck Fierro back to uniform. Galloway's going to be lucky if he gets to be county dog catcher." Down the hall, she heard a door open, then click closed. Seconds later, Galloway stood in the doorway, looking every bit the ignorant hick he had the night before. "I heard you wanted to talk to me," Faith told him. "We just talked to the Coldfields." Galloway nodded at Will, who returned the gesture, his back still against the wall. Faith demanded, "Is there a reason you didn't tell me about the other car last night?" "I thought I had." Bullshit. Faith didn't know which was making her angrier, the fact that he was playing at this like it was some kind of game, or that she felt compelled to use the same tone she used when she was about to put Jeremy on restriction. Galloway held up his hands, smiling at Will. "Your partner always this hysterical? Maybe it's her time of month." Faith felt her fists clench. He was about to see hysterical in the worst way. "Listen," Will interrupted, stepping between the two of them. "Just tell us about the car and anything else you know. We're not going to make trouble for you. We don't want to have to get this information the hard way." Will walked over to the chair and picked up Faith's purse before sitting down. He kept the bag in his lap, which made him look ridiculous. A man standing outside the changing room while his wife tried on clothes. He indicated that Galloway should sit across from him, saying,
We've got one victim in the hospital who's probably in an irreversible coma. Jacqueline Zabel, the woman from the tree. Her autopsy didn't give us any leads. There's another woman missing now. She was taken from the parking lot of a grocery store. Her child was left in the front seat, Felix, 6 years old. He's in custody now, staying with strangers. He just wants his mom back. Galloway was unmoved. Will continued. They didn't give you that detective shield for your good looks. There were roadblocks last night. You knew about the second car the Coldfield saw. You were stopping people. He changed tactics. We didn't go to your boss on this. We didn't get our boss to come down like a hammer. We don't have the luxury of time here. Felix's mom is missing. She could be in another cave, strapped to another bed, with another spot underneath for the next victim. You want that on your head? Finally, Galloway heaved a sigh and sat down. He leaned up in the chair, pulling his notebook out of his back pocket, groaning like it caused him physical pain. Galloway said, "They told you it was white. Probably a sedan?" "Yes," Will answered. Henry Coldfield didn't know the model. He said it was an older car. Galloway nodded. He handed Will his notebook. Will looked down, flipped through the pages like he was taking the information on board, then handed it to Faith. She saw a list of 3 names with a Tennessee address and phone number. She took her purse back from Will so she could copy the information. The detective said, 2 women, sisters, and their father. They were on their way back from Florida, going home to Tennessee. Their car broke down on the side of the road about 6 miles from where the Buick hit our first victim. They saw a white sedan coming. One of the women tried to flag it down. It slowed but didn't stop. Could she see the driver? Black, baseball cap, loud music thumping. She said she was kind of glad he didn't stop. Did they see a license plate? Just 3 letters, Alpha Foxtrot Charlie, which pulled up about 300,000 cars. 16,000 of them are white. Half of them are registered in the immediate area. Faith wrote down the corresponding letters, A, F, C, thinking the license plate was a bust unless they just happened to stumble on the matching car. She flipped through Galloway's notes, trying to find what else he was hiding. Will said, "I'd like to talk to all 3 of them." "Too late," Galloway said. "They went back to Tennessee this morning. The father's an old guy, not doing too well. Sounded like they were taking him home to die. You could call them, maybe drive up there. I'm telling you, though, we got everything out of them that we could." Will asked, "Was there anything else at the scene?" "Just what you read in the reports." "We haven't gotten the reports yet." Galloway seemed almost contrite. "Sorry. The girl should have faxed them to you first thing. They're probably buried on her desk somewhere." "We can get them before we leave." Will offered. "Can you just run it down for me?" "It's what you'd expect. When the cruiser showed up, the guy who stopped, the paramedic, was working on the victim. Judith Coldfield was freaking out about her husband, worried he was having a heart attack. The ambulance came and took the victim away. The old man was better by then, so he waited for the second ambulance. That came a few minutes later. Our guys called in the detectives, started marking out the scene. The usual stuff. I'm being honest here, nothing came up." "We'd like to talk to the cop who was first on the scene, get his impressions." "He's fishing in Montana with his father-in-law right now." Galloway shrugged. "I'm not giving y'all the runaround here. The guy's had this vacation planned for a while." Faith had found a familiar name in Galloway's notes. "What's this about Jake Berman?" For Will's benefit, she explained. "Rick Sigler and Jake Berman were the 2 men who stopped to help Anna." "Anna?" Galloway asked. "That's the name she gave at the hospital," Will told him. "Rick Sigler was the off-duty EMT, right?" "Right," Galloway confirmed. "Their story about the movie seemed kind of sketchy to me." Faith made a noise of disgust, wondering how many dead ends this guy had to hit before he passed out from sheer stupidity. "Anyway," Galloway said, making a point of ignoring Faith, "I ran them both through the computer. Sigler's clean, but Berman's got a record." Faith felt her stomach drop. She'd spent 2 hours on the computer this morning, and it had never occurred to her to check the men for a criminal history. "Solicitation for lewd acts." Galloway smiled at Faith's stunned reaction. "Guy's married with 2 kids. Got picked up for screwing another guy in a toilet stall at the Mall of Georgia 6 months ago. Some teenage kid walked in and found them heel to toe. Goddamn pervert. My wife shops at that mall." "Have you talked to Berman?" Will asked. He gave me a bogus number. Galloway shot Faith another scathing look. The address on his driver's license is out of date too, and nothing came up on a cross-match.
She saw a hole in his story and pounced. How do you know he has a wife and 2 kids?
It's in the arrest report. He had them with him at the mall. They were waiting for him to come out of the bathroom.
Galloway's lips twisted in disgust.
You want my advice, he's the one you should be looking at.
The women were raped, Faith said, tossing back his notebook. Gay men don't go after women. It's sort of what makes them gay.
This bad guy strike you as the type of person who likes women?
Faith didn't answer him, mostly because he had a point. Will asked, what about Rick Sigler? Galloway took his time folding his notebook closed, sticking it into his pocket.
He came back clean. Been working as a paramedic for 16 years. Guy went to Heritage High School right down the road from here.
His mouth twisted in disgust.
Played on the football team, if you can believe that.
Will took his time getting to his last question. What else are you holding back? Galloway looked him right in the eye.
That's all I got, Kimosabe.
Faith didn't believe him, but Will seemed satisfied. He actually reached out and shook the man's hand.
Thank you for your time, Detective.
Faith turned on the lights as she walked into her kitchen, dropping her purse on the counter, sinking into the very same chair she'd started her day in. Her head was aching. Her neck so tense that it hurt to turn her head. She picked up the phone to check her voicemail. Jeremy's message was short and unusually sweet.
Hi, Mom. Just calling to see how you're doing. I love you.
Faith frowned, guessing he'd either made a bad grade on his chem test or needed money. She dialed his number, but hung up the phone before the call went through. Faith was bone-tired, so exhausted that her vision was blurring. And she wanted nothing more than a hot bath and a glass of wine, neither of which was recommended for her current state. She did not need to make matters worse by yelling at her son. Her laptop was still on the table, but Faith didn't check her email. Amanda had told her to report to her office by the end of the day to talk about the fact that Faith had passed out in the parking lot at the courthouse. Faith glanced at the clock on the kitchen stove. It was well past the end of the business day. Almost 10 o'clock. Amanda was probably at home draining the blood from the insects that had gotten caught in her web. Faith wondered if her day could get any worse, then decided it was a mathematical improbability, considering the time. She had spent the last 5 hours with Will, getting in and out of her car, ringing doorbells, talking to whatever man, woman, or child answered the door, if they answered the door at all, looking for Jake Berman. All told, there were 23 Jake Berman scattered around the metropolitan area. Faith and Will had talked to 6 of them, ruled out 12, and been unable to find the other 5, who were either not at home, not at work, or not answering the door. If finding the man was easier, maybe Faith wouldn't have been so worried about him. Witnesses lied to the police all the time. They gave wrong names, wrong phone numbers, wrong details. It was so common that Faith seldom got annoyed when it happened. Jake Berman was another story, though. Everyone left a paper trail. You could pull up old cell phone records or past addresses, and pretty soon you were staring your witness in the face, pretending like you hadn't wasted half a day tracking him down. Jake Berman didn't have a paper trail. He hadn't even filed a tax return last year. At least, he hadn't filed one in the name of Jake Berman, which, in turn, raised the specter of Pauline McGee's brother. Maybe Berman had changed his name just like Pauline Seward. Maybe Faith had sat across the table from their killer in the Grady Hospital cafeteria the first night this case had started. Or maybe Jake Berman was a tax dodger who never used credit cards or cell phones, and Pauline McGee had walked away from her life because sometimes that's what women did. They just walked away. Faith was beginning to understand how that option had its benefits. In between knocking on doors, Will had telephoned Beulah Edna and Wallace O'Connor of Tennessee. Max Galloway had not been lying about the elderly father. The man was in a home, and Faith gathered from Will's part of the conversation that his mind was none too sharp. The sisters were talkative and obviously tried to be helpful, but there was nothing more they could offer on the white sedan they'd seen barreling down the road just miles from the crime scene, other than to say there was mud on the bumper. Finding Rick Sigler, the focus of Jake Berman's Route 316 assignation, had been only slightly more productive. Faith had made the call, and the man had sounded as if he was going to have a heart attack the second she'd identified herself. Rick was in his ambulance, taking a patient to the hospital, scheduled for 2 more pickups. Faith and Will were going to meet him at 8 the following morning when he got off work. Faith stared at her laptop. She knew that she should put this in a report so that Amanda had the information, though her boss seemed quite capable of finding out things on her own. Still, Faith went through the motions. She slid her computer across the table, opened it, and hit the spacebar to wake it up. Instead of going into her email program, she launched the browser. Faith's hands hovered over the keys, then her fingers started to move of their own accord. Sarah Linton, Grant County, Georgia. Firefox shot back almost 3,000 hits. Faith clicked on the first link, which took her to a page on pediatric medicine that required a username and password to access Sarah's paper on ventricular septal defects in malnourished infants. The second link was on something equally as riveting, and Faith scrolled down to the bottom to find an article about a shooting at a Buckhead bar where Sarah had been the attending on call at Grady. Faith realized she was being stupid about this. A general search was fine, but even the newspaper articles would tell only half the story. In an officer-involved death, the GBI was always called in. Faith could access actual case files through the agency's internal database. She opened the program and did a general search. Again, Sarah's name was all over the place, case after case where she had testified in her capacity as a coroner. Faith narrowed the scope of the search, taking out expert testimony. This time, only 2 matches came up. The first was a sexual assault case that was over 20 years old. As with most browsers, there was a short description of the contents underneath the link, a few lines of text that gave you an idea of what the case was about. Faith scanned the description, moving the mouse to the link without actually clicking. Will's words came back to her, his valiant speech about Sarah Linton's privacy. Maybe he was half right. Faith clicked the second link, opening up the file on Jeffrey Tolliver. This was a cop killing. The reports were lengthy, detailed, the kind of narrative you wrote when you wanted to make sure that every single word held up when you were cross-examined in court. Faith read about the man's background, his years of service to the law. There were hyperlinks connecting the cases he had worked, some of which Faith was familiar with from the news. Some she knew about from shop talk around the squad room. She scrolled through page after page, reading about Tolliver's life, gleaning the character of the man from the respectful way people described him. Faith didn't stop until she got to the crime scene photos. Tolliver had been killed by a crude pipe bomb. Sarah had been standing right there, seen it all happen, watched him die. Faith braced herself, opening up the autopsy files. The pictures were shocking, the damage horrifying. Somehow, photographs from the scene had gotten mixed in. Sarah with her hands out so the camera could document the blood spray. Sarah's face, caught in close-up. Dark blood smearing her mouth. Eyes looking as flat and lifeless as her husband's photos from the morgue. All the files listed the case as still open. No resolution was listed, no arrest, no conviction. Strange in a cop killing. What had Amanda said about Coastal? Faith opened up a new browser window. The GBI was responsible for investigating all deaths that occurred on state property. She did a search for deaths at Coastal State Prison in the last 4 years. There were 16 in all. 3 were homicides, a skinny white supremacist who was beaten to death in the rec room, and 2 African Americans who were stabbed almost 200 times between them with the sharpened end of a plastic toothbrush. Faith skimmed the other 13, 8 suicides, 5 natural causes. She thought about Amanda's words to Sarah Linton. We take care of our own. Prison guards called it paroling an inmate to Jesus. The death would have to be quiet, unspectacular, and wholly believable. A cop would know how to cover his tracks. Faith guessed one of the overdoses or suicides was Tolliver's killer. A sad, pitiful death. But justice nonetheless. She felt a lightness in her chest, a relief that the man had been punished, a cop's widow spared a lengthy trial. Faith closed the files, clicking through them one by one until they were all gone, then opened up Firefox again. She entered Jeffrey Tolliver's name behind Sarah Linton's. Articles came up from the local paper. The Grant Observer wasn't exactly in line for a Pulitzer. The front page carried the daily lunch menu for the elementary school, and the biggest stories seemed to revolve around the exploits of the high school football team. Armed with the correct dates, it didn't take Faith long to find the stories on Tolliver's murder. They dominated the paper for weeks. She was surprised to see how handsome he was. There was a picture of him with Sarah at some kind of formal affair. He was in a tux. She was in a slinky black dress. She looked radiant beside him, a totally different person. Oddly, it was this picture that made Faith feel bad about her clandestine investigation into Sarah Linton's life. The doctor looked so damn blissful in the photograph. Like every single thing in her life was complete. Faith looked at the date. The photo had been taken 2 weeks before Tolliver's death. On this last revelation, Faith closed down the computer, feeling sad and slightly disgusted with herself. Will was right at least about this. She should not have looked. As penance for her sins, Faith took out her monitoring device. Her blood sugar was on the high side, and she had to think for a second about what she needed to do. Another needle, another shot. She checked her bag. There were only 3 insulin pens left, and she had not made an appointment with Delia Wallace as she had promised. Faith pulled up her skirt, exposing her bare thigh. She could still see the needle mark where she had jabbed herself in the bathroom around lunchtime. A small bruise ringed the injection site, and Faith guessed she should try her luck on the other leg this time. Her hand didn't shake as much as it usually did, and it only took to the count of 26 for her to sink the needle into her thigh. She sat back in her chair, waiting to feel better. At least a full minute passed, and Faith felt worse. Tomorrow, she thought. She would make an appointment with Delia Wallace first thing in the morning. She pushed down her skirt as she stood. The kitchen was a mess, dishes stacked in the sink, trash overflowing. Faith was not naturally a tidy person, but her kitchen was generally spotless. She had been called out to too many homicide scenes where women were found sprawled on the floor of their filthy kitchens. The sight always triggered a snap judgment in Faith, as if the woman deserved to be beaten to death by her boyfriend, shot and killed by a stranger, because she had left dirty dishes in her sink. She wondered what Will thought when he came onto a crime scene. She had been around countless dead bodies with the man, but his face was always inscrutable. Will's first job in law enforcement had been with the GBI. He had never been in uniform, never been called out on a suspicious smell and found an old woman dead on her couch, or worked patrol, stopping speeders, not knowing if it was going to be a stupid teenager behind the wheel or a gangbanger who would put a gun in his face, pull the trigger, rather than have the points on his license. He was just so damn passive. Faith didn't understand it. Despite the way Will carried himself, he was a big man. He ran every day, rain or shine. He worked out with weights. He had apparently dug a pond in his backyard. There was so much muscle under those suits he wore that his body could have been carved from rock. And yet, there he was this afternoon, sitting with Faith's purse in his lap while he begged Max Galloway for information. If Faith had been in Will's shoes, she would have backed the idiot against the wall and squeezed his testicles until he sang out every detail he knew in high soprano. But she wasn't Will, and Will wasn't going to do that. He was just going to shake Galloway's hand and thank him for the professional courtesy, like some gigantic half-witted patsy. She searched the cabinet under the sink for dishwashing powder, only to find an empty box. She left it in the cabinet and went to the fridge to make a note on the grocery list. Faith had written the first 3 letters of the word before she realized that the item was already on the list. Twice. Damn, she whispered, putting her hand to her stomach. How was she going to take care of a child when she could not even take care of herself? She loved Jeremy, adored everything about him, But Faith had been waiting 18 years for her life to start, and now that it was here, she was looking at another 18-year wait. She would be over 50 by then, eligible for movie discounts through AARP. Did she want this? Could she actually do it? Faith couldn't ask her mother to help again. Evelyn loved Jeremy, and she had never complained about taking care of her grandson. Not when Faith was away at the police academy, or when she had to work double shifts just to make ends meet. But there was no way that Faith could expect her mother to help out like that again. But then, who else was there? Certainly not the baby's father. Victor Martinez was tall, dark, handsome, and completely incapable of taking care of himself. He was a dean at Georgia Tech, in charge of nearly 20,000 students, but he could not keep a clean pair of socks in his drawer to save his life. They had dated for 6 months before he moved into Faith's house, which had seemed romantic and impetuous until reality set in. Within a week, Faith was doing Victor's laundry, picking up his dry cleaning, fixing his meals, cleaning up his messes. It was like raising Jeremy again. Except at least with her son, she could punish him for being lazy. The last straw had come when she had just finished cleaning the sink and Victor had dropped a knife covered in peanut butter on the draining board. If Faith had been wearing her gun, she would have shot him. He moved out the next morning. Even with all that, Faith couldn't help but feel herself softening toward Victor as she gathered up the drawstring on the trash. That was one good difference between her son and her ex-lover. Victor never had to be told 6 times to take out the trash. It was one of the chores Faith most hated, and, ridiculously, she felt tears well in her eyes as she thought about having to lift the bag and heft it down the stairs outside to the garbage can. There was a knock at the door, 3 sharp raps followed by the doorbell chime. Faith wiped her eyes as she walked down the hall, her cheeks so wet that she had to use her sleeve. She still had her gun on her hip, so she didn't bother to check the peephole. "This is a switch," Sam Lawson told her. "Women usually cry when I leave, not when I show up." "What do you want, Sam? It's late." "You gonna invite me in?" He wiggled his eyebrows. "You know you wanna." Faith was too tired to argue, so she turned around, letting him follow her back to the kitchen. Sam Lawson was an itch she had really needed to scratch for a few years, but now she couldn't remember why she had bothered. He drank too much. He was married. He didn't like kids. He was convenient and he knew how to make an exit, which, as far as Faith was concerned, meant he left shortly after he had served his purpose. Okay, now she remembered why she had bothered. Sam took a glob of gum out of his mouth and dropped it into the trash. "I'm glad I saw you today. I need to tell you something." Faith braced herself for bad news. "Okay." "I'm sober now. Almost a year." "You're here to make amends?" He laughed. "Hell, Faith, you're about the only person in my life I didn't screw over." "Only because I kicked you to the curb before you could." Faith pulled the string on the trash, tying it tight. "Bag's gonna tear." The plastic ripped just as he said the words. "Shit," she muttered. "You want me to—" "I've got it." Sam leaned against the counter. "I love watching a woman do manual labor." She shot him a withering look. He flashed another smile. "I heard you cracked some heads at Rockdale today." Faith said a silent curse in her head, remembering that Max Galloway had yet to give them the initial crime scene reports. She had been so furious that she hadn't thought to follow up on it, and she would be damned if she'd take the man's word for it that everything had been fairly routine. "Faith?" She fed him the standard line. "The Rockdale police are cooperating fully with our investigation." "It's the sister you need to worry about. You seen the news? Jolynn Zabel's all over the place saying your partner's the reason her sister died." That rankled more than she wanted to let on. "Check the autopsy summary." "I saw it already," he said. Faith guessed Amanda had shared the report with a few key people in order to spread the news as quickly as possible. "Jacqueline Zabel killed herself." "Did you tell that to the sister?" Faith asked. "She's not interested in the truth." Faith gave him a pointed look. "Not many people are." He shrugged. "She got what she wanted from me. She's moved on to network television."
The Atlanta Beacon's not big enough for her, huh? Why are you being so hard on me? I don't like your job. I'm not crazy about yours either. He went to the sink cabinet and took out the box of trash bags. Slide a new one over the old one. Faith took a bag, holding the white plastic in her hands, trying not to think about what Pete had found during the autopsy. Sam was oblivious as he put back the box. What's that guy's story, anyway? Trent. All inquiries should go through the Public Relations Office. Sam had never been one to take no for an answer. Francis tried to feed me something about Trent getting circle-jerked by Galloway today, made it out like he was some kind of Keystone Cop. Faith stopped worrying about the trash. Who's Francis? Fierro. Faith took childish pleasure in the girlish name. And you printed every word the asshole said without bothering to run it by someone who could tell you the truth. Sam leaned against the counter. Cut me some slack, babe. I'm just doing my job. They let you make excuses in AA? I didn't run the kidney killer stuff. That's only because it was proved wrong before you went to press. He laughed. You never let me bullshit you. He watched her wrestle the old bag into a new one. Jesus, I've missed you. Faith gave him another sharp glance, but she felt herself react to his words despite her best intentions. Sam had been her life raft a few years ago, just available enough to be there when she really needed him, but not so much that she felt smothered. He said, I didn't print anything about your partner. Thank you. What's going on with Rockdale anyway? They're really out to get you. They care more about screwing us over than finding out who abducted those women. Faith didn't give herself time to consider that she was echoing Will's sentiments. Sam, it's bad. I saw one of them. This killer, whoever he is. She realized almost too late to whom she was talking. Off the record, he said. Nothing's ever off the record. Of course it is. Faith knew he was right. She had told Sam secrets in the past that had never been repeated. Secrets about cases, secrets about her mother, a good cop who had been forced off the job because some of her detectives had been caught skimming off drug busts. Sam had never printed anything Faith had told him, and she should trust him now. Only she couldn't. It wasn't just her anymore. Will was involved. She might hate her partner right now for being a pussy, but she would kill herself before she exposed him to any more scrutiny. Sam asked, What's going on with you, babe? Faith looked down at the torn trash bag, knowing he'd read everything in her face if she looked up. She remembered the day she'd found out her mother was being forced off the job. Evelyn hadn't wanted comfort. She had wanted to be alone. Faith had felt the same way until Sam showed up. He had talked his way into her house the same way he had tonight. Feeling his arms around her had sent Faith over the edge, and she had sobbed like a child as he held her. Babe. She snapped open another new trash bag. I'm tired, I'm cranky, and you don't seem to understand that I'm not going to give you a story. I don't want a story. His tone had changed. She looked up at him, surprised to see the smile playing on his lips. You look. Faith's mind filled with suggestions, puffy, sweaty, morbidly obese. Beautiful, he said, which surprised them both. Sam had never been one for compliments, and Faith certainly wasn't used to getting them. He pushed away from the counter, moving closer. There's something about you that's different. He touched her arm, and the rough texture of his palm sent heat rushing through her body. You just look so... He was close now, staring at her lips like he wanted to kiss them. Oh, Faith said. Then, no, Sam. She backed away from him. She'd experienced this the first time she was pregnant. Men hitting on her, telling her she was beautiful even when her stomach was so huge she couldn't bend over to tie her own shoes. It must be hormones or pheromones or something. At 14, it had been skeevy. At 33, it was just annoying. I'm pregnant. The words hung between them like a lead balloon. Faith realized this was the first time she had said them aloud. Sam tried to make a joke out of it. Wow, I didn't even have to take off my pants. I'm serious. She said it again. I'm pregnant. Is it—" He seemed at a loss for words. "The father—" She thought about Victor, his dirty socks in her laundry basket. "He doesn't know." "You should tell him. He has a right." "Since when are you the arbiter of relationship morality?" "Since I found out my wife had an abortion without telling me." He leaned closer, put his hands on her arms again. "Gretchen didn't think I could handle it." He shrugged, keeping his hands on Faith's arms. "She was probably right, but still." Faith bit her tongue. Of course Gretchen was right. She would have been better off asking a dingo to help raise her baby. She asked, "Did this happen when you were seeing me?" "After." He looked down, watching his hand stroke her arm, his fingers tracing the neck of her blouse. "I hadn't hit bottom yet." "You weren't exactly in a position to make an informed decision." "We're still trying to work things out." "Is that why you're here?" He pressed his mouth to hers. She could feel the rough prickle of his beard, taste the cinnamon gum he'd been chewing. He lifted her onto the counter, his tongue finding hers. It wasn't unpleasant. And when his hand slid up her thighs, lifting her skirt, Faith didn't stop him. She helped him, actually. And in retrospect, she probably shouldn't have, because it ended things a lot sooner than they needed to. "I'm sorry." Sam shook his head, slightly out of breath. "I didn't mean to. I just—" Faith didn't care. Even if her mind had blocked out Sam from her conscious thoughts over the years, her body seemed to remember every part of him. It felt so damn good to have his arms around her again, to feel the closeness of somebody who knew about her family and her job and her past, even if that particular body wasn't of much use to her at the moment. She kissed his mouth very gently, and with no other meaning than to feel connected again. "It's okay." Sam pulled back. He was too embarrassed to see that it didn't matter. "Sammy." "I haven't gotten the hang of things being sober." "It's okay," she repeated, trying to kiss him again. He stepped back even farther, looking somewhere over her shoulder instead of in her eyes. "You want me to—" He made a half-hearted gesture toward her lap. Faith let out a heavy sigh. Why were the men in her life such a constant disappointment? God knew she didn't have high standards. He looked at his watch. "Gretchen's probably waiting up for me. Been working late a lot." Faith gave up, leaning her head against the cabinet behind her. She might as well try to salvage something out of this. "Do you mind taking out the trash on your way out?" Chapter 12. "God damn it," Pauline whispered, then wondered why she wasn't screaming it at the top of her lungs. "God damn it!" she yelled, her voice catching in her throat. She rattled the handcuffs around her wrists, jerking at them even though she knew the gesture was useless. She was like a goddamn prisoner at a jail, her hands cuffed, strapped tight to a leather belt so that, even if she contorted herself into a ball, her fingertips barely grazed her chin. Her feet were chained, the thick links clanking against each other with every step she took. She had done enough damn yoga to be able to bend her feet up to her head, but what good was that? What the hell kind of help was the inversion plow pose when your fucking life was at stake? The blindfold made it worse, though she had managed to move it up a little by rubbing her face against the rough concrete blocks lining one of the walls. The scarf was tight. Millimeter by millimeter, the blindfold was forced up, shaving away some of the skin on her cheek in the process. There was no difference above or below the strip of material, but Pauline felt like she had accomplished something. Might be prepared when that door opened and she saw a sliver of light under the blindfold. For now, it was darkness. That was all she saw. No windows, no lights, no way of judging the movement of time. If she thought about it, thought that she could not see, did not know if she was being watched or videotaped, or worse, she would lose her mind. Hell, she was half losing her mind already. She was soaking wet, sweat pouring from her skin. Rivulets tickled her nose as they slid down her scalp. It was maddening, made all the more worse by the fucking darkness. Felix liked the dark. He liked it when she got in bed with him and held him and told him stories. He liked being under the covers, blankets over his head. Maybe she had coddled him too much when he was a baby. She'd never let him out of her sight. She was scared that someone would take him away from her. Someone would realize that she really shouldn't be a mother, that she didn't have it in her to love a child like a child should be loved. But she did. She loved her boy. She loved him so much that the thought of him was the only thing that was keeping her from twisting herself into a ball, wrapping the chains around her neck and killing herself. "Help!" she screamed, knowing it was useless. If they were afraid of Pauline being heard, they would have gagged her. She had paced out the room hours ago, approximating the size at 20 feet by 16. Cinderblock walls on one side, sheetrock on the others. With a metal door that was bolted from the outside, vinyl mattress pad in the corner, a slop bucket with a lid. The concrete was cold against her bare feet. There was a hum in the next room, a hot water heater, something mechanical. She was in a basement. She was underground, which made her feel as if her skin would crawl right off her body. She hated being underground. She didn't even park in the damn garage at work. She hated it so much. She stopped pacing, closed her eyes. No one parked in her space. It was right by the door. Sometimes she'd go out for some air, stand at the entrance to the garage to make sure the space was empty. She could read the sign from the street, Pauline McGee. Christ, the battle with the sign company to get that C in lowercase. It had cost someone their job, which was just as well, since apparently they couldn't do it right. If someone was parked in her space, she would call the attendant and have the asshole towed. Porsche, Bentley, Mercedes. Pauline didn't care. She had earned that fucking space. Even if she wasn't going to use it, she would be damned if someone else would. "Let me out of here!" she screamed, jerking the chains, trying to wrench off the belt. It was thick, the sort of thing her brother wore back in the 70s. 2 rows of riveted holes going the circumference. 2 prongs in the buckle. The metal felt like a wad of wax, and she knew the prongs had been soldered down. She couldn't remember when it had happened, but she knew what a fucking soldered belt felt like. "Help me!" she screamed. "Help me!" Nothing. No help. No response. The belt was biting into her skin, raking across her hip bones. If she wasn't so fucking fat, she could just slide out of the thing. Water, she thought. When had she last had water? You could live without food for weeks, sometimes months. But water was different. You could go 3, maybe 4 days before it hit you. The cramps, the cravings, the awful headaches. Were they going to give her water? Or were they going to let her waste away, then do whatever they wanted to her while she lay there, helpless as a child? Child. No. She would not think about Felix. Morgan would take him. He would never let anything bad happen to her baby. Morgan was a bastard and a liar, but he would take care of Felix because, underneath it all, he was not a bad person. Pauline knew what a bad person looked like, and it was not Morgan Hollister. She heard footsteps behind her, outside the door. Pauline stopped, holding her breath so she could hear. Stairs. Someone was coming down the stairs. Even in the dark, she could see the walls closing in around her. Which was worse, being alone down here, or being trapped with someone else? Because she knew what was coming. Knew it just as certain as she knew the details of her own life. There was never just one. He always wanted 2. Dark hair, dark eyes, dark hearts that he could shatter. He had kept them apart for as long as he could stand it, but now he'd want them together, caged like 2 animals, fighting it out like animals. The first domino would soon fall, then the rest would follow, one after the other. A woman alone, 2 women alone, and then she heard a chattering, No, 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 and realized the words were coming from her own mouth. She backed up, pressing herself into the wall, her knees shaking so hard that she would have fallen to the floor but for the rough cinder block bracing her. The handcuffs rattled as her hands trembled. No, she whispered, just one word, shaking herself out of it. She was a survivor. She had not lived the last 20 years of her life so that she would die in some fucking underground hole. The door opened. She saw a flash of light under the blindfold. He said, "Here's your friend." She heard something drop to the floor. A dank exhalation of air, the rattling of chains, then stillness. Then there was a second, quieter sound. A solid thud that echoed in the large room. The door closed. The light was gone. There was a whistling sound. Labored breathing. Groping, Pauline found the body. Long hair, blindfold, thin face, small breasts, hands cuffed in front of her. The whistling was coming from the woman's broken nose. No time to worry about that. Pauline checked the woman's pockets, tried to find something that could get her out of here. Nothing. Nothing except another person who was going to want food and water. Fuck. Pauline sat back on her heels, fighting the urge to scream. Her foot struck something hard, and she reached around, remembering the second thud. She traced her hands along the thin cardboard box, guessing it was about 6 inches square. It had some heft, maybe a couple of pounds. There was a perforation line along one side, and she pressed her fingers against it, breaking open the seal. Her fingers found something slick inside. No, she breathed. Not again. She closed her eyes, felt tears weep from under the blindfold. Felix, her job, her Lexus, her life, all of it, slipped away as she felt the slick plastic trash bags between her fingers. Day 3. Chapter 13. Will had forced himself to get up at his usual time of 5 o'clock. His run had been sluggish, his shower far from bracing. He was standing over the kitchen sink, his breakfast cereal soggy in the bowl, when Betty nudged his ankle to stir him from his stupor. He found Betty's leash by the door and stooped down to clip it onto her collar. She licked his hand, and despite himself, he petted her little head. Everything about the Chihuahua was an embarrassment. She was the kind of dog a young starlet would carry in a leather satchel, hardly Will's speed. Making it worse, she was roughly 6 inches off the ground, and the only leash at the pet store that was long enough for him to comfortably hold came in hot pink. The fact that it matched her rhinestone collar was something many attractive women had pointed out to him in the park, right before they'd tried to set up Will with their brothers. Betty had been an inheritance of sorts, abandoned by Will's next-door neighbor a couple of years ago. Angie had hated the dog on sight, and chastised Will for what they both knew was the truth. A man who was raised in an orphanage was not going to drop off a dog at the pound, no matter how ridiculous he felt when they were out in public. There were more shameful aspects about his life with the dog that even Angie did not know about. Will worked odd hours, and sometimes when a case was breaking, he barely had time to go home and change his shirt. He had dug the pond in the backyard for Betty, thinking that watching the fish swim would be a nice way for her to pass the time. She had barked at the fish for a couple of days, but then she'd gone back to sitting on the couch, whiling away the hours until Will came home. He half suspected the animal was playing him, that she jumped on the couch when she heard his key in the lock, pretending that she'd been waiting there all day, when in fact she had been running in and out of the dog door, romping it up with the koi in the backyard, listening to his music. Will patted his pockets, making sure he had his phone and wallet, then clipped his paddle holster onto his belt. He left the house, locking the door behind him. Betty's tail was pointed in the air, swishing back and forth like crazy as he walked her toward the park. He checked the time on his cell phone. He was supposed to meet Faith at the coffee shop across from the park in half an hour.
When cases were in full swing, he usually had her pick him up there instead of home. If Faith ever noticed that the coffee shop was right beside a dog daycare center called Sir Barks-a-Lot, she'd been kind enough not to mention it. They crossed the street against the light, Will slowing his pace so he didn't run over the dog, much as he had done with Amanda the day before. He did not know which was worrying him more, the case, in which they had very little to go on, or the fact that Faith was obviously mad at him. God knew Faith had been mad before, but this particular anger had a tinge of disappointment to it. He felt her pushing him, even though she wouldn't say the words. The problem was that she was a different cop than Will was. He had long known that his less aggressive way of approaching the job was at odds with her own. But, rather than being a point of contention, it was a contrast that had worked for them both. Now he wasn't so sure. Faith wanted him to be one of those kinds of cops that Will despised, someone who goes in with his fist swinging and worries about the consequences later. Will hated those cops. Had worked more than a few cases where he'd gotten them kicked off the force. You couldn't say you were one of the good guys if you did the same thing the bad guys did. Faith had to know this. She'd grown up in a cop's family. Then again, her mother had been forced out of the job for improper conduct, so maybe Faith did know it and just didn't care. Will couldn't accept that reasoning. Faith was not just a solid cop, she was a good person. She still insisted her mother was innocent. She still believed that there was a distinct line between good and bad, right and wrong. Will couldn't just tell her that his way was best. She would have to see it for herself. He had never walked a beat like Faith, but he had walked into plenty of small communities and learned the hard way that you don't piss off the locals. By law, the GBI was called in by the bosses, not the detectives and patrolmen on the street. They were invariably still working their cases, still thinking they could crack them on their own, and highly resentful of any outside interference. Chances were, you would need something from them later on, and if you left them in the gutter, took away all chances of them saving face, they would actively work to sabotage you. Damn the consequences. Case in point was Rockdale County. Amanda had made an enemy of Lyle Peterson, the chief of police, while she was working another case with him. Now that they needed cooperation from the local force, Rockdale was balking in the form of Max Galloway, who was straddling the line between being a jerk and being grossly negligent. What Faith needed to realize was that the cops weren't always selfless in their actions. They had egos, they had territories. They were like animals marking their spots. If you encroached on their space, they didn't care about the bodies stacking up. It was just a game to some of them, one they had to win no matter who was hurt in the process. As if she could read his mind, Betty stopped near the entrance of Piedmont Park to do her business. Will waited, then took care of the mess, dropping the bag into one of the trash cans as they cut through the park. Joggers were out in force, some with dogs, some alone. They were all bundled up to fight the cold in the air, though Will could tell from the way the sun was burning off the fog that it would be warm enough by noon so that his collar would start to rub against his neck. The case was 24 hours old, and he and Faith had a full day. Talked to Rick Sigler, the paramedic who had been on the scene when Anna was hit by the car. Tracked down Jake Berman, Sigler's hookup, then interviewed Jolynn Zabel, Jacqueline Zabel's awful sister. Will knew he shouldn't make snap judgments, but he'd seen the woman all over the television news last night, both local and national. Apparently, Jolynn liked to talk. Even more apparently, she liked to blame. Will was grateful he had been at the autopsy yesterday, had had the burden of Jacqueline Zabel's death removed from his long list of burdens. Or the sister's words would have cut into him like 1,000 knives. He wanted to search Pauline McGee's house, but Leo Donnelly would probably protest. There had to be a way around that, and if there was any one thing Will wanted to do today, it was find a way to bring Leo on board. Rather than sleep, Will had thought about Pauline McGee most of last night. Every time he closed his eyes, he mixed up the cave and McGee, so that she was on that wooden bed, tied down like an animal, while Will stood helplessly by. His gut was telling him that something was going on with McGee. She had run away once before, 20 years ago. But she had roots now. Felix was a good kid. His mother would not leave him. Will chuckled to himself. He, of all people, should know that mothers left their sons all the time. "Come on," he said, tugging Betty's leash, pulling her away from a pigeon that was almost as big as she was. He tucked his hand into his pocket to warm it, his mind staying focused on the case. Will wasn't stupid enough to take full credit for the majority of the arrests he made. The fact was that people who committed crimes tended to be stupid. Most killers made mistakes because they usually were acting on the spur of the moment. A fight broke out, a gun was handy, tempers flared, and the only thing to figure out when it was all over was whether or not the prosecution was going to go for second or first-degree murder. Stranger abductions were different, though. They were harder to solve, especially when there was more than one victim. Serial killers, by definition, were good at their jobs. They knew they were going to murder. They knew who they were going to kill and exactly how they were going to do it. They had practiced their trade over and over again, perfecting their skills. They knew how to evade detection, to hide evidence, or simply leave nothing at all. Finding them tended to be a matter of dumb luck on the part of law enforcement or complacency in the killer. Ted Bundy had been captured during a routine traffic stop. Twice. BTK, who signed his letters taunting the cops with those initials, indicating he liked to bind, torture, and kill his victims, was tripped up by a computer disk he accidentally gave his pastor. Richard Ramirez was beaten by a vigilante whose car he tried to steal. All captured by happenstance, all with several murders under their belts before they were stopped. In most serial cases, years passed, and the only thing the police could do was wait for more bodies to show up and pray that happenstance brought the killers to justice. Will thought about what they had on their guy. A white sedan speeding down the road, a torture chamber in the middle of nowhere, elderly witnesses who could offer nothing usable. Jake Berman could be a lead, but they might never find him. Rick Sigler was squeaky clean except for being a couple of months behind on his mortgage. Hardly shocking, considering how bad the economy was. The Coldfields were, on paper, exemplars of an average retired couple. Pauline McGee had a brother she was worried about, but then she might be worried about him for reasons that had nothing to do with their case. She might not have anything to do with their case at all. The physical evidence was equally as thin. The trash bags found in the victims were of the sort you would find in any grocery or convenience store. The items in the cave, from the marine battery to the torture devices, were completely untraceable. There were plenty of fingerprints and fluids to enter into the computer, but nothing was coming back as a match. Sexual predators were sneaky, inventive. Almost 80% of the crimes solved by DNA evidence were actually burglaries, not assaults. Glass was broken, kitchen knives were mishandled, chapstick was dropped. All, inevitably, leading back to the burglar, who generally already had a long record. But with stranger rape, where the victim had no previous contact with the assailant, it was looking for a needle in a haystack. Betty had stopped so she could sniff around some tall grass by the lake. Will glanced up, seeing a runner coming toward them. She was wearing long black tights and a neon green jacket. Her hair was pulled up under a matching ball cap. 2 greyhounds jogged beside her, heads up, tail straight. They were beautiful animals, sleek, long-legged, muscled, just like their owner. "Crap," Will muttered, scooping up Betty in his hand, holding her behind his back. Sarah Linton stopped a few feet away, the dogs heeling beside her like trained commandos. The only thing Will had ever been able to teach Betty to do was eat. "Hi," Sarah said, her voice going up in surprise. When he didn't respond, she asked, "Will?" "Hi." He could feel Betty licking his palm. Sarah studied him. "Is that a chihuahua behind your back?" "No, I'm just happy to see you." Sarah gave him a confused smile, and he reluctantly showed her Betty. Noises were made, some cooing, and Will waited for the usual question. Is she your wife's?
Yes, he lied. Do you live around here?
The milk loft's off North Avenue. She lived less than 2 blocks from his house.
You don't seem like a loft person.
The confused look returned.
What do I seem like?
Will had never been particularly skilled at the art of conversation, and he certainly didn't know how to articulate what Sarah Linton seemed like to him, at least not without making a fool of himself. He shrugged, setting Betty down on the ground. Sarah's dog stirred, and she clicked her tongue once, sending them back to attention. Will told her,
I'd better go. I'm meeting Faith at the coffee place across the park.
Mind if I walk with you? She didn't wait for an answer. The dog stood, and Will picked up Betty, knowing she would only slow them down. Sarah was tall, nearly shoulder to shoulder with him. He tried to do some calculations without staring. Angie could almost put her chin on his shoulder if she rose up on her tiptoes. Sarah would have had to make very little effort to do the same. Her mouth could have reached his ear if she wanted it to. So, she took off her hat, tightened her ponytail. I've been thinking about the trash bags. Will glanced her way.
What about them?
It's a powerful message. Will hadn't thought of them as a message, more like a horror.
He thinks they're trash.
And what he does to them, takes away their senses. Will glanced at her again. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. He nodded, wondering why he hadn't thought about it that way. She continued, I've been wondering if there's some kind of religious angle to this. Actually, something Faith said that first night got me thinking about it. God took Adam's rib to make Eve.
Vesalius,
Will mumbled. Sarah laughed in surprise. I haven't heard that name since my first year in medical school. Will shrugged, saying a silent prayer of thanks that he'd managed to catch the History Channel's Great Men of Science Week. Andreas Vesalius was an anatomist who, among other things, proved that men and women have the same number of ribs. The Vatican almost put him in prison for his discovery. Sarah continued, Also there's the number 11. She paused as if she expected him to answer. 11 trash bags, 11th rib. There must be a connection. Will stopped walking.
What?
The women, they each had 11 trash bags inside them. The rib that was taken from Anna was the 11th rib.
You think the killer is hung up on the number 11?
Sarah continued walking, and Will followed. If you consider how compulsive behaviors manifest themselves, like substance abuse, eating disorders, checking behaviors, where someone feels compelled to check things, like the lock on the door or the stove or the iron, then it makes sense that a serial killer, someone who is compelled to kill, would have a specific pattern he likes to follow, or, in this case, a specific number that means something to him. It's why the FBI keeps their database, so you can cross-reference methods and look for patterns. Maybe you could look for something significant surrounding the number 11.
I don't even know if it's set up to search that way. I mean, it's all about things. Knives, razors, what they do. Generally not how many times they do it unless it's pretty blatant.
You should check the Bible. If there's a religious significance to the number 11, then maybe you'll be able to figure out the killer's motivation. She shrugged, as if she was finished, but added, Easter's this Sunday. That could be part of the pattern, too.
11 apostles, he said.
She gave him that strange look again. You're right. Judas betrayed Christ. There were only 11 apostles left. There was a 12th to replace him. Didymus? I can't remember. I bet my mother would know. She shrugged again. Of course, it could all be a waste of your time. Will had always been a firm believer that coincidences were generally clues.
It's something to look into.
What about Felix's mother?
She's just a missing person for now.
Did you find the brother?
The Atlanta police are looking for him.
Will didn't want to give away any more than that. Sarah worked at Grady, where cops were in and out of the emergency room all day with suspects and witnesses. He added, We're not even sure she's connected to our case. I hope for Felix's sake she's not. I can't imagine what it's like for him being abandoned, stuck in some awful state home.
Those places aren't so bad,
Will defended. Before he realized what he was saying, he told her,
I grew up in state care.
She was as surprised as he was, though obviously for different reasons. How old were you? A kid, he answered, wishing he could take back his words, but unable to stop adding more. Infant, 5 months. And you weren't adopted? He shook his head. This was getting complicated and, worse, embarrassing. My husband and I... She stared ahead, lost in thought. We were going to adopt. We'd been on the list for a while and... She shrugged. When he was killed, it was just too much. Will didn't know if he was supposed to feel sympathetic, but all he could think about was how many times as a kid he'd gone to a meet-and-greet picnic or barbecue, thinking he'd be going home with his new parents, only to end up back in his room at the children's home. He felt inordinately grateful to hear the high-pitched horn from Faith's Mini, which she'd illegally parked in front of the coffee shop. She got out of the car, leaving the engine running. Amanda wants us back at the station. Faith lifted her chin toward Sarah in greeting. Jolynn Zabel moved up her interview. She's fitting us in between Good Morning America and CNN. We'll have to run Betty back home afterward. Will had forgotten about the dog in his hand. She had her snout tucked into the space between the buttons on his vest. I'll take her, Sarah offered. I couldn't. I'm home all day doing laundry, Sarah countered. She'll be fine. Just come by after work and get her. That's really... Faith was more impatient than usual. Just give her the dog, Will. She stomped off back to her car, and Will shot Sarah a look of apology. The milk lofts? He asked, as if he had forgotten. Sarah took Betty in her hands. He could feel how cold her fingers were as they brushed against his skin. Betty? She asked. He nodded, and she told him, Don't worry if you're late. I don't have any plans. Thank you. She smiled, hefting Betty like she was a glass of wine being offered in a toast. Will walked across the street and got into Faith's car, glad that no one else had been in the passenger seat since the last time he'd ridden with Faith, so he didn't look like a monkey bending himself into the cramped space. Faith cut straight to the chase as she pulled away from the curb. What were you doing with Sarah Linton? I just ran into her. Will wondered why he felt so defensive, which quickly led him to wondering why Faith was being so hostile. He guessed she was still angry with him about his interaction with Max Galloway the day before, and he didn't know what to do about this situation other than try to distract her. Sarah had an interesting question or theory about our case. Faith merged into traffic. I'm dying to hear it. Will could tell she wasn't, but he ran down Sarah's theory for her anyway, highlighting the number 11, the other point she had raised. Easter's this Sunday, he said. This could have something to do with the Bible. To her credit, Faith seemed to be considering it. I don't know, she finally said. We could get a Bible back at the station. Maybe do a computer search for the number 11. I'm sure there are a lot of religious nutballs out there with web pages. Where in the Bible does it say something about a rib being taken from Adam to make Eve? Genesis. That's the old stuff, right? Not the new books? Old Testament. It's the first book in the Bible. It's where it all begins. Faith gave him the same sideways glance Sarah had. I know you can't read the Bible, but didn't you go to church? I can read the Bible, Will shot back. Still, he preferred Faith's nosiness to her fury, so he kept talking. Remember where I grew up? Separation of church and state. Oh, I didn't think about that. Probably because it was an enormous lie. The children's home couldn't sanction religious activities, but there were volunteers from just about every local church who sent vans to pick up the children every week and cart them off to Sunday school. Will had gone once, realized that it really was a school, where you were expected to read your lessons, then never went back. Faith pressed, You've never been to church? Really? Will shut his mouth, thinking he had foolishly opened the wrong door. Faith slowed the car as they pulled up to a light. She mumbled to herself, I don't think I've ever met anyone who's never been to church. Can we change the subject? It's just strange. Will stared blankly out the window, thinking he had been called strange at one point or another by every person he had ever met. The light changed, and the Mini rolled ahead. City Hall East was a 5-minute drive from the park. This morning, it seemed to be taking hours. Faith said, even if Sarah's right, she's doing it again, trying to talk her way onto this case. She's a coroner. At least she used to be. She helped Anna at the hospital. It's normal for her to want to know what's going on. This is a murder investigation, not Big Brother, Faith countered. Does she know where you live? Will hadn't considered the possibility, but he wasn't as paranoid as Faith. I don't see how. Maybe she followed you. Will laughed, then stopped when he realized she was being serious. She lives right down the street. She was just running in the park with her dogs. It's just all very convenient. He shook his head, exasperated. He wasn't going to let Faith use Sarah Linton as a stand-in for her problems with him. We've got to get past this, Faith. I know you're ticked at me about yesterday, but going into this interview, we've got to be working as a team. She accelerated as the light changed. We are a team. For a team, they didn't talk much the rest of the short trip. It wasn't until they were at City Hall East, riding up on the elevator, that Faith finally spoke. Your tie's crooked. Will's hand went to the knot. Sarah Linton probably thought he was a slob. Better? Faith was scrolling through her BlackBerry, even though there was no signal in the elevator. She glanced up and gave him a quick nod before turning her attention back to the device. He was trying to think of something to say when the doors opened. Amanda was waiting outside the elevator, checking her email just like Faith, except on an iPhone. Will felt like an idiot to be empty-handed, the same way he'd felt when Sarah Linton had shown up with her big, impressive dogs, and he'd scooped Betty into his palm like a ball of yarn. Amanda used her finger to scroll through emails, her voice taking on a distracted quality as she led them down the hall toward her office. Catch me up. Faith ran down the list of things they didn't know, which were innumerable, and the things they did know, which were practically non-existent. All the while, Amanda read her emails, walking and pretending to listen to Faith tell her what Amanda had surely already read in their report. Will wasn't a fan of multitasking, mostly because it was more like half-tasking. It was humanly impossible to give two different things your complete attention. As if to prove this, Amanda looked up from her screen, asking, What? Faith repeated, Linton thinks there might be a biblical angle. Amanda stopped walking. She held the iPhone at her side, giving them her full attention. Why? 11th rib, 11 trash bags, Easter at the end of the week. Amanda used her iPhone again, talking as she punched the touchscreen. We've got legal in for Jolyn Zabel. She's brought her lawyer, so I asked for 3 of ours. We've got to play this as if the world is listening, because I'm sure whatever we say to her will be spun back out to the public at large. She looked at them both meaningfully. I will do most of the talking. You ask your questions, but don't extemporize. We're not going to get anything out of Zabel, Will said. Just with the lawyers, we've already got 4 people in the room. Add us, and that's 7, with her at the center of it all, knowing she's going to have the cameras rolling as soon as she leaves the building. We need to take this down a notch. Amanda looked back at her iPhone. And your brilliant idea for doing this is? Will couldn't think of one. All he could say was, maybe we could talk to her after her television interviews. Catch her at her hotel without all the press and attention. Amanda did not do him the courtesy of looking up. Maybe I'll win the lottery. Maybe you'll get a promotion. Do you see where these maybes are taking us? Frustration and lack of sleep caught up with them. Then why are we here? Why aren't you taking Zabel and letting us get on with doing something more useful than giving her source material for her book deal? Amanda finally looked up from her iPhone. She handed the device to Will. I'm at a loss, Agent Trent. Why don't you read this for me and let me know what you think? He felt his vision go sharp, and there was an odd, high-pitched ringing in his ears. The iPhone hung in the air like a well-baited hook. There were words on the screen. That much he could tell. Will tasted blood from biting the edge of his tongue. He reached to take the device, but Faith snatched it from Amanda before he could. Her voice was terse as she read, 11 generally represents judgment or betrayal in the Bible. There were 11 commandments originally, but the Catholics combined the first 2 and the Protestants combined the last 2 in order to make it an even 10. She scrolled down. The Philistines gave Delilah 1,100 pieces of silver to bring down Samson. Jesus told 11 parables on the way to his death in Jerusalem. She paused again, scrolling. The Catholic Church accepts 11 books as canonical in the Apocrypha. Faith handed back the device to Amanda. We could do this all day. Flight 11 on 9/11 hit one of the Twin Towers, which themselves looked like the number 11. Apollo 11 made the first moon landing. World War I ended on 11/11. You should get an 11th circle in hell for what you just did to Will. Amanda smiled, tucking the iPhone into her pocket. Continuing down the hall. Remember the rules, children. Will didn't know if she meant the rules that put her in charge, or the one she'd given them about interviewing Jolyn Zabel. There was no time to reflect, however, because Amanda walked through the anteroom to her office and opened the door. She made introductions all around as she went behind her desk and took a seat. Her office was, of course, larger than any other in the building, closer to the size of the conference room on Will and Faith's floor. Jolyn Zabel and a man who could only be her lawyer were in the visitor seats opposite Amanda. There were 2 chairs beside Amanda's desk, one each for Faith and Will, he supposed. The state lawyers were on a couch in the back of the room, 3 in a row, their black suits and muted silk ties giving them away. Jolyn Zabel's lawyer was dressed in a blue, the color of a shark, which seemed more than fitting considering his smile reminded Will of the aquatic carnivore. Thank you for coming in, Faith said, shaking the woman's hand, then taking a seat. Jolyn Zabel looked like a chubbier version of her sister. Not that she was fat, but she had a healthy curve to her hips, whereas Jacqueline had been boyishly thin. Will caught the scent of cigarette smoke as he shook her hand. He said, I'm so sorry about your loss. Trant, she noted. You're the one who found her. Will tried to keep eye contact, to not convey the gut-level guilt he still felt for not reaching the woman's sister in time. All he could think to do was repeat himself. I'm so sorry about your loss. Yeah, she snapped. I got that. Will sat down beside Faith, and Amanda clapped her hands together like a kindergarten teacher getting the class's attention. She rested her hand on top of a manila folder, which Will guessed contained the abridged autopsy summary. Pete had been instructed to leave off the information about the trash bags. Considering the Rockdale County Force's cozy relationship with the press, they were running thin on guilty knowledge to pin down any future suspect. Amanda began. Ms. Zabel, I take it you've had time to go over the report? The lawyer spoke. I'll need a copy of that for my files, Mandy. Amanda smiled an even sharkier smile than the lawyer had. Of course, Chuck. Great, so y'all know each other. Jolyn crossed her arms, her shoulders bunching around her neck. You want to explain to me what the hell you're doing to find my sister's killer? Amanda's smile did not falter. We're doing everything we can to... You find a suspect yet? I mean, shit, this guy's a fucking animal. Amanda didn't answer, which Faith took as her cue to begin. We agree with you. Whoever did this is an animal. That's why we need to talk to you about your sister. We need to know about her life, who her friends were, what her habits were. Jolyn's eyes flashed down a minute, guilty. I didn't have much contact with her. We were both pretty busy. She lived in Florida. Faith tried to soften things up. She lived on the bay, right? Must have been nice down there. Good reason to sneak in a vacation with the family visit. Yeah, well, it would have been, but the bitch never invited me. Her lawyer reached out, touching her arm as a gentle reminder. Will had watched Jolyn Zabel on every major channel, sobbing anew over the tragic death of her sister for each new reporter. He'd not seen one tear drop from her eyes, though she made all the motions of someone who was crying, sniffling, wiping her eyes, rocking back and forth. She wasn't even doing that now. Apparently, she needed a camera rolling to feel her pain. Even more apparent, the lawyer wasn't going to let her play anything other than the grieving family member. Jolyn sniffed, still with no tears. I loved my sister very much. My mother just moved into a nursing home. She's got maybe 6 months left, and this happens to her daughter. The loss of a child is devastating. Faith tried to ease into more questions. Do you have children? 4. She seemed proud. Jacqueline didn't have. Fuck no. 3 abortions before she was 30. She was terrified of getting fat. Can you believe that? Her sole reason for flushing them down the toilet is her fucking weight, and then she gets in the shadow of 40, and suddenly she wants to be a mother. Faith hid her surprise well. Was she trying to conceive? Did you not hear me about the abortions? You can look that up. I'm not lying about that. Will always assumed that when people insisted they weren't lying about a particular thing, that meant they were lying about something else. Finding out the what else would be the key to Jolynn Zabel. She didn't strike him as a particularly caring person, and she would want to make sure her 10 minutes of fame stretched out as long as possible. Faith asked, was Jackie looking for a surrogate? Jolynn seemed to realize how important her words were. She suddenly had everyone's rapt attention. She took her time answering. Adoption. Private? Public? Who the fuck knows? She had a lot of money. She was used to buying what she wanted. She was gripping the arms of her chair, and Will could see this was a subject she liked talking about. That's the real tragedy here, not being able to see her adopt some reject retard who ends up stealing from her or going schizophrenic on her ass. Will could feel Faith stiffen beside him. He took over the questioning. When was the last time you talked to your sister? About a month ago. She was waxing on about motherhood like she understands the first thing about it. Talking about adopting some kid from China or Russia or something. You know, some of those kids turn out to be killers. They're abused, just sick in the head. They're never right. We see that a lot. Will shook his head sadly, like this was a common tragedy. Was she making any progress? Do you know what agency she was working with? She turned reticent when pressed for details. Jackie wasn't into sharing. She was always phobic about her privacy. She jerked her head toward the state lawyers, who were doing their best to blend in with the upholstery. I know those tools sitting on the couch aren't going to let you apologize, but you could at least acknowledge that you fucked up. Amanda jumped back in. Ms. Zabel, the autopsy shows. Jolynn gave a belligerent half-shrug. All it shows is what I already know. You dumbasses were standing around doing nothing while my sister died. Perhaps you didn't read the report carefully enough, Ms. Zabel. Amanda's voice was gentle-sounding, the soothing sort of tone she'd used earlier in the hall before humiliating Will. Your sister took her own life. Only because y'all weren't doing a damn thing to help her. You realize that she was blind and deaf? Amanda asked. Will could tell from the way that Zabel's eyes shifted to the lawyer that she had not, in fact, realized this. Amanda removed another folder from the top drawer of her desk. She thumbed through it, and he could see color photos of Jacqueline Zabel in the tree, in the morgue. Will found this particularly cruel, even for Amanda. No matter how horrible Jolynn Zabel was, she had still lost her sister in the worst way. He saw Faith shift in her seat and knew she was thinking the same thing. Amanda took her time searching for the right page, which seemed to be buried among the worst of the photographs. Finally, she found the passage relating to the external examination of the body. Second paragraph, she said. Jolynn hesitated before sitting on the edge of her seat. She was trying to get a better look at the photos, the way some people slow down to look at a particularly terrible car accident. Finally, she sat back with a report. Will watched her eyes move back and forth as she read. But then they suddenly stopped tracking, and he knew that she wasn't seeing anything at all. Her throat worked as she swallowed. She stood up, mumbling, "Excuse me," as she bolted from the room. The air seemed to leave with her. Faith stared straight ahead. Amanda took her time stacking the photos into a neat pile. The lawyer said, "Not nice, Mandy." "Them's the breaks, Chuck." Will stood. "I'm going to stretch my legs." He left the room before anyone could respond. Caroline, Amanda's secretary, was at her desk. Will lifted his chin, and she whispered, "In the bathroom." Will walked down the hall, hands in his pockets. He stopped in front of the women's room door, pressing it open with his foot. He leaned in. Jolynn Zabel stood in front of the mirror. She had a lighted cigarette in her hand, and she startled when she saw Will. "You can't be in here," she snapped, holding up her fist like she expected some kind of fight. "No smoking is allowed in the building." Will walked into the room and put his back against the closed door, keeping his hands in his pockets.
What are you doing in here? I wanted to make sure you were okay. She took a hard hit off the cigarette. By barging into the ladies' room? This is off limits, okay? It's not allowed. Will glanced around. He had never been in a women's restroom before. There was a comfortable-looking couch with flowers in a vase on the table beside it. The air had the scent of perfume. The paper dispensers were stocked, and there was no water splashed around the basin so that you got the front of your pants wet when you washed your hands. It was no wonder women spent so much time in this place. "Hello?" Jolene asked. "Crazy man, get out of the ladies' room." "What aren't you telling me?" "I told you everything I know." He shook his head. "Cameras aren't rolling in here. No lawyers, no audience. Tell me what you're not telling me." "Fuck off." He felt the door being gently pressed against his back, then closed just as quickly. He said, "You didn't like your sister." "No shit, Sherlock." Her hand shook as she took another hit of smoke into her lungs. "What did she do to you?" "She was a bitch." The same could be said for Jolene, but Will kept that to himself. "Was there any specific way this manifested itself toward you, or is that just a general statement?" She stared at him. "What the hell does that mean?" "It means that I don't care what you're going to do after you leave here. Sue the state. Don't sue the state. Sue me personally. I don't care. Whoever killed your sister probably has someone else, some woman who's being tortured and raped right now as we speak. And your keeping something from me is just as good as saying that what's happening to this other woman is okay. Don't put that on me. Then tell me what you're hiding." "I'm not hiding anything." She turned from the mirror, wiping under her eyes with her fingers so she wouldn't smudge her makeup. "It's Jackie who was hiding things." Will kept silent. "She was always secretive, always acting like she was better than me." He nodded like he got it. "She got all the attention. All the boyfriends." She shook her head, turning to face Will. She leaned against the counter, hand beside the sink. "My weight went up and down when I was a kid. Jackie used to tease me about being beached whenever we'd go lay out. You've obviously outgrown that problem." She shook off the compliment, disbelieving. Everything always came so easy to her. Money, men, success. People liked her. "Not really." Will disagreed. "None of her neighbors seem too shaken up that she's missing. They didn't even notice until the cops knocked on their doors. I got the feeling they were relieved she's gone." "I don't believe you." "Your mother's neighbor, Candy, doesn't seem too broken up about it either." She was obviously unconvinced. "No. Jackie said Candy was like a toy poodle nipping at her heels, always wanting to hang out with her." "That's not true," Will said. "Candy wasn't very fond of her. I'd even say she was less fond of your sister than you are." She finished the cigarette, then went into one of the stalls to flush it down the toilet. Will could see her processing this new information about her sister, liking it. Jolene went back to the sink, leaned against the counter again. She was always a liar. Lied about little things, things that didn't even matter. Like what? Like that she was going to the store when she was going to the library. Like that she was dating one guy when she was really dating another one. Seems kind of devious. She was. That's a perfect word for her, devious. She drove our mother nuts. Did she get into much trouble? Jolene snorted a laugh. Jackie was always the teacher's pet, always sucking up to the right people. She had them all fooled. Not all of them, Will pointed out. You said she drove your mother nuts. Your mom must have known what was going on. She did. Spent all kinds of money trying to get Jackie help. It ruined my fucking childhood. Everything was always about Jackie. How she was feeling, what she was out doing, whether she was happy. Nobody worried about whether or not I was happy. Tell me about this adoption thing. What agency was she talking to? Jolene looked down, guilt flashing in her eyes. Will kept his tone neutral. This is why I'm asking. If Jackie was trying to adopt a child, we're going to have to go to Florida and find the agency. If there's an overseas connection, we might have to go to Russia or China to see if their operations are legitimate. If Jackie was trying to contract with a surrogate at home, we'll have to talk to every woman who might have spoken to her. We'll have to dig into every agency down there until we find something, Anything that connects to your sister, because she met a very bad person who tortured and raped her for at least a week. And if we can find out how your sister met her abductor, then maybe we can find out who that man is." He let her consider his words for a few seconds. "Will we find a connection through an adoption agency, Jolynn?" She looked down at her hands, not answering. Will counted the tiles on the wall behind her head. He was at 36 when she finally spoke. "I just said that. The stuff about getting a kid. Jackie was talking about it, but she wasn't going to do it. She liked the idea of being a mother, but she knew she would never be able to pull it off." "Are you sure about that?" "It's like when people are around well-trained dogs, you know? They want a dog, but they want that dog, not a new one they'd have to work with and train on their own." "Did she like your kids?" Jolynn cleared her throat. "She never met them." Will gave the woman some time. "She was picked up on a DUI before she died." Jolynn was surprised. "Really? Was she much of a drinker?" She shook her head vehemently. Jackie didn't like being out of control. "The neighbor, Candy, says they smoked some grass together." Her lips parted in surprise. She shook her head again. "I don't buy it. Jackie never did shit like that. She liked it when other people drank too much, got out of hand, but she never did it herself. You're talking about a woman who's weighed the same weight since she was 16 years old. Her ass was so tight it squeaked when she walked." She thought about it some more, shook her head again. "No, not Jackie." "Why was she cleaning out your mother's house? Why not pay someone else to do the dirty work?" "She didn't trust anybody else. She always had the right way to do things, and whoever you were always doing it wrong." That, at least, jibed with what Candy said. Everything else was a completely different picture, which made sense considering that Jolynn was not particularly close to her sister. He asked, "Does the number 11 mean anything to you?" She furrowed her brow. "Not a damn thing." "What about the words, 'I will not deny myself'?" She shook her head again. "But it's funny. As rich as she was, Jackie denied herself all the time." "Denied herself what?" "Food, alcohol, fun." She gave a rueful laugh. "Friends, family, love." Her eyes filled with tears. The first real tears Will had seen her cry. He pushed away from the door and left, finding Faith waiting in the hallway for him. "Anything?" she asked. "She lied about the adoption thing. At least, she said she did. We can check it out with Candy." Faith took out her phone and flipped it open. She talked to Will as she dialed. "We were supposed to meet Rick Sigler at the hospital 10 minutes ago. I called him to postpone, but he didn't pick up." "What about his friend, Jake Berman?" "I put some uniforms on it first thing. They're supposed to call if they find him." "You think it's odd that we can't track him down?" "Not yet, but talk to me at the end of the day if we still can't find him." She put the phone to her ear, and Will listened as she left a message for Candy Smith to return her call. Faith closed the phone and gripped it in her hand. Will felt dread well up inside him, wondering what she was going to say next. Something about Amanda, a diatribe against Sarah Linton, or Will himself. Thankfully, it was about the case. She said, "I think Pauline McGee is part of this." "Why?" "It's just gut. I can't explain it, but it's too coincidental." "McGee is still Leo's case. We've got no jurisdiction over it, no reason to ask him for a piece of it." Still, Will had to ask, "You think you can nuance him?" She shook her head. "I don't want to make trouble for Leo." "He's supposed to call you, right? When he tracks down Pauline's parents in Michigan?" "That's what he said he'd do." They stood at the elevator, both quiet. Will said, "I think we need to go to Pauline's work." "I think you're right." Chapter 14. Faith paced the lobby of Shock Homage, the ridiculously named design firm that employed Pauline McGee. The offices took up the 30th floor of Symphony Tower, an architecturally awkward skyscraper that loomed over the corner of Peachtree and 14th Street like a large speculum. Faith shuddered at the image, thinking about what she had read in Jacqueline Zabel's autopsy report. In keeping with the pretentiousness of their name, Jacques Homage's window-lined lobby was furnished with low-to-the-floor couches that were impossible to sit in without either clenching every muscle in your ass or just
falling back into a slouch that you would need help getting out of. Faith would have gone for the slouch if she hadn't been wearing a skirt that was prone to riding up even when she wasn't sitting like a gangster's whore in a rap video. She was hungry, but didn't know what to eat. She was running out of insulin, and she still wasn't sure she was calculating the dosages correctly. She hadn't made an appointment with the doctor Sarah had recommended. Her feet were swollen, and her back was killing her, and she wanted to beat her head against the wall because she could not stop thinking about Sam Lawson no matter how hard she tried. And she had a sneaking suspicion from the way Will kept giving her sidelong glances that she was acting like a raving lunatic. God, Faith mumbled, pressing her forehead into the clean glass that lined the lobby. Why did she keep making so many mistakes? She wasn't a stupid person. Or maybe she was. Maybe all these years she had been fooling herself, and she was, in fact, one of the stupidest people on earth. She looked down at the cars inching along Peachtree Street, ants scurrying across the black asphalt. Last month at her dentist's office, Faith had read a magazine article that posited that women were genetically wired to become clingy with the men they had sex with for at least 3 weeks after the event, because that's how long it took for the body to figure out whether or not it was pregnant. She had laughed at the time, because Faith had never felt clingy with men. At least, not after Jeremy's father, who had literally left the state after Faith had told him she was pregnant. And yet, here she was, checking her phone and her email every 10 minutes, wanting to talk to Sam, wanting to see how he was doing and find out whether or not he was mad at her, as if what had happened was her fault, as if he had been such a magnificent lover that she couldn't get enough of him. She was already pregnant. It couldn't be her genetic wiring that was causing her to act like a silly schoolgirl. Or maybe it was. Maybe she was just a victim of her own hormones. Or maybe she shouldn't be getting her science from Ladies' Home Journal. Faith turned her head, watching Will in the elevator alcove. He was on his cell phone, holding it with both hands so it wouldn't fall apart. She couldn't be mad at him anymore. He had been good with Jolynn Zabel. She had to admit that. His approach to the job was different than hers, and sometimes that worked for them, and sometimes that worked against them. Faith shook her head. She couldn't dwell on these differences right now, not when her entire life was on the edge of a gigantic cliff and the ground would not stop shaking. Will finished his call and walked toward her. He glanced at the empty desk where the secretary had been. The woman had left to get Morgan Hollister at least 10 minutes ago. Faith had images of the pair of them furiously shredding files, though it was more likely that the woman, a bottle blonde who seemed to have trouble processing even the smallest request, had simply forgotten about them and was on her cell phone in the bathroom. Faith asked, "Who were you talking to?" "Amanda," he told her, taking a couple of candies out of the bowl on the coffee table. "She called to apologize." Faith laughed at the joke, and he joined her. Will took some more candy, offering the bowl to Faith. She shook her head, and he continued, "She's doing another press conference this afternoon. Jolynn Zabel's dropping her lawsuit against the city." What prompted that? Her lawyer realized they didn't have a case. "Don't worry, she's going to be on the cover of some magazine next week, and the week after she's going to be threatening to sue us again because we haven't found her sister's killer." It was the first time either of them had voiced their real fear in all of this, that the killer was good enough to get away with his crimes. Will indicated the closed door behind the desk. "You think we should just go back?" "Give it another minute." She tried to wipe away her forehead print on the window, making the smear worse. The momentum of the tension between them had somehow shifted in the ride over, so that Will was no longer worried about Faith being mad at him. It was now Faith's turn to be worried that she'd upset him. She asked, "Are we okay?" "Sure, we're okay." She didn't believe him, but there was no way around someone who kept insisting there wasn't a problem, because all they would do is keep insisting until you felt like you were making the whole thing up. She said, "Well, at least we know that bitchiness runs in the Zabel family." "Jolynn's all right." "It's hard to be the good sibling." "What do you mean?" "I mean, if you're the good kid in the family, making good grades, staying out of trouble, etc., and your sister's always screwing up and getting all the attention, you start to feel left out, Like, no matter how good you are, it doesn't matter because all your parents can focus on is your crappy sibling. She must have sounded bitter because Will asked, "I thought your brother was a good guy." "He is," Faith told him. "I was the bad one who got all the attention." She chuckled. "I remember one time, he asked my parents if they would just give him up for adoption." Will gave a half-smile. "Everyone wants to be adopted." She remembered Jolynn Zabel's awful words about her sister's quest for a child. What Jolynn said. He interrupted her. Why did her lawyer keep calling Amanda Mandy? "It's short for Amanda." He nodded thoughtfully, and Faith wondered if nicknames were another one of his tics. It would make sense. You would have to know how a name was spelled before you could shorten it. "Did you know that 16% of all known serial killers were adopted?" Faith wrinkled her brow. "That can't be right." Joel Rifkin, Kenneth Bianchi, David Berkowitz. Ted Bundy was adopted by his stepfather. "How is it that you're suddenly an expert on serial killers?" "History Channel," he told her. "Trust me, it comes in handy." "When do you find time to watch so much television?" "It's not like I've got a busy social life." Faith looked back out the window, thinking about Will with Sarah Linton this morning. From reading the report on Jeffrey Tolliver, Faith gathered he was exactly the kind of cop Will was not. Physical, take charge, willing to do whatever it took to get a case solved. Not that Will wasn't driven too, but he was more likely to stare a confession out of a suspect instead of beating it out of him. Faith knew instinctively that Will was not Sarah Linton's type, which was why she had felt so sorry for him this morning, watching how awkward he was with the woman. He must have been thinking about this morning, too, because he said, "I don't know her apartment number." "Sarah?" "She's in the milk lofts over on Berkshire." "Well, there's bound to be a building Faith stopped herself. "I can write out her last name for you so you can compare it to the directory. There can't be that many tenants." He shrugged, obviously daunted. "We could look it up online." "She's probably not listed." The door opened, and the bottle-blonde secretary was back. Behind her was an extremely tall, extremely tanned, and extremely good-looking man in the most beautiful suit Faith had ever seen. "Morgan Hollister," he offered, extending a hand as he walked across the room. "I'm so sorry I left you out here so long. I was on a conference call with a client in New York. This thing with Pauline has put a real spanner in the works, as they say." Faith wasn't sure who said that sort of thing, but she forgave him as she shook his hand. He was at once the most attractive and most gay man she had met in a while. Considering they were in Atlanta, the gay capital of the South, this was saying quite a lot. "I'm Agent Trent. This is Agent Mitchell," Will said, somehow ignoring the predatory way Morgan Hollister stared at him. "You work out?" Morgan asked. "Free weights, mostly. A little bench work." Morgan slapped him on the arm. "Solid." "I appreciate your letting us look through Pauline's things," Will said, although Morgan had made no such offer. "I know the Atlanta police have already been here. I hope it's not too inconvenient." "Of course not." Morgan put his hand on Will's shoulder as he led him toward the door. "We're really torn up about Polly. She was a great girl. We've heard she could be a bit difficult to work with." Morgan gave a chuckle, which Faith understood as code for typical woman. She was glad to hear that sexism was just as rampant in the gay community. Will asked, "Does the name Jacqueline Zabel mean anything to you?" Morgan shook his head. "I work with all the clients. I'm pretty sure I'd remember it, but I can check the computer." He put on a sad face. "Poor Polly. This came as such a shock to all of us." "We found temporary placement for Felix," Will told the man. "Felix?" He seemed confused, then said, "Oh, right, the little guy. I'm sure he'll be okay. He's a trooper." Morgan led them down a long hallway. Cubicles were on their right, windows looking out onto the interstate behind them. Material swatches and schematics littered the desktops. Faith glanced at a set of blueprints spread out on a conference table, feeling slightly wistful. As a child, she had wanted to be an architect. A dream that was derailed promptly at the age of 14 when she was kicked out of school for being pregnant. It was different now, of course, but back then, pregnant teenagers were expected to drop off the face of the earth, their names never mentioned again, unless it was in reference to the boy who had knocked them up. And then they were only referred to as that slut who nearly ruined his life by getting pregnant. Morgan stopped in front of a closed office door. Pauline McGee's name was on the outside. He took out a key. Will asked, "You always keep it locked?" Polly did. One of her things. She have a lot of things? She had a way she liked to do stuff. Morgan shrugged. I gave her a free hand. She was good with paperwork, good at keeping subcontractors in line. His smile dropped. Of course, there was a problem there at the end. She messed up a very important order, cost the firm a lot of money. I'm not sure she'd still be here if something hadn't happened. If Will was wondering why Morgan was talking about Pauline as if she was dead, he didn't press it. Instead, he held out his hand for the key. We'll lock up when we're finished. Morgan hesitated. He had obviously assumed he would be there while they searched the office. Will said, I'll bring it back to you when we're finished, all right? He slapped Morgan on the arm. Thanks, man. Will turned his back to him and went inside the office. Faith followed, pulling the door shut behind her. She had to ask, That doesn't bother you? Morgan? He shrugged. He knows I'm not interested. But still, there were a lot of gay kids at the children's home. Most of them were a hell of a lot nicer than the straight ones. She couldn't imagine any parent giving up their child for any reason, especially that one. That's awful. Will obviously didn't want to have a conversation about it. He looked around the office saying, I'd call this austere. Faith had to agree. Pauline's office appeared as if it had never been occupied. There was not a scrap of paper on the desktop. The in and out trays were empty. The design books on the shelves were all arranged in alphabetical order, spines straightened. The magazines stood crisply at attention in colored boxes. Even the computer monitor seemed to be at a precise 45-degree angle on the corner of the desk. The only thing of sentimental value on display was a snapshot of Felix on a swing set. He's a little trooper, Will said, mocking Morgan's words about Pauline's son. I called the social worker last night. Felix isn't handling it very well. What's he doing? Crying a lot. He won't eat. Faith stared at the photograph, the unchecked joy in the young boy's eyes as he beamed at his mother. She remembered Jeremy at that age. He'd been so sweet, she'd wanted to eat him up like a piece of candy. Faith had just graduated from the police academy and moved into a cheap apartment off Monroe Drive. The first time either she or Jeremy had lived away from Faith's mother. Their lives had become intertwined in a way she had never known was possible. He was so much a part of her that she could barely stand to drop him off at daycare. At night, Jeremy would color pictures while she filled out her daily reports at the kitchen table. He would sing songs to her in his squeaky little voice while she fixed him supper and made lunches for the next day. Sometimes he would crawl into bed and curl up under her arm like a kitten. She had never felt so important or needed. Not before, and certainly not since. Faith? Will had said something she'd missed. She put the photograph back on Pauline's desk before she started bawling like a baby. Yeah? I said, what do you want to bet Jacqueline Zabel's house in Florida was neat like this? Faith cleared her throat, trying to shift her focus. The room she was using in her mother's house was extremely orderly. I thought it was something she did because the rest of the house was so messy, calm in the storm. Maybe it's because she's a neat freak. Type A personality. Will walked around the desk, opening drawers. Faith looked at what he'd found. A row of colored pencils, side by side in a plastic tray. Extra post-it notes in a squared stack. He opened the next drawer and found a large binder, which he pulled out and put on the desk. He thumbed through the pages, and Faith saw room sketches, swatches, clippings of furniture photos. Faith booted up the computer while he looked through the other drawers. She was pretty sure they would find nothing here, but oddly, it felt as if what they were doing was helping the case. She was clicking with Will again, feeling more like his partner and less like an adversary. That had to be a good thing. Look at this. Will had opened the bottom drawer on the left side. It was a mess, the equivalent of a kitchen junk drawer. Papers were wadded up, and at the bottom were several empty bags of potato chips. Faith said, "At least we know she's human." "It's weird," he said. "Everything's so neat except this one drawer." Faith picked up a bald piece of paper and smoothed it against the desk. There was a list on it, items checked off as they had probably been completed. Grocery store, get lamp fixed for Powell living room, contact Jordan about couch swatches. She took out another bald piece of paper, finding much the same. Will asked, maybe she wadded them up once she finished doing what she needed to do? Faith squinted at the list, blurring her eyes, trying to see it the way Will would. He was so damn good at fooling people into thinking he could read that sometimes Faith forgot he even had a problem. Will searched the bookcase, taking down a magazine box from one of the middle shelves. "What's this?" He pulled down another box, then another. Faith could see the dial of a safe. Will tried the handle, but there was no luck. He ran his fingers along the seam. "It's concreted into the wall." "You want to go ask your buddy Morgan for the combination?" "I'd bet some serious money he doesn't know it." Faith didn't take the bet. Like Jacqueline Zabel, Pauline McGee seemed to enjoy keeping secrets. Will said, "Check the computer first, then I'll go look for him." Faith looked at the monitor. There was a box asking for a password. Will saw it too. "Try Felix." She did, and miraculously it worked. She made a mental note to change her password from Jeremy at home as she clicked open the email program. Faith skimmed the messages as Will went back to the bookshelves. She found the usual correspondence from people working in an office, but nothing personal that would point to a friend or confidant. Faith sat back in the chair and opened the browser, hoping to find an email service in the history. There was no Gmail or Yahoo, but she discovered several websites. Randomly, she clicked on one, and a YouTube page came up. She checked the sound as the video loaded. A guitar squeaked through the speakers on the bottom of a monitor, and the words, "I am happy," came up. Then, "I am smiling." Will stood behind her. She read the words as they faded into the black. "I am feeling, I am living, I am dying." The guitar turned angrier with each word, and a photograph came up of a young girl in a cheerleading outfit. The shorts were low on her hips, the top barely enough to cover her breasts. She was so thin that Faith could count her ribs. "Jesus," she mumbled. Another picture faded in, this one of an African-American girl. She was balled up on a bed, her back to the camera. Her skin was stretched, her vertebrae and ribs pronounced enough to show each individual piece of bone pressing against the thin flesh. Her shoulder blade stuck out like a knife. "Is this some kind of relief site?" Will asked. "Money for AIDS?" Faith shook her head as the next picture came up. A model standing in front of a cityscape, her legs and arms as thin as sticks. Another girl came up. A woman, actually. Her clavicle jutted out with painful sharpness. The skin across her shoulders looked like wet paper covering the sinew underneath. Faith clicked on the browser history button. She pulled up another video. There was different music, but the same sort of intro. She read aloud, "Eat to live, don't live to eat." The words faded into a photo of a girl who was so painfully thin that she was hard to look at. Faith opened another page, then another. "The only freedom left is the freedom to starve yourself," she read. "Thin is beautiful. Fat is ugly." She looked at the top of the screen, the video category. Thinspo. I've never heard of it. "I don't understand. These girls look like they're starving, but they've got TVs in their rooms. They're wearing nice clothes." Faith clicked on another link. "Thinspiration," she said. "Good Lord, I can't believe this. They're emaciated." "Is there a news group or something?" Faith looked back at the history. She skimmed the list, finding more videos, but nothing that looked like a chat room. She scrolled to the next page and hit pay dirt. AtlantaProAna.com, she read. It's a pro-anorexia site. Faith clicked on the link, but all that came up was another screen asking for a password. She tried Felix again, but it didn't work. She read the fine print. It's asking for a 6-digit password, and Felix is only 5 letters. She typed in variations on his name, saying them aloud for Will's benefit. 0 Felix, 1 Felix, Felix 0. Will asked, How many letters is Thinspiration? Too many, she said. Thinspo is 7. She tried this to no avail. Will asked, What's her screen name? Faith read the name in the box above the password. ATL Thin. She realized spelling wouldn't help him. It's shorthand for Atlanta Thin. She entered in the screen name. No dice. Oh. Faith mentally kicked herself. Felix's birthday. She opened up the calendar program and did a search for birthday. Only 2 hits came up, one for Pauline and one for her son. 12802. The screen stayed stagnant. Nope, didn't work. He nodded, absently scratching his arm. Safes have 6-digit combinations, right? Couldn't hurt to try it. Faith waited, but Will did not move. 120802, she repeated, knowing he was perfectly capable of processing numbers. Still he didn't move, and finally she felt something in her brain click. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't apologize, it's my fault. It's mine. She stood up and went to the safe, spinning the dial to the right, locking onto the 12, then going left 2 turns and dialing in 8. It wasn't the numbers Will couldn't manage. It was the left and right. Faith dialed in the last number and was slightly disappointed it had been so easy when she heard the instant thunk of the last tumbler falling into place. She opened the safe and saw a spiral-bound notebook, the sort of thing every school kid had, and a single piece of laser paper. She skimmed the page. It was a printed-out email dealing with measuring an elevator so a couch could fit in it. Something Faith had never considered had to be done, even though the first refrigerator she'd bought had been too big to fit through the kitchen door. Work stuff, she told Will, taking out the notebook. She flipped open the cover to the first page. The hair on the back of her neck went up, and Faith suppressed a shudder as she realized what she was seeing. Neat cursive lined the page, over and over again. The same line. Faith flipped to the next page, then the next. The words had been traced so hard in places that the pen ripped the paper. She was not one to believe in the supernatural, but the anger she felt coming out of the notebook was palpable. It's the same, right? Will had probably recognized the spacing of the lines, the same short sentence repeatedly written, covering the notebook like a sadistic form of art. I will not deny myself. I will not deny myself. I will not deny myself. The same, Faith confirmed. This connects Pauline to the cave, to Jackie Zabel and Anna. It's in pen, Will said. The pages in the cave were written in pencil. It's the same sentence, though. I will not deny myself. Pauline wrote this on her own, not because she had to. No one made her do it. As far as we know, she was never in that cave. Faith thumbed through the pages, making sure it was the same to the end of the notebook. Jackie Zabel was thin. Not like the girls in the videos, but very thin. Jolynn Zabel said her sister weighed the same weight when she died as she did in high school. You think she had an eating disorder? I think she had a lot of the same attributes that Pauline has. Likes to be in control, likes to keep secrets. He added. Pete thought Jackie was malnourished, but maybe she was starving herself already. What about Anna? Is she thin? Same thing. You could see her. He put his hand to his collarbone. We thought it was part of the torture, starving them, but those girls in the videos, they do that on purpose, right? Those videos are like pornography for anorexics. Faith nodded, feeling a rush as she made the next connection. Maybe they all met on the internet. She went back to the password box overlaying the Pro Anna chat room and entered Felix's birthday in every combination she could think of. leaving out the zeros, adding them back in, doing the full date, reversing the numbers. It could be that Pauline was assigned a password she couldn't change. Or maybe what's in that chat room is more valuable to her than what's on the rest of the computer and in the safe. This is a connection, Will. If all the women had eating disorders, then we finally have something that links them all. And a chat room we can't get into. And family that isn't being exactly helpful. What about Pauline McGee's brother? She told Felix that he was a bad man. She turned away from the computer, giving Will her full attention. Maybe we should go back to Felix and see if he remembers anything else. Will seemed dubious. He's only 6 years old, Faith. He's bereft about losing his mom. I don't think we can get anything else out of him. They both jumped when the phone on the desk rang. Faith reached for it without thinking, saying, "Pauline McGee's office." "Hello." Morgan Hollister sounded none too pleased. Faith asked, "Did you find Jacqueline Zabel in your books?" "Afraid not, Detective, but funny thing, I've got a call for you on line 2. Faith shrugged at Will as she pressed the lighted button. "Faith Mitchell." Leo Donnelly went straight into a tirade. "Didn't occur to you to check with me before barging in on my case?" Faith's mouth filled with apologies, but Leo didn't give her time to get them out. "I got a call from my boss, who got a call from your butt-boy Hollister, asking why the state was pawing through McGee's office when we'd already been through everything this morning." He was breathing hard. "My boss, Faith! He's wanting to know why I can't do my job on this thing. You know how that makes me look." "It's connected," Faith said. "We found a connection between Pauline McGee and our other victims." "I'm real fucking happy for you, Mitchell. Meanwhile, my balls are in a vice because you couldn't take 2 seconds to stop and give me a heads up." "Leo, I'm so sorry. Save it," he snapped. "I should hold this back from you, but I'm not that kind of guy." "Hold what back?" "We've got another missing person." Faith felt her heart do a double beat. "Another missing woman," she repeated for Will's benefit. "Does she match our profile?" "Mid-30s, dark hair, brown eyes. She works at some fancy bank in Buckhead where you gotta be filthy rich just to walk in the door. No friends. Everybody says she's a major bitch." Faith nodded at Will. Another victim, another clock ticking down. "What's her name? Where does she live?" "Olivia Tanner." He shot out the name and address so fast that she had to ask him to repeat it. "She's in Virginia Highland." Faith scribbled the street address on the back of her hand. He said, "You owe me for this." "Leo, I'm so sorry, He didn't let her finish. "If I were you, Mitchell, I'd watch myself. Except for the successful part, you're looking a hell of a lot like that profile lately." She heard a soft click, which, in some ways, was worse than him slamming down the receiver in her ear. Olivia Tanner lived in one of those deceptively small-looking midtown bungalows that from the street appeared to be around 1,000 square feet, but ended up having 6 bedrooms and 5.5 baths, with a price tag running slightly north of $1 million. After being in Pauline McGee's office, seeing the missing woman's psyche laid bare, Faith looked at Olivia Tanner's house differently than she would have otherwise. The flower garden was beautiful, but all the plants were lined up in uniform rows. The outside of the house was crisply painted, the gutters in a graceful line along the eaves. Based on Faith's knowledge of the neighborhood, the bungalow was probably 30 years older than her own lowly ranch house, but comparatively speaking, it looked brand new. "All right," Will said into his cell phone. "Thank you for talking to me." He ended the call telling Faith, "Jolyn Zabel says that her sister struggled with anorexia and bulimia when she was in high school. She's not sure what was going on recently, but it's a pretty fair bet that Jackie hadn't given it up." Faith let the information settle in her brain. "Okay," she finally said. "That's it. That's the connection." "Where does it get us?" she asked, turning off the ignition. "Tech can't break into Jackie Zabel's Mac. It might take weeks for them to find the password on Pauline McGee's computer, and we don't even know if the anorexia chat room is where she met the other women or if it was just something she cruised during her lunch hour. Not that she ate lunch." She looked back up at Olivia Tanner's house. "What do you want to bet we don't find a damn thing here, either?" "You're focusing on Felix when you need to be thinking about Pauline," he said softly. Faith wanted to tell him he was wrong, but it was true. All she could think about was Felix in some foster home, crying his eyes out. She needed to concentrate on the victims. The fact that Jacqueline Zabel and Anna were precursors to Pauline McGee and Olivia Tanner. How long could the two women endure the torture? The degradation? Every minute that passed was another minute they would suffer. Every minute that passed was another minute Felix was without his mother. Will told her, "The way we help Felix is to help Pauline." Faith breathed a heavy sigh. "It's really starting to annoy me that you know me so well." "Please," he muttered. "You are an enigma wrapped in a sticky bun." He opened the car door and got out. She watched him walk toward the house with a determined stride. Faith got out of the car and followed him, noting, no garage, no BMW. After her awful phone call with Leo, she had followed up with a desk sergeant who took the initial report on Olivia Tanner's disappearance. The woman drove a blue BMW 325, hardly distinctive in this neighborhood. Tanner was single, worked as a vice president at a local bank, had no children, and her only living relative was her brother. Will tried the front door. Locked. "What's keeping the brother?" Faith checked her watch. "His plane landed an hour ago. If traffic's bad..." She let her voice trail off. Traffic was always bad in Atlanta, especially around the airport. He leaned down, checking under the welcome mat for a key. When that didn't work, he ran his hand along the top of the door sill and checked the flower pots, coming up empty. "You think we should just go in?" Faith suppressed a comment about his eagerness to commit breaking and entering. She had worked with him long enough to know that frustration could act like adrenaline to Will, while it acted like Valium to Faith. "Let's give him another few minutes. We should go ahead and call a locksmith in case the brother doesn't have a key. Let's just take this slow, all right? You're talking to me the way you talk to witnesses. We don't even know if Olivia Tanner is one of our victims. She could end up being bottle blonde and vibrant with tons of friends and a dog. The bank said she hasn't missed a day of work since she started there. She could have fallen down the stairs, decided to skip town, run away with a stranger she met at a bar." Will didn't answer. He cupped his hands and peered into the front windows, trying to see inside. The uniformed patrolman who had taken the missing persons report yesterday would have already done this, but Faith let him waste his time as they waited for Michael Tanner, Olivia's brother, to show up. Despite his anger, Leo had done them a solid by handing over the call. Procedure would have dictated a detective be assigned to the case. Depending on what the detective had on his books, it might have taken as long as 24 hours for Michael Tanner to talk to someone who could do more than fill out a report. From there, it might have taken another day before the GBI was alerted to a match on their profile. Leo had bought them 2 precious days on a case that desperately needed help. And they had kicked him in the teeth in the way of thanks. Faith felt her BlackBerry start to vibrate. She checked the mail, saying a silent thank you to Caroline, Amanda's assistant. "I've got Jake Berman's arrest report from the Mall of Georgia incident." "What's it say?" Faith watched the flashing file transfer icon. "It'll take a few minutes to download." He walked around the house, checking each window. Faith followed him, keeping her BlackBerry in front of her like a divining rod. Finally, the first page of the report loaded, and she read from the narrative title. "Pursuant to complaints made by patrons of the Mall of Georgia," Faith scrolled down, looking for the relevant parts. Suspect then made the typical hand gesture indicating he was interested in sexual intercourse. I responded by nodding my head twice, at which point he directed me back toward the stalls at the rear of the men's room. She skimmed down some more. Suspect's wife and 2 sons, approximately age 1 and 3, were waiting outside. "Is the wife's name listed?" "No." Will walked up the steps of the deck that lined the back of Olivia Tanner's house. Atlanta was in the Piedmont of the Appalachians, which meant it was riddled with hills and valleys. Olivia Tanner's bungalow was at the base of a steep slope